I just clicked it.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Survive and Thrive e-commerce summit. I'm so excited to have you here and do another day. The past 2 days have been amazing. We've had some really great speakers, some awesome engagement with you guys, and I'm just so happy that you've joined us here with us. So I want to make a couple of announcements here before we get going. We've got a huge lineup for you today. We're going to start now. We've got, what's that?
Massive.
Yes, massive. It's amazing. We're going to go now, and we're going to go straight for 7 hours, just like we did yesterday. So I hope you guys are strapped in, buckled up, because this is going to be awesome. Yesterday, we had some amazing talks. Mandy Engel, we had Nathan Hirsch of Outsource School, we had John Tilley of Zon Guru, and a lot of these folks have given some really great gifts to you guys. Some really great stuff. So, like, for example, John gave a free ebook of hot products that you can use right now, how to actually find those.
Free software. Of hours went into that one resource. Really powerful resource.
Oh, yeah, incredible. There was two free masterminds given away at this event so far. And actually, I'm thinking about doing a mastermind as well. A free mastermind.
I know one of the speakers later today is planning on also offering his own mastermind, and that one's going to be on using Kickstarter for doing almost 7-figure launches. He's had many 6-figure launches and one that was almost 7 figures. So there's going to be a lot of really valuable stuff given away today as well.
Amazing. So we'll do details for that later. I'm sure he'll talk about that, and I'll figure out in the next several hours. I'll figure out what I want to do, and then I'll tell you guys. So there's some really cool stuff happening here, and you can find access to all of that stuff can be found at summitecommerce.co/gifts. So just go there and you find all the details of everything that's been given away. It's just been beyond expectations.
Yeah, and that's also, guys, where you can find all of the speaker presentations, all of the slides, every single last replay. Like I said, we've already done 12 hours, so that's 24 speakers that have already gone and given so much valuable stuff. Today we got another 14, and then today I don't even know. We're getting up to like 40 speakers or something like that. So I think a lot of value in that one link there.
Yeah, I think we're nearing 50 speakers for you guys, and that's what this has been. This has just been an outpouring of support from everybody, and that's what we need right now. I don't know if everybody's freaking out, but a lot of people are worried and concerned right now, and so we just wanted to come here and give you guys a boost. Give you a little mindset shift, bring the community in, and help out however we can. And so that pouring of support from you guys and from our speakers and our sponsors, our sponsors, by the way, are not paying us anything. This is not a for-profit event. They're sponsoring us by supporting and sending their audience to this amazing community.
Bringing more people here.
Yeah,
getting more people who need the help of the speakers in front of all these speakers to get the free value, the free gifts. Yeah. And everyone wins. Really, it's a win for everyone involved. So that's our goal here. Share this podcast with all your friends. Adding comments too really helps. It gets the Facebook algorithm going on. A lot of you guys are marketers. You understand this. Just adding little comments. Add like a 1 or like press the A button 17 times, then press the enter button. Any of that stuff helps. I mean, maybe don't do that too many times, but at least a couple times. It'll help the algorithm.
And we really appreciate the engagement. So, for example, thanks, buddy. Yesterday, I would love to know how to pronounce your name. If you could type it out phonetically. You've left some awesome comments yesterday, saying yesterday was awesome, very interesting. I appreciate it. We've got an invitation here. Mentioning friends. Yes, please share this with your friends. We want to impact as many lives as we can. That's what we're here for. And so, like I was saying, the outpouring of support has been really beyond expectations. And I'm just so grateful to all the speakers and the sponsors. And because of that, and because of you guys showing up and being engaged and interested, we're actually going another day. This was scheduled to be the last day, but we've added a whole another day. Day 4 is happening tomorrow. starting the same time. We've got another set of amazing speakers here for you. And if you can just learn one thing, maybe shift your mind just in one way, and and I hope you can just take one meaningful impact and go on and make a difference. All right, we've got an answer. Is a short name from Alberto, which is Beto, and from that BTO. All right, MQZ.
Even shorter than Beto. We got to go shorter than Beto. So Beto.
All right,
Beto. I don't know. But anyways, it is time for our first speaker.
Yes. Hang on. One more thing. I had to say one more thing. We want to make sure we're extending one day, and I don't want this to end at the end of tomorrow. There's been so much good stuff going on here. I want to support you guys into the future. So please leave comments in this video. I've started another thread, a poll saying, how can we support you moving forward? Do we want to do weekly videos? Do we want to do whatever we can, in-depth discussions, longer interviews? Let me know what you want so we can put that together for you. We've got access to all these people and more, and we can come here and support you guys. So tell us what you want and we'll make it happen. All right?
Awesome. Definitely leave the comments there. Let us know in the poll, and let us know in the comments too during the speakers if you have questions for the speakers, and we're going to get to those in the Q&A. And speaking of the first speaker, we have Mr. Corin Woodmass from the FBA Broker. His talk is called How COVID-19 Could Help You Double the Value of Your Business. If that's not a good value proposition, I don't know what is. A lot of people, their goal with their FBA business is to sell at one point with any kind of e-commerce business, really. And Corin is an expert when it comes to getting the most value out of that business. How do you build your business in a way where it will be worth the most amount of money to a seller, to a buyer, right? And I could think of no one better to bring on to talk about this in this trying situation where a lot of people are concerned the value of their business is going down, and he's saying you could potentially double it during the COVID-19 outbreak. So welcome to the live presentation, Mr. Corin Woodmass. I love that crazy bull thing or whatever that is behind you there, by the way.
Yeah, you just gotta know we're in Texas, so I like it. Thanks for having me, Danny.
You're just staring down the background. Well, awesome, man. I know you got a real valuable presentation for us, so I will let you get right into it. Let's get your screen up here.
Awesome. Let's do it. Okay.
There we go.
So, yeah, that's a pretty compelling title. How can the coronavirus help you double the value of your business? So that's what we're going to talk about.
And are you able to hit the full screen on that presentation there on the slides?
Yep. Where do I do that? Is that just play?
Beautiful. Play, I think so. I use like PowerPoint or something like that, so none of this fancy Mac stuff. There we go.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. So you can see that now?
Yeah. All right, it's all you, man.
All right, let's roll. So the good news is that good businesses sell in any market. This is really important to understand. A good business with solid metrics will always be sellable. It may take a little bit longer to sell, but they will always sell. And also some more good news is the buyer pool that we're working with right now, let alone the outreach we do when we launch a deal, are hungry for deals. They still want deals. They want good brands selling on Amazon, consumer product brands. That's what they're looking for, that they're not slowing down. I'm going to go through some advantages here in a second, but I just wanted to highlight that real fast up front, that it's actually, we're in a good spot. So, okay, so you want to sell your business. Well, most people think, I want to sell my business, let's just go sell the business. Sounds pretty straightforward. There's actually three questions before you go to sell any business. And the first is, are you ready to sell your business? That might seem obvious, but it's also something that only you can answer. The second is, will the market pay the price that you want for the business to make it worthwhile even selling? And the third thing is your business ready to sell? And that's what we're actually going to talk about here today. And just a quick tip, if you're freaking out right now, I totally get it. But please do not panic sell your business right now. Follow along here, take some notes, do some exercises. If you have a pen and paper, there's some exercises here that might be helpful for you. Okay, so I really want to impress on you to understand that your business, what you're building, is actually an investment. if you view your business like an investment, if that's the only thing you take away from this talk today, that's what I really want you to focus on. And there's a quote here on the screen from Warren Buffett: if you can't read the scorecard, you don't know the score. And if you don't know the score, you can't tell the winners from the losers. So I feel like that really sets us up to for the rest of this talk as I go through here. So, Investor Scorecard 101. How do we look at our business like an investor would? And this is actually pretty difficult to do because you've built the business from scratch, right? It's very hard to pull back and look at the business objectively. So the first thing every investor will do with every Amazon-based business, every physical product business, is they want to hold every SKU accountable for return on investment with zero emotion. So from this point forward, every single item you sell, every product you sell, now needs to be held accountable for return on investment. The next is profit per channel. This is incredibly, incredibly important. This is one thing that an investor will rip apart a business really quick. Profit per channel, what does this mean? Well, this means that you should be looking at your business not as a whole, not the P&L as a whole that you get from your accountant or bookkeeper each month. You want to dive deeper. So we've got every SKU needs to be accountable, but then every channel for profit. So that means every marketplace you sell on, every country you sell on. If you sell through Amazon, if you're selling in the US, UK, Germany, look at every country individually and make it hold itself accountable for profitability. Also, that goes for your website, any other distribution you might be in, retail, wholesale, etc. Profit trends. This is something that every investor will want to see, is year over year and month over month profit trends. You need to know what's happening in your business. It's not a frozen in time metric. This is a constant living, breathing thing, just like your business. You need to be hyper focused on this and reviewing this at least monthly. All of these things should be reviewed at least monthly. Next is product lifecycle. Product lifecycle can really catch you off guard in an FBA business. And you've got a lot of things running against you here. You've got fads, so think fidget spinners or maybe face masks in a couple of months, who knows? And you've got competition from everywhere. You've got competition direct from suppliers, you've got other FBA sellers, but you also have innovation risk. So what is the next thing happening in your space, in your products? Is it small tweaks to the product itself, or is it actual technology that's going to wipe out the need for your products? This is something you need to keep on top of, and you want to track this over time. The next is ROI on inventory and inventory turns. Some sellers I talk to forget that their inventory that they're holding is an investment. The inventory, the amount of cash that you have sitting in inventory is also an investment that needs to be held accountable for return on investment. So a few metrics here that investors like to use is a percentage of net profit. You want to look at how much inventory you're holding as a percentage of your annual net profit. Now, given at this time in the market, you probably have more inventory than regular, and that's okay. But you definitely want to keep an eye on this, and you also want to know how quickly that inventory turns. If you think about this from an investor's perspective, they want to buy your business at a multiple of your cash flow. That's one return on investment. But what they're really interested in is access to the return on investment from your inventory. And if you look at that as a standalone metric, it can actually be quite an impressive return, which is why they're interested in these businesses. And the next thing that actually is going to be one of the biggest levers right now is history. Now, history in your business, the longer the business has been in operation, will help an investor model the future. The more history there is, the more reliable that future modeling could be. And if, for whatever reason, now isn't the time to sell your business, this current situation could actually help with one valuable metric that all investors are looking for. You may just have more history in your business by the time you go to sell. We do also have more resources here because I can't fit it all into this. I will share this with you as well, Danny. But if you want to go check that out now, it's thefbabroker.com/double. And you can get all of this here. Okay, so next, margin is king. margin is king. Please take this away with you. Number one is look at your business like an investor. Number two is margin is king. No margin, no business. Okay, gross margin targets. This is something that we see often people get really wrong. Gross margin targets should be 50 to 80%. Okay, it varies depending on industry, but a lot of people are shooting for a really low gross margin. And that directly leads to your net profit margin target. This really should be 30 to 50%. Most people are happy with maybe 10, maybe 15%, right? There's just not enough margin there to weather the storms of situations like we have right now, rising PPC costs, competitors, whatever it might be. You need cash flow in the business to be healthy and strong and to be attractive to an investor. Next is take the time to improve. So right now, if your margins aren't where they want to be, aren't in these ranges, take the time to improve the business. I worked with one client over the course of about 9 months. When we first started talking, they were doing 8% net margin. Now, by the time the end of that period, they literally did what I'm talking about here today. We actually got them closer to a 25% net margin. They didn't double the value of their business, mind you. They tripled it. They tripled the value of their business in 9 months by focusing on these points. So this is really critical to understand. The next piece of advice I'd love to give you is focus on a single target market. Please, for the love of God, develop a focused brand. This is really critical when it comes to improving the value of your business. There's already one everything store, that's Amazon. We don't need another one. Focus on a solid target market, brand focused on that target market. Why you want to do this? There's a couple of reasons. One is value for the first piece. The second thing is right now. So if you're not at your value range, if you can't sell the business right now, you're looking further down the line, you can actually use the target market to discover what else they're buying. And one of the things I like to do is look at before, during, and after. So what is your customer buying before your product? What else do they buy when they're buying your product? Amazon can help you with that, with Also Bought. And after, what do they buy after your product? And when you're looking to expand the product line from here on out, because we now know high margin is so important, only go for high margin products. That's the only reason to expand. And a tip here is research recession trends for your market. So again, if you have a single target market, you know your customer, very easy to go back and research what's happened in the last recession. There's a high chance out of all of this we'll go into recession, even if it's regionally or it might be globally at this point, right? But see what happened last time. Not all markets, mind you, will go down during a recession. And also there's an interesting trend with all this virus stuff going on right now. People are afraid to go to the stores. So being in e-commerce is actually a really great thing right now, everything else considered. The next piece, speaking of the current trends, is what's changing for your customer right now. So an example at the moment is working out at home. No one can go to the gym. So people are ordering more and more fitness gear at home. They may be stocking up on food. We've been stocking up on high protein food stuff here that lasts a bit longer. So it's packaged stuff. It'll last a while, right? So things like this, what is your target market buying right now? Because there's money still flowing. People haven't stopped spending money. They're actually, in some cases, spending more money, but you just need to know where they're spending that money. So a couple of predictions here. The baby market will definitely boom in the next 9 to 10 months. That's kind of obvious. Everyone's at home. And the home fitness boom is kind of interesting right now. But will it sustain? We're not sure. This might be a spike. It might continue. It depends on what happens in the market. So once you focus in on your target market, you can really understand what's happening and get ahead of those trends and hopefully understand what's a longer trend or what's a shorter term trend. Okay, so Danny, I have a interactive piece here for you. And I can't see the comments, but if anyone wants to jot in, or Danny, if you want to answer, these are 2 paper clips. do you have an idea of what the price of these two paper clips are?
The price, individual paper, so per paper clip, what are we talking about here?
Correct.
Okay, the price, I would say 20 cents, and the one on the right, I'd say like $2.
Okay, perfect. That's a great guess.
Oh, geez.
Okay. The one on the left.
Who's paying that money for that?
$7.98. The one on the right is $1,500. Now, this is an example.
Oh my goodness.
I'll show you exactly what these are. But I'll show you an example of, this is an example of high margin and knowing your target market really, really well. Okay, so let's go and look at what this is. So the first one isn't actually one paper clip. It's 1,000 paper clips for $7.98. Okay, so it costs nothing, absolutely nothing. I want to highlight one point here. It's a jumbo-sized paper clip. It's 2 inches long. This will be relevant in a sec. Okay, the $1,500 paper clip is by Tiffany & Co. Now, it goes without saying that they really know their customer and they have a high value customer, right? They've done a couple of things that are very interesting here. They've changed the purpose of this paper clip to be a bookmark. They've changed the material to 18 karat gold. And under, I'm not sure if, I can't scroll here, but on the side in the description, it says, an oversized paper clip reimagined in 18 karat gold as a whimsical bookmark. And it's 2.5 inches long.
This is the kind of stuff, if you sell your business, you can buy this kind of stuff.
Right, exactly. But also, if you know your customers well enough, and you'll see on the right-hand side above the description here, everyday objects. Tiffany & Co. literally have everyday objects like this all across their site and in their stores. So they really know their customer. Can you imagine the margin on that? It must be insane. So margin is always possible once you know the motivation of your clients. So that's something fun to check out. All right, so 3 things to do today. I want to give you some actionable stuff. There's a lot of information here today. So what are 3 things you should do today to help double the value of your business or improve the value of the business, give you more options before you go to sell? Number 1, like I mentioned before, is research your niche market in a recession. Specifically, what happened in 2008 in your niche? Which brands made it through that time? What did they do? What did they not do? Looking at the past can help us with the future. This will also give you some confidence moving into a potential recession. Next is follow the flow of the money, right? Where is the money flowing in your niche? And again, once you know what your customers are spending, you can find out where they're spending it, and you can figure out how to create more value to ensure your business is more sustainable. This is a constant act. This also includes your top selling products. People they often forget about their top selling products. Why not iterate them? Why not make them better? We've bought products. We were in Austin this time last year. We came back, bought the same products again, and they've actually been iterated and made better by the companies that are selling these same products. Why don't we do that too as Amazon sellers? And then also, as I mentioned, the resources here, we've got some extra resources there. Depending on how much time I have today, we'll maybe go into the next slide. Do I still have time, Danny, or do we want to go to questions?
I think we've got time for one more slide, and then we'll take a few questions here. Let's do it.
Okay, cool. This one's pretty packed, so I'll go through it quickly. So we've put together the value cheat sheet for you. I'm always asked what improves value in an FBA business. So the main thing is, like we mentioned before, think like an investor, look at your margin, right? And focus on a single target market and only expand with high margin. That's, if you take nothing else away, if you did those 3 things, you're golden. But what else improves value? Because we want to double the value of our business here. So product diversification, there's a 30% rule. So this literally means how many products do you have? And the 30% refers to revenue. So are one of those products more than 30% of your overall revenue? If it's under that mark, that means you're diversified, right? The more, the better. But you want a diversification of income per product. That's what this is talking about. Sales channel diversification there's also a 30% rule here. Now, sorry, this doesn't include Amazon marketplaces. Okay, so if you're 30% in Amazon UK and 20% in Amazon Germany, that doesn't count as diversification. This is completely different sales channels here. And the 30% rule plays, so it needs to be more than 30% per channel to improve the multiple. And the more you control that channel, the higher it will be valued. So a quick example, last year we took a deal to market, had about 30% and growing of its revenue through retail channels and wholesale distribution. The problem was they hadn't ordered twice yet. It was first orders. They were growing, but they were still first orders. So the investors actually didn't value that as high as if we had have seen 2 or 3 years of increased orders, right? So the more you control that, the higher the value. So a flip side example would be if you have an email list that's constantly buying your products and maybe on a recurring basis, a subscription or something like that. If you can send an email, make sales, know exactly how long they stay with you, that's more valuable to an investor. And if you know the cost of acquiring those customers and your lifetime value, then an investor can come in and put in more money. So that's a good option for them as well. Brand and single target market, we've talked a bit about that. Longevity of the market. Now, I got this isn't my idea. I was talking to a private equity investor here in Austin, actually. He gave me the example of why they're looking at HVAC companies. And we had the analogy of the trucking industry versus heating and ventilation, air conditioning, right? So a trucking business, I would not buy a trucking business right now. Why is that? Automated trucks are going to take over and replace the old trucks. So you're going to have to reinvest in trucks or retrofit them, whatever they're going to do. But the old model of trucking is gone, whereas the need for air conditioning, heating, ventilation, that has a long window. And the way this investor explained it to me was he buys the business and then he optimizes the business and sells it. Say that was a 5-year window, he owns it for 5 years and the next is 5. That's where the value curve needs to keep going. Otherwise, no one's going to buy it. If they don't see at least another 5-10 years of life in that business, they're not going to buy it. Trends, we talked about this again, year over year, month over month. Revenue and profit, you definitely want to focus on that. Profit can outweigh revenue. So that example of the client I mentioned before, their revenue year over year had actually declined because they trimmed out the product line. They took a machete to the unprofitable SKUs that weren't holding their weight for ROI. And we still got a good result because the profit increased so much that it was more valuable. Product life cycle, we talked about that as well. Team and corporate infrastructure, so the team running the business needs to be transferable. And accounting, the boring stuff at the end. You need clean financials to...
I mean, boring, but very, very important, right? All right, we got time for a couple of questions here. Let's just hop straight into the Q&A. The first question we got is, how do you research recession market trend?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a ton of platforms out there like Fiverr, Upwork. I think there's more, but you can find people that have studied at universities and they do market research. So get someone to go do it for you. We have people we use for market research all the time. So yeah, go out, find someone and pay them, basically, is how the easiest way to do that.
Yeah, if you're not an expert at it, it takes a long time to become an expert at something like that, for sure, right? And we got one from Asmar Gary. So, Corin, what was the highest sale price you have seen?
Yeah, I'm going to answer this a different way because all of our deals are confidential, unfortunately. What we're seeing when we market a deal correctly, if they have all these metrics in play and they're a good business and they're a certain size, we can appeal to a strategic buyer. They actually use revenue multiples instead of net profit multiples. So once you start getting into revenue multiples, that's really interesting. So yeah, once you start seeing revenue multiples, that's really interesting, and that gets pretty impressive. So yeah,
impressive.
Anywhere from 0.8
that's the official statement. Impressive enough.
Yes.
You know, whenever they can't say the amount, that it's a large amount. So it's good. Awesome. And to answer this question, Danny, can I save Corin's presentation or replay it later? Yes. So within this group, the Facebook Live just stays within the group. You can always come back to that. We're going to be chopping it up into sections, and also with all the downloadable slides from each speaker. So we're going to have Corin's slides and Corin's cut up replay, so you can go to it quickly at the resource summitecommerce.co/gifts. So super easy place to get that. And we got Trisha. She came back here. She's been here all 3 days, I think. So excited for day 3. Wow. Bring it on. Survive and Thrive team. She made our hashtag. We haven't even made a hashtag yet. She just created that for us. So
thanks, Trisha. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you.
Amazing.
And I just wanted to throw out one gift before I jump off. So I didn't reply to this. Sorry, guys, but here's something that we would like to do. Number 2, the 3 questions to ask. Number 2 is what the value would, how the market would value your business. Now, I'm happy to actually offer this as a service for free to anyone on this call. It's not an automated valuation tool. We actually put a ton of time into market research. So we've been mapping the market for 4 years now. So we'll actually help anyone who wants to know where the market would see the value of their business today. We'll do a valuation report for them, and they'll see the current deals in market, what sold over the last 12 months. So we'll add that in for anyone that wants it to.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. That's amazing, guys. That's a really great offer. Take him up on that offer. Ben, thanks
we'll
for
summarize that
back,
as well at summit.co, summitecommerce.co/gifts. But also, can you just reiterate, if people wanted to reach out to you to get that offer, where's the best place for them to do that right now?
Yep. Just email us, sales@thefbabroker.com, and we'll get that to you. Just say valuation, and we'll help you out with that.
Very generous. I know that takes a lot of time here. So yeah, we got Ben Knigendorf, I believe is how he said his name was pronounced yesterday, is one of our speakers from yesterday. Are investors hungry right now or getting scared right now?
Yeah, so we actually reached out to investors last week. There's 2 types of buyers. There's more than 2, but there's 2 main types of buyers. There's cash buyers and buyers using debt. So cash buyers, 4 out of 5 are still hungry to acquire deals. On the debt side, there's more and more debt options. Specifically in the US, the Small Business Administration has cranked up the funding, as you may have seen. Our lender reached out to us pretty much the first day the markets crashed, saying there's more and more money flowing into the market, and deals are still getting done. So yeah, there's still a lot of appetite for a good solid business.
Awesome. And last comment until we got to move on. Compliment for you, Corin. Corin is awesome. Dealing with his company now, really professionals. All right, there you go.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, Corin. Awesome, man. Really great presentation. Super great. Like you said, you guys can find the replay or the slides there, summitecommerce.co/gifts. And thank you so much for coming on, man. Really appreciate you putting this together for us.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Thanks, Isaac.
And I want to mention that the FBA broker is also one of our sponsors. We you can't see me anymore.
Other way, which way to
I don't know.
There
you go. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. This is really exciting. We're happy to have you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for putting this on. I think this is a great resource for everyone.
Heck yeah, Corin. Awesome, Isaac. You want to take it away with our next speaker here?
Yeah. Before we get to our next speaker, let's talk about our sponsor. Our next speaker comes to us from Perpetua. Perpetua is another sponsor of this show that we are so grateful to. So Perpetua, if you don't know, is an Amazon advertising software. It helps the world's smartest brands, agencies, and sellers optimize sales, control advertising costs, and dramatically save time on the minutia of managing Amazon ads. Now, I only dabbled myself in Amazon ads for a brief moment, but I have used many other ad platforms, and it can just be insane. And I know that minutia. So if that's something that's interesting to you, check him out. And our speaker from Perpetua is Gloria Abramit, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name. She's a data strategist where she's responsible for all aspects of customer success and growth. She's helped hundreds of the world's smartest brands, sellers, and agencies grow their business and drive exceptional campaign performance. So, Gloria, welcome and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Isaac. It's great to be here.
All right. So your talk, I didn't even mention your talk, let's say, is titled Navigating the Global Pandemic, Category Insights to Craft Your Amazon Advertising Strategy. So I know you've been watching all that's going on. You have access to the data. And so that's what you're going to be talking to us about.
Correct. Yeah. Very excited to share my insights with everybody.
Awesome. So take it away.
Perfect. Let me just find my presentation here.
All right. Here we go. And go ahead and hit the full screen. There you go. All right.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to get started. So thank you, first of all, everyone, for making the time to listen to me. I know it's a really tough time right now, and nobody really knows what to do. It's really hard to decide. So I'm happy to share my insight and give you a little bit of an idea and my advice on what you can do with your Amazon ads, because that's what we focus on here at Perpetua. So my topic is navigating the global pandemic, category insights to craft your Amazon advertising strategy. So first of all, as Isaac mentioned, I'm Gloria Abermite. I'm a data strategist here at Perpetua. I really work with the accounts, make sure they're optimized and fast. And Perpetua is an optimization tool for your Amazon ads. And we work with Amazon DSP, sponsor brands, sponsor products, sponsor brands video, anything, everything for a full funnel Amazon advertising strategy. So the first thing that I really want to start off with here is that every single day is different right now. I wake up, I don't know what's going to happen. We're all in quarantine right now. It's so different than our normal. So really basing your decisions right now of your campaigns and such on trends in the past weeks just won't suffice. You need to use all information, all news sources, everything out there to really craft your strategy. Amazon is announcing new things every day, from delivery delays to categories, essentials versus non-essentials. So you need to listen to this and make sure that you implement these new pieces of information in your strategy. So speaking of events and news, there are 3 events that I deem as influential events on Amazon that have happened in the past, let's say, month now. So the first one being around March 8th is when I saw in our databases that the panic shopping really begun. So sales for essential products, those really essential products, started to boom, and the non-essential started to decrease. The second influential event was March 17th. This is when Amazon actually announced shipment restrictions. So they're no longer receiving non-essential shipments of FBA inventory, and they're focusing on those essential categories, which does make sense because we want to focus on giving consumers things that they can use to basically. Essential categories are baby, health and household, beauty and personal care, grocery, industrial and scientific, and pet supplies. And the third influential event that I noticed was March 23rd. So delivery delays. So that's the day I got a whole bunch of emails from my clients freaking out saying, my products aren't going to be delivered until April 21st. My conversion rate's going to go down. Like, what should I do? And, obviously this is another new event and I don't know what to do. I've never seen this before, but we had to craft a strategy. That's what I'm going to go through. So these were mostly non-essential orders. So the delivery delay was commonly to April 21st, so pretty late. And there's going to be more events. So that question mark is really leading to what's next. We have to really make sure we know everything that's going on out there. So I'm a bit of a data nerd. So you'll see fun graphs like this. This is probably the messiest one, so I apologize, but I love data and visualizing data. So the first thing that I wanted to know was, how are we comparing to a regular month? So I took February as a regular month on Amazon, and I calculated the average of attributed sales during February and took that as my baseline. So my baseline there is 100, that black line across the graph. And then what we did internally was categorize all of our accounts into those categories you see there on the top left-hand side. So there's food, beauty, pets and animals, health and supplements, etc. So what's really interesting here are the numbers that I put there on the graph are those influential events. So the first one being that the beginning of the panic shopping, which March 8th, which categories did we see increase dramatically? Food, pets and animals, health and supplements. You need to order stuff to live. You need food. You freak out. You want to feed your pet. You want to become healthy. You want to make sure you have your multivitamin, your immune support, etc. So these are things that, you're a panic, you need to order right now. And what do we see dropped? Electronics, jewelry, clothing and apparel, these things that just get pushed back to your mind because right now you're in, I need to survive mode. So you're getting those essential items. So the second influential event was the shipment restrictions. So I want to note that not everything in every category is deemed essential. So let's say in food category, there are some products that are non-essential and some that are essential. So we did see the decrease of sales during that time period because of those shipment restrictions and Amazon really categorizing the essentials versus the non-essentials. And the third influential event there was the delivery delays, which obviously saw a little bit more of a decrease in conversion rates and decrease in sales. But one thing I do want to mention is that you can see from, let's say, March 26th until the 28th, you can see a slight uptick there. I do have some hope that soon we will be getting bored in our homes. We'll be getting antsy. We want to go for a run. We want to buy jewelry maybe to make ourselves look nice and do something else than buy food that we may have already stockpiled. So I do see some trends continuing, and I'm hopeful. So moving on to more the category trends of essentials versus non-essentials. So I'm going to give insight into both. I'm going to start off with essentials and give you advice on both categories on how to manage your Amazon ads. So the first thing I wanted to graph here was conversion rate, which is really important. Obviously on your ads, you want to make sure they're converting, and spend. So why spend? It's interesting here because when I graph essentials, you can see that the conversion rate, the light pink line, increased much quicker and higher than spend did and faster. So basically, people were converting more, so they were clicking around. They saw that they were panicking, so they bought, and then spend followed, which means there's a demand influx. So attributed spend increases. It gets to that peak there around March 14th. And then conversion rate starts to drop. So people are getting less panicky, maybe purchasing less. So spend also gets pulled back. So it's quite interesting to see that spend drops. Does that mean we're getting smarter? We're saying maybe I don't need to spend that much money on my advertising. Maybe I need to sell organically only, or I don't have enough inventory, so I need to pull back on spend. I've just sold out of everything. So let's see how do total sales compare during this time. So here we see conversion rate again. So just to give you the same visual as the last graph, and total sales. So what's extremely interesting here is that total sales stay pretty stagnant and stable during that time period. So we are either, becoming smarter again with our ads, pulling back the spend and letting organics take the reign, or we are running out of inventory and just running those last, products, letting them sell organically, which is the smart thing to do if you only have so much in inventory. So really taking a look here at organic sales, attributed sales, and total sales. This is kind of the most interesting graph. And again, those numbers are those influential events. So organic sales stay extremely strong during all three events. And what's amazing is that organic is starting to really lead the charge at the end there, and attributed sales are starting to decrease. So you're seeing a big change there in the dynamic. So, the question becomes, should I even be advertising? Can't I just sell everything through my organic sales? Why am I even paying for ads at this moment? I do think you should still advertise, yes, but focus on your most important, highly converting keywords where you don't rank high organically. This is really the time to go after new customers. Don't spend money, waste money right now on your branded keywords. Don't spend money on those keywords you're ranking highly organically, because you're gonna get those sales anyways, right? Just organically. So shift your budget to those keywords where you can get new customers, new awareness, and not only on sponsored products, but you can also leverage the DSP. So Amazon DSP is, I don't know, if you're familiar with it, but it's basically re-engaging customers off and on Amazon. So basically, if a customer has viewed your product, a competitor product, or a similar product, you can follow their journey and re-engage them at a later stage, either on and off of Amazon. So a lot of people are clicking around right now. And actually, our DSP lead had a really good point today that people are clicking around, viewing the product. They may not convert on non-essential or items that have a delivery delay right now, but they're interested in the product, so they may want to purchase it later. So this is really the time to hit with the DSP. Make sure you capture that customer and you follow them, and you can reserve that ad later on where they can purchase again. So DSP is, again, re-engaging those customers, and this is the time that you can acquire new customers. So in the first influential event there in the essentials, this is only our DSP customers in the essential categories. You can see that returning purchases increased tremendously, and a returning purchase is someone who purchased in the past 365 days. So they know the brand. They want to come back, they want to purchase, they know that it's an essential, and I like the brand, so that increased tremendously. And we also saw the pink line there on the bottom, new to brand purchases, something that we can we have a metric for, so so we can see that scale. And it's quite amazing that you're able to acquire new loyal customers right now. This is the time, and then they can be lifetime loyal customers for you in the future. So it's an interesting time to try this out, and I think that it's definitely a very valuable ad unit to leverage. So to sum up, what would crafting your Amazon advertising strategy look like right now? 5 points that I have. Number one, as I say, monitor your budgets to capitalize and not cannibalize your organic sales. So again, don't spend too much and spend wisely. So number two, lower your branded budgets and ACoS targets. So you can do that in our app. I can show you how our customers leverage our features to do that. And increase unbranded, so category and competitor budgets, and ACoS targets to gain those new loyal customers in this time. So you really want to own those category keywords right now and show up on your competitor pages and gain more awareness. Number three, shift spend to search terms where you don't rank highly organically and lower bids where you do. And number four, keep your sponsored brands and sponsor brands video running. These are amazing real estate pieces on the search page. You want to show up and you want to get those new customers. And re-engage customers who are viewing your own similar or competitor products. So that's really leveraging Amazon DSP. So how to do this, how our customers would really implement these kind of strategies in our product. So if you're familiar with Amazon advertising, all the nuances it comes with, we try to make it very easy to manage your campaigns and goals within Perpetua. So organic rank is something that is very valuable information to have. And we've actually partnered with a third-party data firm to implement this information into Perpetua. So what's amazing is on a search term, you can see, hey, I'm ranked number 5. I think I can become number 3 because I see the list of competitors on the search term, and I know I have enough ratings, I have enough reviews, I'm priced pretty well. I know that if I invest a little bit of money on this search term, I can climb organic rank. And so what you can do in our app is track certain search terms to see over time, I've spent this much, and this is where my organic rank that was that day, and how do I gain more? So, and you can also see share of voice, which is really important. How much of the page do I have right now on the search term? And again, now's the time to look at these kind of search terms and see, can I boost myself up more? I have a bit of budget to shift and probably gain organic rank. And for the long term, that'll be worth it. So number 2, you can create, manage, and analyze branded competitor and category campaigns in Perpetua. Super, super easy. With a click of a button, you can launch these campaigns and you can monitor them, change the, again, target ACoS. So that's really how aggressive you want to be on your campaign right now in your bidding strategy. Our algorithm takes care of all the words, finding the bid price, doing the negative matches, doing all that stuff for you. Super easy to launch. And you can see the metrics there on the top right, branded, unbranded. You can see category level, competitor level, everything. So it's really awesome. This is really exciting. So I don't know, as you know, Amazon users, if you've seen sponsored brands video. So those are videos that show up on the bottom of the search page for a product, and you click it and you can buy the product. This is extremely valuable. We've seen amazing results, and we're so excited to actually offer a product in about, I would say, very soon in our app to be able to launch videos straight from our app, and it's going to become it's a really great feature, and we're betting on this ad unit largely. It's quite a new ad unit. I think it started around to go more broad last year, and we're definitely betting on it largely. And obviously, you can launch sponsored brands in our app as well and manage those and optimize those very easily. And lastly, so leveraging in-house managed display ads using Amazon DSPs. So we offer an in-house managed service. What's amazing about this is that if you run the Amazon DSP right now, I'm sure it's a bit difficult to understand reporting and get metrics. We actually have industry-leading real-time reporting in our app. So you can see line-by-line items reporting whenever you want. You can just log in. You can even see it on the app. It's quite incredible. So moving from those essentials, I'm going to move over to the non-essentials. So this is a bit of a trickier category. It's kind of, you know, what do I do right now because people aren't purchasing my product? So should I stop advertising? I'm going to say no, and you'll see why. I think you should be smart with your budget, but let's look at the same kind of graphs that I showed before. So you can see here conversion rate and attributed spend. They do drop pretty much in tandem with each other. So March 8th there, the first influential event, that's when we saw CVR really starting to decrease, and it goes lower and lower. But you know, the question comes, do total sales stay strong throughout this period? Unfortunately not. But this is not a shock because these are non-essential supplies that people are pushing back to the back of the mind. So therefore, this leads me to believe that organic sales must as well be quite weak. So here you see they do move all kind of together. But what's amazing is that you'll see March 24th, the organic sales in the middle there, they start to increase, right? After the third event there. So this leads me to believe, okay, if organic sales are increasing, people are looking around again. People are shopping again. Maybe they're getting into buying those non-essential items again. If people are buying organically, that means that you could push a little bit of ad dollars into your ads again on Amazon. So is advertising really worth it right now, or is it just too expensive? We can look at CPC here. So this is cost per click. So basically, advertising got really expensive, but more recently it's gotten very, very cheap. So people may have been pulling back their ads, and this might be the time to start investing in them again. So for non-essentials, crafting that strategy, right now it's really important to keep advertising on those really highly converting products. people may still want to purchase your items, even with that longer delivery date. We are seeing the delivery date actually be sooner than what is mentioned on Amazon, and that word is getting spread, so people are buying more as well. What I would say is to be smart with your money right now, save a bit. So why not just lower your budget a bit, lower your target ACoS on those highly converting products, pause your ads on those lower converting items because it might not be worth advertising those right now. But since you're saving now with pausing and reducing your budget, you can then save for to at a date closer to that April 21st, where people know that they're going to get their products soon. So you can really push your advertising, be aggressive with your ACoS targets, and try to gain organic rank quickly. So doing that, you can leverage a feature in our app called Keyword Boost, which I'll show you here. So since you have budget to spend and you can invest a little bit more since you saved that from, let's say, the beginning of April, you can invest further organic rank by, in our app, you can select certain search terms and keywords that you want to rank high organically for. You can also do this in Amazon on your own, but it's easier in our app and easier to track and manage. So you select certain keywords, put it into its own campaign, and what you do is put a top of search multiplier on it. So on that one campaign, you have 1 to 10 keywords exact match. You can put 100% top of search multiplier, 200%, be really, really aggressive. Make sure you get those impressions, those conversions, the reviews, the ratings. It's a flywheel, right? So it's going to keep going, and you'll get Amazon to know you're a strong product, and you can climb organic rank. With this,
I just want to break in here for just a minute here.
Yeah,
we've got a few minutes left, and I know this has been awesome. I know we want to make some time for a couple questions, so just to let you know.
Awesome. Cool. I'm actually going to skip through this then and just go through. This is my last slide, I promise. So it's just some predictions for some sellers out there. Number one, I don't think the supply chain and logistical limitations will be short term. And I think those delivery dates will be reverted to normal at the beginning of May. Number two, there will be, since people are shifting their behavior to more online, you're going to have these essential products are going to have a higher baseline sales now because people are really going to shift their behavior, not for now, but probably for a longer time after this has subsided. Number three, again, people get bored in your homes. The non-essential products will see an increase in sales, while other products may see a slower sales given to limitations of way of life right now. And that's it. So if you're interested in Perpetua or speaking to me or more strategies, you can always email me. My email is right there.
Awesome. I love that you're looking into the data and telling us what's happening right now. That is so valuable, and that's what I was hoping that we could accomplish with this summit. We do have we've got a good question here from Ritu. I hope that's how you pronounce your name. A lot of our clients' competitors are out of stock. This makes us the only ones standing on many keywords. Do you know what happens to second price auction when there are no other bidders? I asked our Amazon ad reps this morning, but they weren't sure. Any thoughts?
That's an interesting question. This makes sense. There are no other bidders, and you're going to win that keyword, so you're going to show up. There's going to be less competition, so your CPC is definitely going to go down. That's a very interesting situation, but I believe that you're just going to win that keyword and really start to see your products gain more traction.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. This isn't entirely relevant to Amazon as advertising, but my experience on Google has been that if I'm the only one bidding for something, the price is pretty low. Even if I bid very high, they don't charge me that much because there are no other bidders. So I would kind of assume Amazon works in a similar way.
Yeah, and I would love to hear from your experience, Ritu, in the comments of what is happening with those bid prices. If those bid prices are going way down that you're seeing, like the actual clicks that you're paying, I would love to hear kind of like a rough percentage of how much that's going down. So let us know in the comments, Ritu.
All right. Any other questions for Gloria while we have her? Want to let you know, of course, all of the gifts that our sponsors have given and all of the slides and everything from this event is going to be at summitecommerce.co/gifts. So head on over there and make sure you get, there we go. Make sure you get all of these amazing things. We've talked about free masterminds, all kinds of stuff. We've got another comment. I'm making corrections.
Corrections. Right. Hopefully corrections in the good way, not
there
like big market corrections.
Based on
we don't
Amazon
want market corrections. We want bid corrections down. Yes, that's good. Awesome, Ritu. Thank you for chiming in here. And thank you so much, Gloria, for coming on. That was a really valuable presentation. Yeah. I know a lot of sellers are really struggling with their PPC right now and just worried that they're just blasting money into the void. So that was a really valuable presentation. Thank you for your time.
Last comment from Ritu says these are updated daily based on 14-day data.
Oh, it sounds like she's going to share something really interesting with us.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gloria. Cool. You can find the replay over on the next, over on that resource there. We're going to have all the replays, all the slides available on that link that Isaac just shared there. And this is a good time to just take a moment to thank our sponsors of the event. I mean, Gloria was involved with Perpetua. That is one of the event sponsors. But check this out. We got Summit E-commerce Business Advisors at Isaac's company there. We have Kenji ROI. That's my company there. All of Amazon listing optimization, Amazon pay-per-click. We got Turnkey Product Management. Perpetua just managed. Zon Guru, the FBA broker. That was the first speaker, Corin Woodmass. He's from that company there. Ecom Optimizer, Joe Reichfeld's company, and Reach. BIG Tribe. That is a really interesting entrepreneur community here in Bali where I live. Data Automation. As you're going to see here from Will Christensen later today. Seller.tools, Marketplace Seller Courses, also going to hear from Shannon Roddy later today. AMZ Advisors, India Sourcing Trip, and TFG and Empire Flippers. So now is a great time to introduce our next speaker. This is someone I've had on the Actualize Freedom podcast, as a lot of the guests here, and she is an expert when it comes specifically to e-commerce, accounting, and bookkeeping, and financials, all that stuff that a lot of people do not have figured out. And when it comes to accounting in e-commerce, you really need to be working with someone who specifically knows e-commerce. It's way more complicated with the inventory and the big lag times, the cash flow gaps in between when you get paid by Amazon and when you have to pay your suppliers and all that kind of stuff. And if you're not tracking that effectively, it's like, honestly, it's way over my head to really understand this, but it's not over Brittany Brown's head. So that's what she is going to talk to us about today. She is from Ledger Gurus, and her talk is called Immediate Financial Action to Survive So You Can Live to Thrive. So without further ado, let's welcome Brittany Brown to the broadcast. How's it going, Brittany?
Great, Danny. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it a lot. So are you guys
really good.
Are you guys able to see my screen?
We will add it up to the live stream here.
Great.
You got it there.
All right.
Of an economic crisis and how to protect your business. All right. It is all you. And Michelle Smith is there cheering you on.
I love Michelle. She's one smart cookie. So I'm glad to have a friend in the audience today. So it's kind of fun because I feel like most of the time accountants are kind of ignored, and most of the time people are kind of like, oh, wow, the accountants, and nobody really wants to hear about money. Nobody really wants to think about their financials. But the interesting thing is I can't think of a single person that started a business other than a significant reason being that they wanted to make money. And so it's always interesting to me when people ignore the best metric they have to try to kind of guide them on that. And so I want to jump right into that and talk about, I know this issue should be really like obvious, but I think that in a time like this, it's just really important to talk about that profitability equals sustainability. A lot of businesses, they evaluate their bank account, or they look at their sales trending, and that is the primary thing that they look at from a business perspective. And it isn't until suddenly you realize that you're in a situation where you need to figure out how to adapt and how to cut costs and how to align the cost structure of your business with the actual sales that people suddenly start thinking about in terms of profitability, rather than just looking at things like sales volume and metrics around those things. So I think that the mindset also is really important to understand the shift when you suddenly go from a boom economy, which is what we were all dealing with 3 or 4 weeks ago, to suddenly having the bottom fall out from the economy. I think that the approach that people take as business managers has to adapt, and it has to adapt really quickly. So when we're dealing with a sudden disruption like we're all dealing with right now, it requires you to really hone in on the way that you've been operating from a profitability perspective if you want to survive as a business. So a couple of changes that like we've personally experienced. So up until about 3 weeks ago, we were really operating in a boom economy, operating for maximizing growth and aligning our costs with trying to take advantage of that. So it might have looked like things like investing in management, investing in marketing, investing in technology to allow us to scale, even if some of those things meant taking a loss in the interim, with the objective of being able to raise and grow as an organization in the long run overall. But at the end of the day, it holds true for every single business that if you don't eventually at some point cross that benchmark of profitability, you will not be a sustainable business. And when you have the bottom fall out from the economy, it's important to take a look at this a lot sooner rather than later. So one of the things I want to talk to you guys about today is immediate action that you can take, and understanding how immediate your action needs to be. Because the situation that we're in right now is not going to be an indefinite situation. It's not like the economy really just totally blew up without any hope for recovery. And in fact, the government is pumping so much money into the economy right now, or they're setting up to do so, that I think that our ability to bounce back is quite good, but only for those businesses that survive the next couple weeks, the next couple months, however it works. So how quickly do you need to take action, and what actions do you need to be able to take? I think it's great that this webinar is called Survive and Thrive, because I think it like happens in exactly that order. You survive this first, and then as a result, you set yourself up to thrive. So the first things I want you guys to really evaluate is your sales and the health of your balance sheet. And when I say sales, I mean the sales trending that's happening, and we're going to go into that in a little bit more detail in just a second. But then also the health of your balance sheet, meaning how good are the reserves that you have in place to carry you through times when your profitability is impacted, in order to help you understand how immediate your action needs to be. So in the first situation, if your sales have taken a pretty big hit and you don't have a lot of balance sheet reserves, your action is that you need to take immediate and swift action to keep from going bankrupt. So this is a situation where you have not built up like a bank account for a rainy day. You were really operating on just healthy sales and riding the wave of that, but not setting aside money for a setback. And if that's the case, then it's time to take very swift action. If in the second scenario where your sales have dropped, but your balance sheet is healthy, meaning you have some reserves there, then you need to calculate your runway and come up with a plan. A runway basically means how long do I have before I run out of cash, and what actions can I take now that will extend my runway, and come up with a plan around those things. If you're in the third situation where your sales are up, but you have a weak balance sheet, and ironically, a lot of our e-commerce clients are actually in this boat right now. I think because like we can't run into Walmart and grab what we need, a lot of people are looking to online sales to get the products that they need just for everyday life. That a lot of e-commerce businesses that are selling products that people still want to use and are willing to buy right now are actually experiencing an increase in sales. But most of our e-commerce clients have not like put a lot of money aside as a reserve. If you're in this situation, you actually have an increase of sales that you can take advantage of right now. Now is the time to use this increase in sales to build up a working capital, because we don't know what the long-term impacts of this are going to be or how long it's going to last. And so now is your opportunity to use those increased sales to build up a working capital. And last of all, if your sales are up and you have a healthy balance sheet, like let's just call you Amazon, for example, or Costco, all the things we all wish we'd bought stock in like a month ago, then it's really full speed ahead. It's about taking advantage of the opportunity you have to really set yourself apart from all of your peers. But I would say most people are probably not in that situation. And if you are, like, can I come live at your house? Will you buy me a car? And can you please feed my children? You know what I mean? So let's talk about how to I want to go a little bit deeper on these things to help you guys understand how to really identify which one of these you're really at and how much time you really have. So the most important indicator in all of this is your sales trend. And so this is an example to the point that Danny was making. Getting to the bottom of how your sales are trending can actually be a little trickier than it just appears on the surface. This is an example of a report that was exported out of Amazon that just includes all of the data for the period. And all you really see, if you're not going in and pulling all this data, is you just saw one deposit of $109,580. And this deposit happens every 2 weeks in various amounts. And if you don't know any better, or if your accountant doesn't know any better, they're calling this sales. Well, this is not sales. What this really represents is, even though this may be the deposit number that you saw, what it really represents is all of this activity. So these are actual sales numbers that I pulled from one of our actual clients to show why taking the number that's a deposit from Amazon and calling it your sales is inadequate. So in this case, that $109,000 deposit actually represented $147,000 worth of sales, plus all of these other items, some of which are impacting your balance sheet. You have inventory activity, sales tax that was collected. There's a pretty huge difference between $109,000 in revenue and $147,000 in revenue. And one of the biggest things about this is actually timing issues. So if you were to break all this down, all of this translates into, if you go with the first option, or if your accountant's going with the first option instead of the second, you have 8 activities that are all reduced to one line item, key data that's missed, product margins that are skewed. If you're tracking your product margin against $109,000 of income instead of $147,000 worth of income, when you factor in your cost of goods sold, you have profit margins that are very skewed. Misstatement of balance sheet activity, and most importantly in this particular instance, a 30% difference in revenue. So the first thing I want to encourage you guys to do is to go directly to, when you're trying to make real guesstimates around how your sales are trending, I highly encourage you to go directly to the channels to get this information and not rely on just the deposits that you're seeing come in. So one of the things I really want to talk about, another thing with the sales trending, is that it's important when you're looking at sales trending that you evaluate a period of time and not and that you use some, not common sense when doing it, but that you use some understanding of your business when doing it. For example, if I say, how am I doing this quarter based on how I did last quarter? Well, last quarter was actually like Black Friday and Christmas and all those other things. If my sales appear to be down right now in comparison to last quarter, that's not really a great benchmark. I would expect most of our sales to be down right now over last quarter. So one of the best things to look at, especially during a period of time right now when you're looking at making pretty tight decisions and things changing pretty rapidly, would be evaluating the past 7 days. So this is an example of one of the ways that we recommend getting good sales data, and it's going either directly to your payment processors or directly to your channels. This is an example of how you can see some of this data if you're in PayPal. If you show this data for the past 7 days here, and you always want to measure sales trends in timeframes of at least 7 days, but typically not more than 30 days. So you're going to look at your sales data for the past 7 days. And then over here, it will show you how that information compares from a year ago. So I can see right now that my sales are down 22% over where they were in exactly this time frame a year ago. So here's another example of how you can see the same information on Shopify. So if I sort for the same time frame, I'm looking at the last 7 days. This report will show me that over the same time frame, I'm up 32% over that same time frame. So if you look at it day to day, you're going to see a lot of volatility. It's going to be really hard to see what's really happening. But if you look at a longer period of time and you compare it to either the same period of time a year ago or the same week a week ago, those types of things will give you a much better feel of how you're trending on sales. So then the next most important thing for you guys to evaluate while you're trying to decide how to make rapid decisions and how to protect your ability to survive as an organization so you can thrive on the other side of this is understanding your balance sheet health. Now, this is going to get a little crazy and a little math heavy. I'm not going to go really deep into it. I'm just going to give you a momentary snapshot of the kind of thing I want you to look at. So probably the most important thing for you guys to be evaluating right now is your liquidity and your runway. So liquidity basically means how likely are you to go bankrupt within a certain period of time. And this is a really great thing to help you understand the urgency around which of those categories you fall into. Immediate action, evaluate your runway and take a plan, build a working capital, or ride the wind of success, basically. So these ones, the current ratio and the quick ratio, I think are the ones that are going to be the most valuable. Current assets basically means all of the things that are immediately convertible into cash. So it would be cash, accounts receivable, inventory. You notice the only difference between this current ratio here and this quick ratio is that in this case, they take inventory out of the equation. And the reason why they do it is because inventory cannot always be converted into cash rapidly. And when you're trying to decide whether or not you're going to have the money to pay rent, the money to make payroll next week, oftentimes, like, converting your inventory into sales is not an option in that kind of fast turnaround. So in this environment we're in today, I actually think the quick ratio is the most valuable thing for you guys to evaluate with your businesses. So I want to tell you guys how to interpret this. Basically, when you run this ratio, if you take all of your current assets and you divide it by your current liabilities, whatever number you get, basically the way to interpret it is this. If I get a 1.2, it means that I have $1 into your in. Let's go with dollars for now. I have $1.20 of cash, or easily convertible into cash assets, for every $1 I have of liabilities that I'm going to have to pay off in the very near future. So if I'm at least 1, I'm at least a break even on liquidity. As I start to drop below 1, so if this number was like a 0.88, it means that I have 88 cents of an asset for every $1 of liability that I have to pay off. And now you can see that I am really heading towards a liquidity crisis. I'm really heading towards a cash crisis and a bankruptcy potential. The higher you get away from 1, the more likely you are to be able to sustain operations into the foreseeable future without running into a cash problem. The lower you are than 1, the more likely it is that it's going to hit ahead really quickly. I'm not going to take the time right now to go over these other ones, but days in inventory, accounts turnover, inventory turnover, those are really good trends to watch in the long term to see whether or not, even in good times, you're heading for a cash crisis or you are trending in a really good direction, and building organizational financial health as you go. So I want to show you guys quick the actual translation of how to calculate this. So this is a balance sheet. Hopefully you have a good accountant who's doing your accounting and they're doing it well, and you have inventory assets recorded and your books are clean, because obviously none of this information can actually be done and none of this data can actually be gathered if your books are crap. So hopefully you're in a good space right there. If you're not, please give me a call. I'm happy to have a conversation with you. But this is a balance sheet, and you see up here I have all of my assets, and then I have all of my liabilities down here below. So these are the things that I'm going to be looking at. So when I'm calculating a current ratio, I take all of my liquid assets, which in this case is just my bank accounts and my accounts receivable, and I divide it by my current liabilities. So the reason why this loan down here, even though it's part of the liability section, is not part of this calculation is because I don't expect to have to pay off this loan in the next year or 30 days or 60 days. Typically, current liabilities are ones that have to be paid off within the next year. If you're really tight on this and cash management is really a problem, I do recommend actually pulling out of this the amount that you do anticipate having to pay off within the next year, indicating your mortgage payment up here as part of this current liability calculation. That's the biggest difference between current liabilities and long-term liabilities, is anything that has to be paid off within a year. So when I calculate that out, I get 0.88. So you see this particular company, even though they appear to have good balances, they have a healthy bank account, they have pretty healthy inventory, and their liabilities are not extreme. They are still under, I don't know the word you would use, but 88 is not a good score, right? That means they have 88 cents of assets for every $1 they have of liabilities. They're over leveraged right now. That's what I would say. They're over leveraged. And if they are in a situation where they are doing well with sales, they need to stop pulling money out through equity, through draws, and they need to allow the working capital of their business to build up a little bit so that they could survive a crisis successfully. So all of this comes down to calculating the operating runway, which is probably the most relevant piece of information you guys can gather right now to make fast decisions. And it really helps you understand how long you can survive the decline before you're in trouble. So I want to do a quick discussion of COGS and expenses, because this will help you understand where to pinpoint your efforts. So in a balance sheet that's well organized and the data is being kept correctly, you're going to have your income, and then you're going to have your cost of goods sold. And there should be a pretty predictable ratio on that. You should be able to predict your margins on your products pretty successfully. And as opposed to everything that comes below that, which is all of this overhead, your cost of goods sold are an absolutely necessary part of doing business. You can't sell a product that you have never bought to sell unless you're drop shipping. But like, even then you have cost of goods sold associated with that sell of product margin. So it's an inescapable cost of doing business, cost of goods sold. However, everything that falls below that in the yellow would be overhead of the business. And these are not items that are critical for keeping your doors open. They may be critical for operating at the level you're operating today. They may be critical for scaling. They may be critical for some of these other things, but you could technically cut out all of those expenses, bring your shipping back in, cut out on your advertising, lay off everybody, stop paying for that warehouse and operate out of your garage and succeed with just having cost of goods sold. So cost of goods sold, there's not a lot you can do about in the short run, but all of the overhead expenses, there are definitely things you can do in regards to that. And last of all, we're down here in the blue, we end up with our net income. So I started the presentation by talking about how profitability equals sustainability. I found that a lot of our e-commerce businesses are not even necessarily comfortable viewing this financial statement and understanding what it's telling them and understanding how it has the ability to empower their decisions. So your accounting, more than anything else, tells you the story of your business, why it's succeeding, why it's failing, where it's making money, where it's losing money, the decisions you can make right away, and the impact of those decisions. It is all in this statement in the balance sheet, that if you have the ability to interpret, you'll be so empowered to make really good and very effective choices rapidly. So how long will your company survive on reserves and current expenses? So this is how you calculate your runway. And luckily it factors in the same things we've already looked at, which is current assets minus current liabilities. I've already showed you what current assets are and current liabilities. So working capital is basically all of those current assets minus the current liabilities divided by your monthly net income or loss. So when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about this number right here. So your current assets and your current liabilities come off of your balance sheet on the statement I already showed you, and your net income comes off of your profit and loss right here. So in this case, these numbers are the numbers that I already calculated, pulled directly off the balance sheet and income statement I already showed you. These are all of my current assets minus all of my current liabilities, gives me this number here. And my net income in this scenario was $1,650. This gives me an indefinite runway. If I'm operating profitably and assuming that I'm managing cash well, meaning that I don't blow all of my cash and blow all of my cash in an inventory purchase, and now I put myself in a bind, as long as I'm managing cash effectively, as long as I have a positive net income, I have an indefinite runway. But what happens if suddenly something happens like what we just had happen right now, and maybe your sales have kind of been really negatively impacted, but your overhead costs have all stayed exactly the same. And now you went from a positive net income of $1,600 to a loss of $20,000. What happens when that happens and nothing else changes? You now have 6.7 months before you run out of money. Let's say you were one of those companies where your revenues fell off completely, they fell off a cliff, and your sales went basically to zero. If that's the case and your overhead does not change at all, you are now absorbing completely the overhead cost of the business. So you see here in the red, I have $58,000 shown as our operating loss. That is because in this financial statement here, you see our total expenses are $58,000. So if I have no sales to buffer that, I'm going to be taking a total loss in that amount of $58,000. If that happens, I now have 2.3 months of runway before I completely run out of cash. And if I completely run out of cash, my options at that point are limited. For example, let's say that I find that I'm able to ramp back up business in a couple of months, but I let all of my cash burn out, and now I don't have the ability to like revamp my marketing again, or I don't have the cash to make that inventory purchase for the product that I discovered was going to be hot again. By burning up all of my cash, by not taking action swiftly to bring my overhead in alignment with what my sales actually are, I burn up all my runway and all my future capital to be able to thrive after I've survived this. So how do I extend my runway? Here's a couple of options. First of all, you can get more runway by getting more cash reserves. Now, most of the time when people are in an economic crisis, most of the time when people are in a business crisis like this and they're burning cash, it's kind of like you're out of luck. You're just screwed. Like if you mismanage that, you're just out of luck. However, at this point in time, we are very lucky because the government is infusing cash right now into small businesses. And we have a lot of ability to take advantage of cash reserves right now to extend our runway. And I'm going to talk about a couple of those plans in just a second. But here's an option, and I would act on this right away, is get some of the loans and the grants that are available right now for small business to extend your runway. Another option you have is to burn less quickly by cutting expenses. Now, one of the plans that they have, probably in my opinion, the most appealing government plan that's out there right now is the payroll. I think it's called the CARE Act. It's the PPP. Like I should have gathered my terminology right before I started this. But basically on our website, ledgergurus.com, if you click on our website, we have a button right to the bottom right on the left, right below the banner that says Weather the Storm. And if you click on that, it will take you into this page where we are updating daily information about resources and grants and loans and tax relief programs, all things that are specifically for e-commerce businesses trying to weather the storm of this. And it will help you be able to understand what you can take action on right away, how you can get money in the door right away. So normally under circumstances like this, one of the very first things I would say is furlough your employees, allow them to go get unemployment. But because the very best package on the market right now is the one that allows for you to qualify for 2.5 times your monthly payroll, and it is a forgivable loan if it's used towards payroll. If you start laying people off, it has a direct impact on the amount of money you can actually qualify for in a loan. So in this particular situation, I'm not recommending that you start cutting payroll costs or do those other kinds of things, because rent and utilities and payroll are what the loan amount is based off of. And the more you cut those costs down, the less of a loan you can qualify for. So I don't recommend that at this point in time. So real quick, some common cash flows issues that you guys can take action on right away also is if you are selling into channels where you are invoicing your customers, get on top of your AR. Don't let those things sit. Don't let them go idle. Make sure somebody within your organization is managing those and taking action right away. Long inventory purchase cycles are really problematic for e-commerce businesses, especially when they're ordering across the seas from China and then they have to wait for that product to get here into the warehouse. It really extends that inventory purchase cycle. High days in inventory. So if you have the option of making smaller investments in inventory and then turning them over quickly instead of having them sit in inventory, inventory is basically cash sitting on your shelves. And the lower you can keep your inventory balance, the better you'll be from a cash perspective. Paying bills too quickly. So as opposed to our home finances where it's don't get in debt, pay your bills off quickly. You should really be taking advantage of any terms that you have available and go right up to the very last minute you possibly can to pay your bills. And last, excessive debt payments. So one of the things I'm most excited about in the government options that we have right now is that they don't have to be debt. You're not leveraging your company to survive, especially this payroll forgiveness one is so fantastic because you can qualify for a huge amount of money that does not become debt to you in the long run unless you don't use it for that. But even then, the terms of it are really great. It's 10 years with 4%. And it's just, it's it's really great.
Yeah, you don't get access to things like that every day, right?
No,
so like if you can get access to something like that, then you should. And I know the Canadian government has similar things for Canadian businesses. So my business is actually registered in Canada, and they're doing a lot of similar things too. Like you can immediately just take 10% off your payroll taxes, and just like stop paying 10% of your payroll taxes starting immediately. And you don't have to pay your taxes, personal or business, until like the end of August or something. So they're pushing back all of that. Just immediately things you can take advantage of. So if people want to reach out to you, is this the best place for them to do that? bbrown@ledgergurus.com there.
And one of the things we're doing is if you need some guidance on how to qualify for these loans, or you need help in getting your financials ready, because you do have to have financials in place to qualify for these loans. So if your finances are a mess and you don't have good financials, like we have a great plan in place right now to help people get that spun up quickly and cost effectively. And also just doing financial health checks for other businesses where we're saying, let's talk about where you're at. Let's calculate your runway. That is something that we are offering for free right now.
That's awesome. Definitely reach out to them about that. We'll also put a link to that in our resource guide here. So summitecommerce.co/gifts. We're just taking all the replays, all the slides, and all of the gifts from all of our speakers and sponsors and everything in that one resource. So we'll make sure to put that there for you guys who are watching on the replay, or definitely reach out to Brittany directly. Like I said, this is super valuable stuff when it comes to actually getting the real numbers for your e-commerce business. Don't just go talk to, your aunt's friend who is an accountant, and they've been an accountant for 20 years, so they should know this stuff, right? Well, not really the case. Most of those accountants have no idea how to do proper e-commerce accounting. So Brittany is really good on this subject. Thank you so much for your time, Brittany.
Thank you, Dan.
And I just got to add, that was super clear, super powerful. Usually these kinds of discussions are kind of drab and slow and boring and kind of contextless, but that was just so powerful. And I appreciate that so much.
Thank you, Isaac.
So I got a quick question here. What if you just launched in January 2020? I think maybe they're referring to like if you still would give them that consultation.
Yes, absolutely. And as far as if you just launched in 2020, the payroll forgiveness program was based on the average payroll paid out in 2019. But if you just launched, then it's based on January and February payroll for 2020.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Brittany. Definitely go check out Ledger Gurus there. Really knowledgeable when it comes to that subject. So got to thank Brittany for her time. And let's just take a quick moment to thank our sponsors again. Brittany is the bomb. There, you got your cheerleader in the corner over there. Michelle Smith is cheerleader number 1 for Brittany. Awesome. And her speech yesterday was really great as well on messenger marketing, how to launch and getting a fire sale on your keywords right now when it's really easy to rank for things. So quick run through our sponsors here. We got Empire Flippers, TFG, India Sourcing Trip, AMZ Advisors, Kenji ROI, that's my company actually, the FBA Broker, Ecom Optimizer, Enreach, BIG Tribe, Data Automation, Seller.Tools, Marketplace Seller Courses, that speaker's coming up pretty soon actually, Turnkey, Perpetua, Zonguru, and last but not least, Summit E-Commerce Business Advisors. That's Isaac's company there. So thank you so much for our sponsors for helping bring this free event to us. And now it is time for a really interesting man, actually. I met this guy doing the Days of Nuggets event with Mike Zaguer, and then he reached out to me after. I didn't realize how much cool stuff this guy's doing. His name is George Bryant, and his talk today is fast business pivots and powerful ideas to keep control, get clear, and seize opportunity in uncertain times. And I know this guy's been really thinking deeply about this. He sent me a giant Google Doc of what he's been working on with his students and his followers and everything like that to help their businesses through these challenging times. And he's thought really deeply and brought in a lot of the guests from his network to really just come up with good solutions for this kind of thing. So George's talk today is going to be all about that. And no one talked about the crisis situation as someone who's been just straight deep in it, working on it for the past couple of weeks. So welcome, George. How's it going, man?
Good, man. It's so good to see you, and good job today, by the way. I've been creeping in the background listening, so I appreciate it.
Creeping on the live streams. You know, that's the great thing about watching the live streams. You could be in your underwear, just like walking around and like watching the live, and no one knows any better. Just don't hit the go live button.
I might just have a hoodie on. That it might just be it, but we're gonna save that one here. Now, you guys are doing absolutely awesome, and I'm so excited to spend a couple minutes with everybody and support any way that I can.
Awesome, man. And I know that's what you do best, so I'm excited to hand it over to you and see what you got for us, man.
Yeah, and then just one moment as I start talking. When I start talking about the customer journey, it's the only slide I have. Can you just pop it up on the screen next to me? and then because I have no control over popping my screen up there.
Yeah, I think at the moment you just got to press the share screen button, and then that'll give me the control. Yeah.
Yep.
So there.
Yep.
Once you got it there,
awesome.
I'll pop it up on the screen for you.
Awesome. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. All right.
All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. So first, my name is George Bryant, and I want you to understand my commitment to you. So my team and I, our commitment to you is that we can do everything in our power to support you right now in marketing, business, messaging, and anything that comes up. The best place to find me is our Facebook group. We give away all these resources, the things that I'm going to share with you, and Danny and them will link to these as well. I wrote a 26-page book on how to thrive and pivot during these uncertain times. And I'm not going to go over the entire book right now. It's free, no opt-in, no anything required. I don't need your email. It's just a Google document. And I will make sure that I give that link to Danny. We update it daily. All three of my CFOs have recorded video trainings for it. Me and some of the best marketers in the world have literally interviewed businesses, coached them through pivots, and I have personally been over 300 calls in the last 2 weeks with everyone from pre-revenue all the way up to $37 billion a year, talking through how to navigate these times right now. And so the one thing that I'm going to talk about that's so prevalent and so important to understand right now is the consumer psychology of what's actually happening right now. And so there's a whole lot of uncertainty in the world, and there's a whole lot of uncertainty in people's decisions because their human agency was taken away from them. People are locked down, people are isolated. And so everybody's subconscious state is very net negative right now. People are in a little bit of reactivity, they're in a little bit of scarcity. And so with my students and with my customers, I teach them what I call the conscious and subconscious customer journey. And I'm going to share this with you today because it's very, very important to understand where your current state of your customers are and also where the current state of your team and business is to understand how to navigate these times forward. So first couple of things that I want to present. Right now is more important than ever to be as omnipresent as possible with one very clear, succinct message, okay? So when it comes to messaging, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, we could be talking about after states, launch your first email list, build your first company, buy my product and achieve this goal. Well, due to the times that have happened, really, there's only 3 needs that human beings are seeking right now. And they're seeking certainty, safety, and security. And so one of the things that you want to be aware of is that in your business, in your brand, in your products, whether you're an Amazon business or an Amazon and off Amazon business, that you and your entire team does a full audit of your messaging and where you are so you can meet your customers where they are. And so any messaging that's old or was happening from 3 weeks ago is considered extremely tone deaf. And it probably feels like French when all of your customers speak English. And so it's a very, very important thing to talk about. Second, consumption of media, consumption of social media, consumption of podcasting, consumption of videos is up across the board. I know in the US alone in the last 2 weeks, podcast consumption is up 40%. And so people are literally screaming for safety and security. And so this is one of those times in your business, no matter where you are, if you're on Amazon alone and you have your social platforms, you have your vlogs, you have your, mediums, whether it's YouTube or Facebook off of Amazon, for you to be doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on being omnipresent and giving people as much value and touch points as possible. Now, one thing that I want to caveat really quickly is that during these times, you should not expect increased conversions and sometimes not even expect increased engagement. But people are watching, and I'm going to cover this in the customer journey in a minute. And so this is one of those things where you want to make sure that you're inserting yourself into the conversation as the authority, as the company, and it doesn't matter your product. I'm going to tell you right now, you could sell Duracell batteries and you could teach people content or go live on how to prep their home or navigate uncertain times. You could sell a fitness product, and then you could be teaching people how to make morning routines and create structure so they can spend 5 minutes a day moving their body and actually need your products. And so you can meet them on a whole lot of other modalities. But right now, what we're seeing, and we're seeing a lot of this, and just for the record, I own a couple e-commerce companies. I own a diaper bag company, a supplement company, a protein bar company. And we're currently losing around $40,000 a day right now, but it's only temporary. We're down about 70% across the board. And so we cut our pay as owners. We kept all the pay of our employees, and we're doubling down and creating as much content and nurtured relationships with our customers and potential customers as possible, just to give you some context of how in this I am. And so, Danny, could you pop up the customer journey for me on the screen real quick? And so when I teach customer journey, this is going to make a lot of sense to you to understand where people are. So on the outside of this ring, what you see is what I call the conscious customer journey. Now, the conscious customer journey is people know that they're in this cycle, right? And so let's say you want to go buy a car. You've identified that you want to buy a car, you need a new car. So that's the first step, identify. As soon as you are aware that you've self-identified that you want something different, you move into the discovery phase. Now, you're like, oh, I want a new car. I'm in the discovery phase. What do I want? Do I want a BMW, a Honda, or a Toyota? As soon as you basically narrow down your options or you choose your path, then you move into the courting phase. Now, the courting phase is where you start speed dating, right? You go out into the world, you test drive, you read reviews, you look at your friends, you're looking at those 3 cars, so you see them on the road everywhere, who's driving them, what upgrades are there. You're collecting evidence to help inform your decision. And the moment that that decision is informed, you move into the enrollment phase. This is typically where the transactions take place, right? Somebody gives you their email address, somebody follows you on social, somebody checks out, and then they move into the nurture phase. And the nurture phase is where we deliver on the promise, or we deliver on the what I call the launch belief, or the after state that we promised, and ensure that we get people there. That happens consciously. Subconsciously, most people don't realize what's happening. And so underneath the identify and discover phase, we call this the permission phase. This is where people are consuming content. They're seeing stories, they're seeing influencers, they're seeing ads, they're seeing listings. And what they're looking for is they're looking for that belief, that one belief that moves them from a before state to an after state that they can identify with, right? So this is like, oh, I saw so-and-so do it, or I'm interested in that, or that lands for me, I want to do that, or I'm just like that woman, I want to be like her, right? And you see how not to do this a lot in the fitness industry. Like, you need to lose weight, like you're fat, you need this supplement, which actually creates reactance or defensiveness in our consumers and absolutely kills our conversions, right? So right now in the current state, with all the increased consumption on social media and traditional media, every single platform that you can imagine, it is more important than ever to be omnipresent and to be as forefront as possible, authentically sharing stories, sharing ideas, sharing tips, because what we're really doing is we're showing up consistently and congruently to allow people to start to feel safe, which brings us to the next section of the customer journey. So the subconscious customer journey, the second part is safety. Okay. So underneath the courting phase, when I said like, oh, you're test driving Toyotas, you're test driving Mercedes, you're test driving BMWs, what was really happening subconsciously is a consumer is collecting as many evidential touch points as required to feel safe. And that safety is imperative, because that safety is what convinces them to move forward, right? To give you their credit card and then to actually do the work and take the offer, to take the supplement, to use the product, to take the journey. And this is where they're basically collecting the courage, like, I can do this, and then you're going to hold me accountable. And once they've collected those evidential touch points, they make that commitment, and then they move into what we called enroll and nurture, which underneath that is accountability. Now, when you understand business and not like a six figure, 7-figure business like it's a hobby, but like you're building 10, 50, 100, 250, $500 million businesses, you start to understand a lot of consumer psychology. And so one of the things that I say is people don't pay for products, they pay for access and accountability, right? The product is their voting. Their product is their voting, right? They're voting with their credit card, or they're voting with their attention, or they're voting with their email, because your unique perspective on that content lands for them, and then they expect you to hold them accountable to achieve that goal. Now, the reason I wanted to share this customer journey with you is to harp in on one very, very, very important section. So 3 years ago, it cost me $5 million to figure out that when a human being said, I'm interested in buying whey protein, like I want whey protein, we had a $60 whey protein. The moment they self-identified they wanted whey protein, it took 26 touch points for them to convert to a $60 product. Right. And so when you get into understanding the psychology of changing people's minds, they go through phases. Reactance is defensiveness and pushback. There's endowment, which like how ingrained in their habits are, how much of their life it is, what is the critical mass scale to change that habit, right? Then you have timing, like, is this the right time for people? And then you have corroborating evidence, as Jonah Berger calls it in his book, The Catalyst, corroborating evidence, right? Like they need enough evidence to basically convince them to move the needle of critical mass. And so those touch points in that journey was predicated on people being in a neutral state, right? People going to work, people going to the office, them having their routines, them going to the gym. Like, they were considered somewhat neutral. Now, because of what's happening in the world, we've created so much human reactance because agency has been taken away, basically free choice, right? Like, as much as somebody would love to go to the gym right now or sit down in a restaurant, most likely not going to happen. So everybody's state is very, very defensive. So that safety zone has basically quadrupled in what we've seen. And we spend a lot of money on ads and a lot of money on content, and we've been tracking a lot of these things and paying attention. And so where it used to be like, oh, I can go create 3 videos and then somebody's going to give me their email address. Well, now it's 12, right? Or someone is like, oh, they see 2 ads. Well, now it's 20. And what's really happening is that right now is the most important time. And I've been telling people this. When you think about your business, when you think about your messaging, if you haven't been on social, now's the time to get there. If you've only been producing content once a week, now's the time to do it once a day. If you've never emailed your customers daily, now's the time to start. Because what people are looking for in that safety phase is they're looking for consistency and congruency, because it's going to bring them from net negative or scared or afraid back to somewhat neutral, where they can start making decisions again. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. People don't buy the best product, they buy the best relationship. And so if you're the person responsible for showing up consistently and getting them from net negative to neutral, or even getting them from neutral to positive and moving, or having some sort semblance of safety, security, or certainty, they're going to develop a neural pathway in their brain. And this neural pathway serves as like a social trigger. Every time they think about momentum, they'll think about you. Every time they remember that that morning routine was taught by you, or that they have a moment of free time, or they did their at-home workout, or they used this product, or they didn't know they could do that hack. If you're the person that's been omnipresent with them and helping create those conversations, you're also the person that they associate success with. And so right now, it's a massive, massive blue ocean for opportunity to create massively deep relationships, massively deep relationships. And the relationships that are created right now in a time of heightened emotional state, because human beings are emotional creatures. We make buying decisions in emotional states. We make life decisions in emotional states. And right now, currently, the entire world is in a massive heightened emotional state, which means any decisions that are made, any commitments that are made, are going to carry 4 to 5 times the weight as one that's made in a neutral state. And so right now, the businesses that are losing, in my opinion, are the ones that are like, hey, buy this, here's a discount, here's this, blah, 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 blah. And the ones that are winning are like, how can I support you? Here's our community. Here's our phone calls. Here's our weekly art classes. Here's our nighttime parent talks. Here's our nighttime wine talks. And creating community are going to win tenfold in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, when normalcy starts to reestablish itself. Because what happened is they were so omnipresent. They were responding to comments. They were building community. They were engaging all around one lane or topic. And these people are going to feel safe. And when that needle starts to move, they're in on a whole different level moving forward in their business. And so, Danny, you can stop the screen share now if you wouldn't mind. And so when you look at this, and I break this down like massively deep inside that document, we give you the videos for free on this and your messaging and how to communicate with your avatar and things like that. But what you really, really want to be understanding is that in times like this, the worst thing that you can be doing is looking this way. Okay. And I know, and trust me, I know payroll, expenses, we're literally renegotiating interest rates. We went in one company from 22 grand a day to 200 a day, from 30 grand a day to 700 a day. And I'm in the thrux of this with you. And it's really, really easy in those moments to get reactive and to look into the company. How am I going to fight this fire? How am I going to do that? Well, most of it can't happen overnight. You have to negotiate terms. You have to look at lines of credit. You have to take the advice that was in the call before this, right? But all those are pretty temporary decision moments. They don't take a lot of time and capital. And then the rest of the time should be focused outward. Where can we give? Where can we create content? Where can we take them on a journey? Where can we set up calls? Where can we go audit our emails? Where can we increase their customer journey? Where can we increase the touch points that exist now? Because now is the time to capitalize on these relationships. And so, for example, I've wanted to launch a podcast for 9 years, and I don't have a big audience that follows me personally. They follow all of my brands and all my companies. Well, I launched a podcast and we got 600 downloads in like 36 hours, and all we did was post it in one group with like 900 people. People literally downloaded it and started sharing it because the increased consumption is so much for people. They want normalcy, they want content, they want relationship, because like I said, they want safety. And so when you think about this, wherever you are, if you're an Amazon only business, well, now you can use Amazon email, which we talk about a lot, right? And obviously within terms of service, right? You can offer a perceived value with your products that builds them a community off of Amazon, whether it's a Facebook group or an email list. Everywhere that you have relationships with your customers, you can make commitments. You can be intentional about responding to more comments or removing calls to action and asking them just to DM you. You'll make it easy. You can make sure you respond to every comment. You can go from emailing once a week to emailing once a day with value and community and support, and start establishing these massive, massive touch points that are going to solidify a relationship foundationally that no competitor, no ad, no content will ever be able to create, because normally there's not this level of a heightened emotional state with human beings that are craving a level of community and connection. And so when you think about your customers and your customer journey in your business, and here's the thing, whether you're pre-revenue, like you've never sold a product, or you're established and doing $25-30 million a year, you treat it the same. Businesses are not about products. Businesses are about people. And even when you're a faceless brand on Amazon, on the other side of every single purchase is a human being. There's somebody that's putting in their credit card, somebody that's getting that package in the mail. And all of those people are craving relationships. And so if you don't want to have it, you can have an influencer, you can have a team member, maybe the CEO of your company or you doesn't want to be the face. So then you have your customer service person out there, and then you have your content creator out there, your ads person out there. But there's a lot of ways to create relationships. And right now is the most pivotal opportunity for businesses when it comes time to thrive, because the businesses that are calling me of like, our sales are down, we're not making any money, we're going to go out of business. I was like, have you talked to your customers? Well, no. Well, they're the ones that keep you in business. And so when you think about these things, no matter where you are in the business, no matter what the business is, if you're a service-based business, if you're a product-based business, if you're a digital marketing business, the most important place that you can give your time right now is in relationship with your customers, in DMs, on Zoom calls, on phone calls. I've probably been on the phone with 200-300 customers in the last 2 weeks. How do they feel? How can we support them? And through those conversations, they're like, God, we would love it if you could teach us how to create structures as parents. And we're like, done. And then we thought the supplement company, they would want workouts. Nope. They didn't want workouts. They wanted to learn how to create habits, because the workouts were the easy part, but they were breaking their day. And so the most important place to be is to be in relationship with your customers. Get on phones, get into DMs, ask questions that would help you better serve them. How are they feeling? How can you support them? If you could give them anything in the world right now, what would you give them? Do they want community? Do they want content? What tweaks could you make to your product? What support do they want? Do they want you to add a text messaging list instead of email? Do they want you to start using chatbots on ManyChat? Do they want you to start producing content or a YouTube channel? Do they want you to launch a podcast? No matter what it is, the best research that you're going to get is from your customers in the heightened emotional state that they're in right now, being in relationship with them, doing the customer insight research, and then inserting your company or yourself as the person that can help take them on a journey or help create some level of normalcy or safety. And then that customer will maintain for life and will stay for a very, very long time. So that's about 20 minutes of the most succinct way that I could talk about that, Danny. That's probably the shortest way that I've been able to talk about that.
Yeah, well, and I just really want to drive home your point about the talking to the customers and getting things worked out. So now's the time, guys. If you have questions for George, what he's talking about is super important. He's talking about the psychological impact of your marketing and messaging during the crisis, and like really getting to the core of why your customers are buying to you. This is stuff that you should have been doing already, but it's now even more important than ever, because there's big pivots going on right now in the e-commerce space and in any business, right? And I just want to drive that point home with what I've been doing currently with my business, with Kenji ROI, the Amazon agency, is I've been similarly like George. I've been on calls with tons of our clients and potential clients, just kind of helping them out, like asking, what are you guys dealing with right now? What kind of problems are you facing? And then just providing that help for them. And that's doing two things. That's getting a lot of social equity with those people. And a lot of those people have ended up either doing business with us or referring other people to us, or they just they offer some help their way, it's a win-win situation for that. But also it allows me the information I need to tweak my business to serve people during this crisis time. So really, really valuable stuff George is mentioning there.
Yeah, Danny, one point that I wanted to make really quickly, like statistically and factually, by the way, 86% of marketing, 87% of marketing is word of mouth. And the average consumer gives 8 to 10 brand recommendations or non-recommendations in a 60-second conversation, right? So I love being a good person, but I also love when being a good person habit stacks into massive business success via word of mouth, right? And so understanding a little bit, last little lesson, it's only about 30 seconds, is that there's only one of 5 reasons that human beings share, right? If you scroll through Facebook right now, there's all going to fall into one of 5 buckets: humor, controversy, credibility, education, or social status. That's it. Everything falls into one of those buckets. When you can insert yourself into the world with value and your customers, and you give them ammunition that helps them do one of those things, whether through content, whether through calls, you will not be able to handle or maintain the level of business that comes from the back end. But it's the long play. It doesn't take 1 second. It takes about a week, but it titrates and adds up like a ripple, right? And so now is the opportunity. The universe, the world is calling for leadership. It's calling for certainty. It's calling for safety. And Danny nails this. And when you get on the phone with these people and you can start to solve problems, you don't just get that one, you get them plus the 12, 15, 20, 30, 40 people in their network that they're going to talk about and share into one of those 5 buckets. So there's a lot of like science behind it and data behind it and psychological reasons. And it actually is just being a good human as well, in my opinion, which is what we all want.
It's a win for everyone. It's so good. And another thing I really wanted to dive into with you was the content play. I think you're spot on about really focusing on content right now, just because there's so many more eyeballs on content. Like I have 2 podcasts right now, and I've seen the same thing with the downloads going way up in the last little while. So I've been doubling down on content, just putting out literally double the amount of content I normally would, because I see this as a big land grab opportunity. So I want to hear from you, like if someone really hasn't been focusing on content, do you think that there are a couple just like key levers that is a real 80-20 of just getting going right now?
Yeah, for sure. And I love that question, right? So for me, the only thing I want you to think about if you haven't been creating content, or you have, but you want to double down, is make sure that you're not creating content for you. Make sure you're creating it for your customers and where they are, right? And so number one, that starts with knowing where they are, right? And so I know that most of you love Instagram, but if your avatar lives on Facebook, well, guess what? You're going to have to go to where they are, right? And if they love podcasting, well, you're going to have to create one. If they love videos, you're going to have to make one, right? So the first thing is make sure that you're making something that's a valuable asset for your customers, not your ego, okay? And then the second part is that as you think through it, understand, and this is a little hack for all of you, content without structure is just noise. And you don't want to be creating noise. And so there's a whole lot of noise out there, at-home workouts, boom, 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 boom. But what I tell everybody, the difference between a blog post and a lead magnet is a blog post is an idea and a lead magnet is an idea with structure. And that's it, right? And so if I'm going to give you anything right now, when you insert yourself, make it singularly focused. Harp down on like one mistake or one outcome or one potential piece and do something like this. Hey guys, today I'm going to teach you the mistake that I watch 99% of internet marketers make when they do email marketing and how it's going to put them out of business. Hey, my name's George, email guy, right? But let me tell you the new belief. Email doesn't have to be difficult and you don't have to hire a copywriter. So I'm going to teach you the 3 steps to write an email today in 5 minutes or less. And then don't worry, when we're done, I'm going to give you a link for a guide to do it. Boom. Like whoosh, straight through to where the content now gives people a next step, right? And so what I tell people is no matter what you're doing with content, when you create content and you have the ability to capture somebody's attention, the biggest loss is that you capture their attention and don't give them a next step. And so whatever it is that you're doing, guide them or lead them somewhere one step closer into your world. Because if you're creating content and getting attention without leading them, you're creating readers and not buyers. And so you want to be moving people closer and closer to you. And so maybe you haven't had a Facebook group, but you want one. Well, go create 100 pieces of content and every single call to action ends with, come into my Facebook group so we can go deeper as a community, right? And so make sure that you're intentional and methodical so that when you are getting this attention or people are resonating with you and they want to take that step forward, that there's a path for them to do it, or else you're going to lose that relationship and never get it back.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's so powerful. We're getting so much good feedback from our audience here. Awesome presentation, George. Damn, that's good. Rob, he's a student of mine. Also, he escaped the original coronavirus outbreak in China and got out unscathed. Was actually stuck there for a little while, so that's cool. Amy Weish, she's a speaker coming up tomorrow, I believe. Absolutely love it. You just gave me an idea. Oh, Amy's an amazing speaker. Really, really good at what she does. And one more point I just want to drive home about content is, personally, from my experience creating content over the last 4 years, what really has worked the best for me is going super, super deep on one piece of content and then creating more shallow pieces of content off of that. I think a lot of people, they just focus on volume and they're constantly putting out shallow, not very well thought out pieces of content as like Instagram stories and Facebook posts and all these things, when that stuff just does not get anywhere near the attention as if you spend 3 days, 4 days creating one amazingly valuable piece of content. And then that works really well. And then you can create all the small little Instagram stories off of that because you've already done the work to really refine it, right?
Nailed it, my friend. You got to start with the end in mind. And so if you want them in your world and in your product, well, then you have to know what the product and the end state is, go backwards. And the lead magnet does one of two things. It either gives them the first couple steps to get close to the product, or gives them an overview of the model or the vehicle that then gives their email to get them to the product, which then means all your content needs to be singularly focused that leads to that one place. And then that's the definition of a customer journey, which everybody is kind of being forced to create right now. And so my nerdy little marketing heart is like, welcome to the world that we've been working on for 8 years. Let's get to work.
Yeah.
Boom. Mic drop.
Nothing left to say.
We go.
Thanks, Trish. I appreciate it. And Danny, I'll shoot you guys the link to that document so you guys can add it up and everybody has it. It's just an open Google Doc, no email. It links to all these videos, all the trainings, probably like 8 to 10 hours of free trainings in there, from my CFOs all the way down to me to other experts in this space to help people navigate these times.
Yeah, definitely go check that out, guys. I read through the whole thing myself. It's really valuable. A lot of thought and effort went into this just from the combined experience of a lot of people in George's network and George himself, from 300 calls with clients and people in his network, right? So thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Keep up the great work, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the day.
Cheers, George. Awesome, guys. So you can find that link there. We'll put it in the resource guide and gifts at summitecommerce.co/gifts. So all the speaker slides and replays and everything are all going to be in that one place. So it's really easy for you guys. We're going to email you everything once we get all of these amazing speakers together from the rest of today and the rest of tomorrow and the previous 2 days. So definitely check that out. And let's hand it off to Isaac to introduce you want to talk a little bit about one of our sponsors here, and then we'll introduce our next speaker. We got a really good one next.
Absolutely. Do you have a sponsor lined up for me, or do I just pick one? Let's talk about Perpetua. Gloria was just on the live stream here just a half an hour ago. We are grateful for Perpetua for joining us. You can see they're really deep on the data, right? They go into the data and give you the information that you can use to make solid decisions right now, but also into the future. So if you need help doing your ads on Amazon, that's a great place to do it. I know Gloria said she'd be happy to talk to you. So reach out there. Thank you, Perpetua. Our next speaker, we have Robin Johnson, and she has a very, very interesting story that she told me on my podcast not so long ago. And she's a mom, she's got kids, she's doing things that she started her journey just to fulfill the need that she had to build a better life. And that was really exciting. She's gone on to do amazing things. You may know her from Best from the Nest or her newer podcast and agency, Marketplace Blueprint. She's here to talk to us about advertising strategies in a crisis, recommendations for all advertisers on Amazon. And she brings this knowledge through. She's coached lots of folks doing private label, doing arbitrage, doing all kinds of things, doing wholesale, big and small sellers. And so she's really has a lot of knowledge to draw from, and she's been coaching and working with people directly. So she's here to share her knowledge, and please welcome Robin Johnson. Welcome, Robin. Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, it helps if I don't unmute myself. How are you today?
There we go. Great to see you. How are you?
Good. It's been a crazy couple weeks.
I can imagine.
It's been a little hectic, but there's I don't know if you're a fan of Napoleon Hill. He wrote like Think and Grow Rich.
Of course.
And one of the things that he says is from the seed of every adversity, every hardship comes the seed of an equal or greater benefit. And there's going to be a lot of opportunity that's coming. But right now it's about making sure we're monitoring and best utilizing our cash, especially in our advertising, because right now it's cash that's going to allow your business to continue or not continue at the end of this whole thing.
Right. Well, I'm excited to hear what you've got to say. Take it away.
Great. Well, so if you don't know a little bit about me, I started selling on Amazon about 9 years ago, maybe 10. I've kind of lost track now. And we started as resellers. We started, buying things at Craigslist, reselling them on Amazon, eBay, then Amazon. We turned that $100 into 7 figures in just a few short years. About 5 years ago, we started teaching and coaching. We've done a lot of coaching with some of the most highest volume and really smart sellers throughout the space. And then about 3 years ago, we started our agency. I write for Search Engine Journal. I'm a regular contributor there. I've had the privilege of speaking at Harvard for Women's Entrepreneurship Day. And with our agency, we run a lot of ads with varying sizes of companies. So companies that are brand new to market, just first getting started, all the way up to multi-million-dollar corporations that, the street is named after the company name, so on their address. So we have had a lot of experience that I'm excited to share with you. So the first thing we want to think about is when we're looking at running our advertising, when there's a big change like this, we have to be focused on remembering that it's not just our situation has changed, the entire market has changed. Amazon is all about supply and demand. So it's about supply and demand when it comes to pricing, when you're doing retail arbitrage and buying in stores, or buying products to private label, but it's also about supply and demand when it comes to those advertisements. So we want to make sure that we're thinking about how the market has changed and how we anticipate the market to continue to change. If you know that you're in a product space where maybe there's more demand now than there will be later, then you're going to need to be more aggressive with your advertising than maybe somebody who knows that you might be having a temporary dip and then that the demand for your product will pick up again. Now, the most important thing that we can do for our advertising is actually not part of our advertising, and that's to make sure that we really know our inventory levels. This means knowing your lead times, your restock abilities. So if you aren't checking in with your suppliers, checking up further up the supply chain to see exactly how those restocks are happening, how delayed things are at the ports. Will borders being closed impact you? And allowing for those longer lead times, making sure you build in enough cushion for yourself, you can end up with a stock out, which, as we know, can significantly impact your ability to sell products and to advertise those products on Amazon. So you want to make sure you're thinking about your ability to restock to avoid those stockouts. Now, assuming you can restock, then we have one more set of considerations that are kind of outside of the advertising world. And that's making sure that if you restock and you can do them FBA, then that's great. If you're an essential good, you're able to send those in. That's awesome. That's wonderful. Now, if you're not, then if you're going to do a merchant fulfilled offer in order to keep your item in stock, then just remember you need to manually add your SKUs into the advertising because that's the sponsored products is run at a ASIN level, where sponsored brands is run at sponsored products is run at a SKU level, where sponsored brand is run at an ASIN level. So for sponsored products, you're going to need to add those individual MSKUs for your merchant fulfilled items to get the ads to run. So if you notice your ads have stopped running, that's going to be something that you want to check. Make sure that is done. Now, the next thing we want to look at is we want to look at conversion. We want to look that, conversion can be down for non-essentials, especially if your item is more of a want than a need. Then we want to make sure that you're looking at conversion on those products. So if conversion is down, and if you don't know how to look for your conversion rate. It's really simple. You're going to go to reports and then business reports, and then detailed sales and traffic by child probably is going to be the best one for you. In that report, there's a data point called unit session percentage. I wrote a whole article on Search Engine Journal. If you do searchenginejournal.com and put in a unit session percentage, it will come up. And so what that does is going to tell you out of the total number of basically how much is basically your conversion rate. So on your conversion rate there, what you're going to look at is you want to see, like, has that dropped significantly? So you don't want to just say, like, is my conversion rate good or bad? Because that's what people always want to know, like, what's a good conversion rate? That's not what we're focused on. We're focused on, did my conversion rate significantly drop? And if so, does that explain any change, positive or negative, with my ads? Because some people conversion is going to be down, but some people for essentials, your conversion is going to be way up, especially if your competition has run out of stock. So that's something also to be looking at, is how your competition is staying in stock as well. So, if your conversion rate has dropped and that's affecting your sponsored ads, and you haven't spent the time to really optimize your listings, now is a really good time to do that. So I have a whole Facebook group that will help you with listing optimization. If you post an ad question, we're happy to answer that too. And you can get to that by going to marketplaceblueprint.com/Facebook. There's no email opt-in to get in. It's free, and me and my husband, who both run ads, are both in there to help and ask questions. Now is, so after you've made sure your conversion rate isn't the problem, and if you've done everything that you can, if that conversion rate is a problem, to kind of keep that from further impacting your ads, now is a really good time to be reviewing your campaign structure to make sure it's scalable and lean. Ads need clean campaign structures in order to run efficiently. So you want to make sure that on your ads, you have set up your ads in a way that you can really, with as much granularity as possible, turn those things up and down. So if you have a private label, or you're working with a brand that has any search volume at all, or is starting to get search volume around that brand, then you want to pull that branded search out away from the keywords if you haven't done that already. The other thing that we want to do is we want to make sure we're being nice and granular in the way that we're setting up our campaign structure, that we're using automatic to test, to fish, to make sure that we're verifying things, but then we're turning down the reliance on those automatic campaigns and focusing on creating manual campaigns where each variation has its own campaign, ideally. There's lots of different campaign structures out there. That's one that works really well. You want to make sure you're not blending different products that are similar but not quite the same together, because it muddies up the data. So, like, let's say I have scarves, and I have red scarves and I have blue scarves. If I put those in the same campaign, it's going to make it so that it's going to hide some high performing words for this SKU, and it's going to hide some performing words for this SKU, and it's going to make the data all muddled. So if you haven't had the chance to go through and really clean that up, this is a great opportunity to do that. Now, if you're going to split things up, if you're going to, let's say you have purses and scarves in the same campaign, you knew that you needed to handle that and to fix that, but you just hadn't had time, then what you want to do is you want to create the new campaign for separating those things out. And you don't want to just shut off the ads to that muddled campaign first. You want to let the impressions start to go. If you don't already know this, I know a lot of you do, that once campaigns have aged for a while, they have, more words are going to get impressions. It doesn't really reach full optimization until that campaign has been aged about 30 days, give or take. You're going to see some things sooner, some things take a little bit longer. So make sure you're giving those campaigns plenty of time to age as you make those cleanup activities happening. And then when you're, back to talking about that conversion rate, what we want to think about is when you're looking at your conversion rate for your ads, what ads are converting, what ads are not converting. This is separate from looking at how your listing is converting. You're going to want to reallocate that budget to make sure that those campaigns and that those keywords are working, that you're reallocating the budget to the campaigns that are working the best. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we're conserving our cash, we're getting the best bang for our buck. So that might be reallocating your budgets, reallocating your bids, and focusing on the ones that are getting consistent, high quality conversions. And so maybe a campaign or a product that was working really well for you, maybe that's not working for you anymore. We need to reallocate the budget and make sure that not only our budget for advertising, but our budget for restocking is really focused in on things that are going to bring us high profitability and quick turn. So we want to make sure we're watching for those things as well. Now, as you review your campaign and product ad performance, you want to do this at a weekly level to see how your performance has changed. This is where, having software that will help you be able to kind of really manage and really quickly look at dashboards and kind of put that stuff in some clean things where you can kind of compare can really be helpful. We really like PackView. We use that for a lot of our ads. It provides a lot of ability to kind of dig into the data. But whatever you use, you want to make sure that you're really kind of looking at the minimum on a weekly basis. But we also don't want to become day traders where we're checking in on it too often. If you're coming into your ads and making changes every day or every 2 days, you're not giving enough time for things to happen. When we're stressed or we're really excited or really upset, then our IQ kind of drops like 10 points. So it can be easy when things are cash tight to want to try to tweak every day. But remember, a lot of these advertising reports have a 48-hour delay. So when you are tweaking up, tweaking down, you actually are masking any ability that you have to make data-driven decisions, because you really need to look a little further back to see what decision actually made what the result. The other thing we need to do is we need to isolate those changes in a way that you can see that if something worked or something didn't work, that you are making those changes one by one instead of making a whole bunch of changes all at once. If you make too many changes where you can't identify what change is it that worked, it's hard to duplicate that and make sure that that change is something that you're able to do over a longer period of time, right? So, and like Isaac said, we want to make sure that you're right now. CPCs are all over the place. That we've had, we've found that going in at a minimum on a weekly basis is what's really important. Again, we don't want to change things on a daily basis, but coming in and checking right now, maybe 2 times a week or 3 times a week, and trying to keep those changes to maybe once a week, unless you see something that needs to be corrected, is going to be helpful for you. Now, if you are able to ship merchant fulfilled, target products that have that increased delivery time. So let's say that you are selling. I'm trying to think of something that would be popular right now. You're selling yeast. I cannot find dry activated yeast to save my life, right? So let's say I'm selling yeast, and my competitors are doing FBA. That's delivery date way in late April. I have some in my location. I can merchant fulfill. I can send it out. It will be there by the end of the week. The algorithm used to favor FBA so much that it was still hard for me to compete. And so, we would say, well, you need to have an FBA offer. You have to have an FBA offer as long as everybody else has an FBA offer. So if everybody else's FBA offer is way further out. Now I know that yeast would probably be essential, so maybe it wouldn't have that thing, but we're just using that as an example, right? So you would want to say, okay, well, if their delivery date's really far out, I have my FBA stock that's available for those who want it that way, but I have merchant fulfilled stuff that can get to them right away. Then you're going to get an advantage. And so you could actually specifically target those competitors that have an extended delivery date if you know that you're able to have a shorter delivery date, especially for things that are impulse buys, things that people want now. Then that could give you a huge advantage. It would allow you to increase some organic ranking, maybe get some cross traffic that would help you to rank organically for some things that you might not have before. So those are some of the areas that you really want to look at. I know that a lot of people will ask, and this happens for every seasonality. So we want to think about this as a seasonality. This is something that has external to the market that has affected the way that your ads perform, that your listings perform, all of that, right? as that's happening, right? So if you had something like a Christmas is also seasonal. So we want to think about this as a seasonal thing that is affecting our sales, that is affecting our ability to run ads. So when people talk about seasonality, they say, well, should I run Christmas stocking or should I run, COVID protection? Now, you need to be really, really careful about anything that's, around like masks and everything like that. I would stay away from masks and any essential goods. And if you have a good that you think that somebody else could feel that is essential. So whether or not, it's irregardless of whether you think that item is essential. If somebody else could be saying, I need this for my family, you need to be careful not to increase the price of those items more than 10% from what it was in March 9th, because that's when California started their state of emergency, and they have the strictest profiteering laws. So we want to stay focused on that. You can remove those clippable coupons. You can remove those promotions to kind of extend out that time. But as we're looking at, trying to bid on specific words that are going to be seasonal for this particular crisis, you have to think about how many other people are bidding on that. So you might try it, you might test it. It's always good to test. But as you finish testing, you want to compare that to your original keywords, any branded search that you have, and really reallocate your advertising for what is working right now. So not based off of, best practices that you learned 6 months ago, but which ad campaigns are working the best. If you are trying to really monitor your cash and you're not using portfolios in the advertising campaigns, that can be really, really helpful. It kind of puts a cap. This is also really helpful if you're working with maybe a brand. We have one brand that we work with that even though it's like a multi-million-dollar corporation, they really don't want to go $1 over that budget that's allotted, no matter how the ads are performing. So using portfolios can help you manage that spend and provide you additional flexibility and things along those lines. So I think I've run out of my 20 minutes. So I want to go ahead and open it up for questions. And if you guys have questions on listing optimization, advertising, whatever it is, I'd be happy to help you.
Well, that was great. A lot of people when I am managing my ads, it's sometimes really tough to you're in the details and you don't know what's going on. And these are some really good things to be thinking about. Especially when everything is just blowing up and craziness is happening. So if you have any questions, of course, put them in the comments and we will get Robin's input on there for you. Just while we have a minute here, I wanted to ask you about, I know that you've been working with a lot of clients who are having issues. I'm wondering if there's some common things that they're experiencing, that everybody's experiencing, or certain segments are, that you've been able to work through with them to put them in a good position here.
So it really depends on the category they're in, right? So we have grocery clients that have had, on advertising and gross sales, they've had a better month than they did in December. Same with, we have some home goods that have been, they can't keep them in stock. Just, there's just been such an increase in demand that, things have gone really, really well. Their CPCs have, plummeted because a lot of companies have pulled back. So that's been really great. We have some prestige brands like, some high-end designer that we work with. And, those sales have pretty much stopped. People don't need designer pants right now because really only people are dressing from the waist up. So, there's not as much of a need for that.
Yeah, so, I'm not wearing any pants right now. I don't know about you guys. Probably none of our listeners are either.
Even my kids, right? So even with kids' clothes, you're going to see tops are going to sell better than bottoms. So if you're selling apparel, you would want to reallocate that budget from your pants to tops, because people are going through more tops than they are going to go through bottoms.
That's great.
That's so funny. I never thought about that, but that's probably the case with everyone at home, just like not fully getting dressed throughout the entire day. I have one question for you, actually. So PackView, I've never heard of this software before, but I was just looking into this as you mentioned it there. Can you just talk a little bit more about why you chose that one over all of the more popular ones that are out there? I've never heard of PackView before.
So we've tried a whole bunch of them, and then we also have done a lot of audits where we go through somebody who's used. I don't want to come across as like dissing anybody's software, but there's a lot of them that, we've done audits on the ones that are all AI, and we find just tons of leakage where, this could be updated, this could be down. The PackView has AI options, and you can do a lot of, a lot of that automated stuff on there. You're able to do some really awesome stuff. I mean, it has all the standard stuff like day parting and that kind of stuff, but it provides us a lot of flexibility. It creates dashboards that we can send to our clients. And they're really, really responsive. If we're like, hey, we really want to be able to do this with our ads, then they're really responsive in trying to do that. But the biggest thing that we're able to do is we're able to create rules and copy them into different accounts, so that as we're running our ads, we're able to have kind of these standard rules and apply them out into different campaigns. It's expensive software, and I'm like Scrooge McDuck. I don't like to spend money. So when we first looking at it, I was like, well, we got to see some good results for this to be. And I got to tell you, this is the last software that we would cut because it's produces such really good results. Now, it's same as every other software, garbage in, garbage out, but it does really good work for us. If you have somebody who's good at setting up the campaign structure and watching the analytics and making the manual adjustments as possible.
And how much does it cost? Is this one of these like $1,000 plus softwares that really only an agency or a 7 or 8 figure seller would want to use, or would smaller sellers, would that be affordable for them as well?
Because our bill is astronomical. So I was like, oh, I can't really refer people to you because it's so much. And then they're like, oh, well, since it is a percentage of sales, a percentage of sales that are run on those ads, then it sizes down for for smaller sellers. I think that there probably are cheaper options out there, but if you're I would say that it's probably not necessary if you're not really analytical and you're kind of running your ads like, kind of hope it works out, then, stick with one of the less expensive things that are going to kind of provide the AI. But if you're looking to kind of get yourself that little bit extra edge, then I think it's a really powerful tool for that.
Yeah. And I think this comment is from someone who also is not wearing any pants. Definitely one of the listeners. I know there's a lot of you out there. Right, put a 1 in the comments right now if you are wearing pants, and a 0 for no pants. 0 pants or right, 1 pants.
I gotta make
or if you're wearing 2 sets of pants, then put a 2.
So who would wear 2? I'm trying to think of a way to wear 2. No, yeah.
Wait, 1 is for not wearing pants or wearing pants?
And this is for the amount of pants you were wearing. So if the amount of pants you're wearing is 0, then comment 0.
I see.
You're wearing 1 pants.
I'll put mine in. I am wearing pants.
Isaac is wearing pants. Mine is just going to be a mystery. I'm not going to share this publicly. So
now the question
Candace
is
wearing pants. There we go. Victoria is also wearing pants.
Are they clean pants? How long have you been wearing these pants?
We got a lot of people wearing pants here. I'm really surprised. We got like a 100% pants rate and one unknown pants rate, which is myself.
Are not willing to just own up to the fact that they're not wearing pants.
Yeah, we'll take your word for it, guys. You don't need to share your video.
Yeah,
awesome, Robin. Well, that was super, super valuable. Thank you so much for that presentation. I know there's a lot of really actionable tips in there that people can actually use for their PPC. So we thank you very much for that. And we will put those slides and a replay of this presentation over on summitecommerce.co/gifts. Oh, we have our first person there. Yep. Actually, not
first person with no pants.
There we go. Lucy is not wearing any pants right now. So, oh my goodness. And Victoria's pants are indeed
clean.
Minus 1. Good to hear. Someone's wearing -1 set of pants. I don't know what that really means, but
is that commando? I don't know.
Yes, that is commando. We don't want more details. Keep that to yourself.
Thanks so much for coming on here. And if people want to reach out to you just real quick, where's the best place for them to reach out to you?
You can join that Facebook group at marketplaceblueprint.com/Facebook, or you can email me at Robin, ROBYN, like why does she talk so fast, at marketplaceblueprint.com.
We do have one question here. Who is wearing pants? Also, can you elaborate on what are some major leaks you found in other PPC software that we should look out if you can address that.
Yeah, so it usually goes down to leaky keywords, right? So when we're going to audit a PPC count, so somebody says, come run our, we're going to audit our account before we look at maybe having you run our ads. What I'm going to look at is, are there words that have really high ACOS that, or are not just, particular words that are not producing, or is it that because our campaign structure is not clean, you can't even tell what is producing and what is not producing. So, with some of these softwares, it's if somebody kind of rushes that campaign structure, it makes that data pretty unusable, and you do have to really create the new campaigns and go through that aging process all over again. If they have the campaign structure correctly and they're just relying on AI, sometimes it doesn't always catch those leaking keywords or words that might be overbidding on that aren't producing consistent results. So, really we want to, and as we're looking at these ads and you're looking at your ads, you don't want to just look at ACOS alone. We want to look at ACOS in collaboration with your keyword ranking for your most important and highest converting words.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time here, Robin. That was super valuable. And definitely reach out to Robin if you're interested in learning more about some of those tactics she talked about. And I'm sure she'll be in the Facebook group too to answer some of your questions if you guys got some there. So thanks so much, Robin.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Robin. All right. Our next speaker comes to us from one of our sponsors. So we've got AMZ Advisors. This is a full service e-commerce agency, and they work with big brands, medium brands. I'm not even sure, maybe some small brands. We'll have to ask Mike. They work with manufacturers and private label brands worldwide for the most part, and they create custom catered marketing plans for each client because they want to see the best for all of their clients. And they use Amazon and other e-commerce platforms they do long-term handling, everything from content creation to advertising management and everything in between. And so Mike Begg comes to us from AMZ Advisors. He's a co-founder and CMO. He began the e-commerce journey on his own, doing exactly what he's helping others do. And so he gives his advice with AMZ Advisors. He's going to come here and talk to us about managing cash and inventory during an economic downturn. So, Mike, welcome to the summit. Thank you for joining us. And I'm happy to have you here.
No, thank you guys for having me here. You guys have done a great job putting this all together, and it's been great to hear from everybody.
Thank you. You're a little quiet. I wonder if maybe you can bring your microphone a little closer.
Yeah, is that any better?
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I'll just talk like this. So let me go ahead and share my screen.
All right.
Share. Can you see that, Isaac?
Yep, we got it.
Perfect.
And go ahead. You can go ahead and do full screen on that, and we'll be just fine.
Perfect. Crap. What's going on here? Okay, perfect. All right, so what we're going to be talking about today is managing cash and inventory during an economic downturn.
I wonder if you can. I'm sorry to interrupt. We can see. I wonder if we can do a full screen on your slide. We can see your next slide as well. I don't know how that thing works.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay, it's fine. You're good to go. Just go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So as Isaac said, what we're going to be talking about is managing cash and inventory during an economic downturn. And the main point we're going to be talking to is how to keep your business alive and doing well when things are uncertain. And Isaac kind of already gave me an introduction, but as you said before, I am a former Big Four consultant. I started consulting out of school. After a while, I got tired of that, wanted to move into doing something for myself. So I started building a couple brands on Amazon. Luckily, I was able to sell 2 of those brands. And then after that, I moved on to AMZ Advisors. So between selling and being part of AMZ Advisors, I have about 7 years in Amazon e-commerce. Another thing I do is I am a partner in High Beam Analytics. So I just want to talk a little bit more about what both of these are. So AMZ Advisors, as Isaac said, we're a full service consulting agency, meaning that we provide everything from marketing strategy to content to advertising management, everything a client needs for the North American and European platforms. And then, there we go. And then Highbeam Analytics is a SaaS platform that we built specifically for e-commerce brands. And what it does is it pulls all of your sales data from multiple channels. So Amazon, Walmart, wherever you may be. And we uses that data to create more accurate inventory and cash flow forecasts. It makes it a lot easier for you to actually manage your business. So as we get into this presentation, we've had a lot of different views about how COVID is specifically affecting Amazon. But I'm going to talk quickly about what we're currently seeing in the global economy in general and how that's affecting, or what is happening right now because of that. So generally what we're seeing is supply shocks and, to a lesser extent, demand shocks. And what I mean by supply shocks is that people are seeing their costs increase because possibly their raw materials are being used for essential goods or medical supplies. They're also seeing longer lead times because maybe their factories aren't back up and running, or they're not running at 100%. They also could be experiencing higher shipping costs because shipping is also facing the same issues that the warehouses and factories are facing, in that they're not able to operate all the time and they're not able to transport products quickly. There's a lot of shutdowns, so that's actually leading to an increase in cost. When we talk about the demand shocks, we're seeing these to a lesser extent, but prior to the COVID pandemic, what we were seeing was a lot of global economies were either in a recession or headed into a recession. We were seeing a lot of that in Europe. If things don't turn around and get better, which I believe they will, we'll probably see the recession effects get stronger around the world, which will continue to affect demand. And if it does get better, hopefully that won't be as much of a demand shock, and things will come back sooner. Another thing we're seeing on the demand side is just brick and mortars being killed right now. I mean, everyone is locked down, everyone's home. No one's going out to buy stuff except at the grocery store. So, so brick and mortar stores are really being hurt. And then we're also experiencing fulfillment issues. Like everyone here who's an Amazon seller understands, getting their product into Amazon right now is restricted unless it's an essential good. So now that we understand where we are, how do we figure out where we're going? And essentially, as a consultant and having this SaaS software for predictive analytics, our clients are literally paying us to try to predict the future for them. And it's hard, but what we've done is we've tried to come up with a 3-phase plan that we believe is actually going to be happening based on what we're seeing in some of the data already. So the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation pandemic forecast is starting to show that we should reach the peak in the US around April 15th. So after that, we'll start seeing the spread of the cases decreasing, the death rate decreasing, and then we should start seeing the economy coming back. So what does that mean in the short term? It means that we're probably going to see a lot more bad news, probably get hit with bad updates on the general media of how the infection's spreading. But what we'll see over time is that this will start to improve. And what we'll see is that things will start to improve by region and by state, meaning that specific states that are taking the actions that they need to by investing in testing for potential people with a virus and investing in mitigation causes will be the ones that actually come back, and that'll be where the demand starts to build, and that'll help us bring the economy back. What that's going to be, what you need to be ready for as a seller is be ready for the spikes. So when that demand comes back, are you positioned well for your product to actually take off and to be able to dominate the market share and take advantage of all the other competitors who maybe aren't ready for the demand to come back, and you can get a head start on them? And the way we're doing this is we're essentially breaking it down into 3 separate phases. And this is the way we're explaining it to our clients. The first phase, which we expect to take about a month, maybe a little longer, is really where you want to be focusing on your forecasting and planning. And this is where the forecast can actually set the route of how you're going to get through this. So you want to determine how your cash flows are affected, how your revenue is going to be affected, and how you're actually going to meet your cash demands. And what you want to do is create contingency plans around that. So if things don't work out the way you're planning, what's the next plan, or what's the backup plan, and how do you do that? Overall, creating better forecasts and contingency planning is going to help you become a better leader. And that's going to help you with executing a lot of the tactics that are going to get your business through the economic downturn and actually going to help you survive longer beyond this. When you move through phase one, you're going to get into phase two. And this is where you have the route, you know where you're going, and now you need to execute on the tactics to help you see through and meet that forecast. As things are going along, you might realize that what you predicted isn't happening. You might need to switch to a contingency plan, and then you need to make the adjustments on how you're preserving your cash and how you're preserving your inventory to make it through that time. And then once we get through phase two, you need to be in phase three, which is getting ready for the market to come back and getting ready for the demand to come back. And this is going to involve getting your listings ready. It's going to involve getting your advertising ready, having enough inventory, especially of your core products, to get those ready to sell, be able to meet the demand. Customers are going to be tired of, they're already tired of waiting 3 weeks for a product to come on Amazon. Luckily, that's starting to improve. But as that continues to improve, people are going to want their products faster. They're going to want the products they weren't able to get before, and they're going to start buying stuff again. So if you're positioned and you have your brand and products positioned, you can really take advantage of that. The important thing to look at in your business right now is you need to look at your cash and your inventory as an asset to your business. We as business owners can be incredibly inefficient when it comes to actually managing our cash. And that can be for a variety of reasons. One could be having inefficient reorder points for our inventory levels. What that happens, that can lead to excess or obsolete inventory building up in our warehouses or even an FBA center, which is going to cost us money, and it's going to tie up our cash and inventory that nobody wants. The way that we like to think about what we're going through right now is we use an analogy, and we say that our cash and our inventory is essentially like a water supply that we have in a drought. We don't want to use all our water at first, because then we're not going to be able to get through the drought. But if we don't use enough water, we're not going to be able to get through the drought either. So being able to know how to balance your cash and inventory to keep your business meeting its cash demands, and being able to continue to invest in inventory to grow after the downturn, is why it's so important to manage your inventory correctly and not waste your cash on inefficiencies. Another big inefficiency we have as a business owner is our SG&A expenses. So the cost of our salespeople, of our administrative people, our back office people, whoever's helping you run our business. It's really hard to let someone go when things don't go well. And the reality is nobody wants to do that. But because of that, we also react too slowly to what's happening. We might see just a small dip and we might not think it's nothing. And then the next month, things have changed drastically, and we spent so much more cash where we should have made the cuts quickly to preserve the cash to help us get through that time. The key to getting through this is being able to adapt quickly to changing conditions and being flexible. So looking at new things such as flexible workforce hiring, whatever you can do to help yourself manage your costs and preserve your cash is how you're going to get through the economic downturn. To be flexible and to be quick, you also need to understand what your cash flow needs are, meaning when is your cash coming in from Amazon or whoever your vendor is, and when do you need to pay your vendors or your suppliers. Timing that will help you manage your cash better and determine when you actually need to take tactics to increase your cash levels, or when you can just continue to sell at a normal level and just continue to grow to bring cash in over time and meet your cash flow demand. Being able to plan for different scenarios of how sales can change or how your revenue can change can also help you more efficiently manage your cash to make sure that you're able to get through this. And once you have all these plans in place, you know what your actual tactical options are to be able to execute, to actually bring more cash in for your business and to pay for your inventory or to pay whatever cash demand it is to help your business get through it. And this is where forecasting comes in. So a lot of people may not see the value in forecasting, but forecasting is more valuable when things are uncertain. So essentially, a forecast is telling us where are we going. So by creating multiple forecasts in different scenarios, we're creating different plots or different courses to get us to where we need to get through the economic downturn. And essentially, it's providing a direction on how we're going to manage our cash. We might find down the road that we're not exactly where we planned on. We may need to adjust our forecast, or we need to take tactics that will allow us to free up more cash and help us get back on the right course and get us heading in the right direction to get through the economic downturn. Being able to forecast more frequently is actually what you need during this time as well, because market conditions are changing on a day-to-day basis. If you're not considering these changes, you're not actually monitoring your cash flow close enough and how it could be affecting the money that you actually need to pay out or the money you'll actually be able to bring in from sales. Being able to plan for different scenarios is what's going to make you a better decision maker. And trusting your intuition on what you're seeing in the market or what you believe in the market is probably what's going to be the most helpful in having your business survive through this. So what can you actually do to create a good forecast? And the main thing you need to do is focus on what your assumptions or your inputs are to your forecast model. So creating an accurate forecast means that you need to have an understanding of what your product margin is, what your cash is, what options you have available to generate more cash or to meet your cash demand, and the moment when trends are changing. So for example, when demand's coming back and being able to push your advertising to generate more sales, or in the other case, when demand's dropping off and being able to scale back on your advertising to preserve your cash longer. And then finally, understanding when your actual timing of your cash in, whether you are net 60, net 30, whatever it is, and when the cash you're getting in from your vendors is coming in, so you can actually manage that and invest it where you need it. You need to use your inventory as a cash asset, and we're going to talk about a few different ways you can do that. But essentially, as we said before, if we're in a drought, the inventory is our water, and that's how we're going to get through the drought, by managing it correctly, not investing money in inventory that's just going to tie up cash and take away that cash that we need to survive. The next question is, how are we actually doing this for our clients? So we're doing this in a couple different ways. We're trying to track their inventory more closely. So using HighBeam on a SKU by SKU basis, what we're actually tracking is we're predicting when our inventory is going to run out of a specific SKU. And what you can see on this particular graph is you see the red bars below the zero, and that's essentially a stock out. So if we see a stock out coming, we can use that information to maybe scale back our advertising or dial back on some other marketing effort to actually preserve that inventory for longer, allow us to keep more cash, and prevent us from spending more, from giving away more of our margin on each sale until we get our inventory back in stock. And then everything's normal. We can go back to trying to move inventory and to generate more cash for our business or for our client. The next thing we're doing after we've created these inventory forecasts is we're helping them order more accurately. So what we're doing is we're identifying where we have excess inventory, where the ideal reorder points are. So we're not being inefficient and tying up more cash and inventory that's not going to move. And we're actually tracking the inventory they have inbound from suppliers and inventory that's on the way to Amazon to actually determine what the amount of inventory they need to reorder. So we're optimizing their inventory the entire time to make sure that they're not tying up cash and things in an asset that they're not going to be able to easily sell and meet their cash flow demands in the future. The next thing you really need to think about is what your cash flow and net cash is. Your net income is not important right now. Profitability is not going to get you through this. If you focus on your profitability alone, you're going to be tying up too much cash and inventory. Things are going to move too slow, and you might not actually have the net cash you need to meet your cash demands. So what that means for a lot of people, and it's sometimes difficult for people to understand, is that you may need to sell slower selling inventory below your cost to just get that cash back. You've already invested the money into this inventory. That cash is tied up and it's a sunk cost. You need to get that cash back as soon as possible into your business so you can make the investments in your core products, which are actually going to lead to more cash flow in the future and help you get the cash you need to get through this period. And then finally, what we're doing is we're creating different cash flow scenarios so we can help the client understand what their cash demand is based on when they need to order inventory, whatever invoices they need to pay, and determining where their cash is. They can actually they can make a tactical decision on how they're going to get the cash to meet their demands. So now that we've talked about what the actual forecast should look like for you and how you can actually forecast for your business to get through an economic downturn, let's talk about some of the tactics you can actually take to meet your cash demand. And there's primarily three things or three categories that we break it into. The first is the selling tactics you can take, the inventory management tactics you can take, and your business tactics. When we look at our selling tactics, the first thing we think about is our advertising. And advertising really needs to be a tool during this time to help you move inventory and generate cash. If you see changes in trends or demand coming back, you may want to scale your advertising a little bit to generate more cash and bring it into your business. You also may want to use advertising to move slower selling product and get that inventory, that cash that is tied up in that inventory back into your account so you can invest it in your better products. Another selling tactic you can take is looking at different fulfillment options. A lot of people are way too reliant on Amazon alone, and you have other options out there like UPS e-fulfillment, Walmart fulfillment services, even 3PLs. So possibly moving to another fulfillment solution might actually reduce your costs over time, and maybe it'll help you get your product to your customer quicker, especially when we're seeing these longer lead times right now. So that can help you increase and convert more customers as well. And your final option for meeting these are ones of many actions or tactics you can take, but looking at other marketplaces where maybe the cost to sell on there is lower, possibly like eBay, Etsy, depending on what your product is. That might help you keep more cash, increase your profit margin, and bring more cash back into your business than Amazon does. Because the margins on Amazon, especially with the referral fee, and if you're using FBA, it can take a lot of your profit margin. So there may be other marketplaces that can help you bring more cash back into your business. When we look at our inventory tactics, they really fall into two different categories. One is how you're actually purchasing your inventory, and the second is how you're dealing with your suppliers. So when we're making a decision on the inventory side, we really want to focus on our core products now. So the products that are generating the highest volume of sales and generating the most cash for our business. And what we should try to do is freeze non-core products. Or for example, if you have a production order right now for a non-core product, you've probably already paid a down payment on it. Again, that cash is gone. It's tied up. The manufacturer has it. But what you can do is if you freeze that production order, you don't need to pay that second half of the cash. You can use that cash to reinvest it in your top products or to pay whatever other expenses you have and help your business get through this. Another option you have, or another tactic you can take, is to find new suppliers or new manufacturing hubs, or even renegotiate your existing terms. Suppliers right now are going to be particularly flexible with sellers because they still need people to be buying product from them. And a lot of suppliers will even do inventory financing for you, so you're still able to get the product you need to generate cash for your business. The last group of tactics that I'm going to talk about are your actual business tactics and what you can do. So the first business tactic you can take is asking for concessions from your vendors or your suppliers. So going to your fixed costs, like your rent, whatever other fixed costs you may have, and asking for a concession either to reduce it more, possibly going to your bank or your lender, trying to renegotiate terms or defer payments to the future. Being proactive and showing these people that you're taking this seriously and you're really trying to address the issue will actually instill more confidence in them that you know what you're doing, and they'll actually be more flexible with you to help you negotiate these terms. Another option you can do is get some inventory financing, so you can actually get cash on your inventory and use that to meet your cash demands. Another big topic right now is government assistance. And currently that's being done, at least in the US, through SBA loans. So if you're a business owner, you have the ability to apply for an SBA loan to help your business have the cash it needs to get through this. And then finally, another option you have is seeking expert advice. And that's pretty much what we're all doing here at the summit. The more people you can talk to and the more people you can learn from and what's working from them or what's worked from them in the past will help you make better decisions and make you a better decision maker for your business. And that's going to make you a better leader in the long term. So now that we've kind of gone through all that, I'm just going to kind of summarize this. We're better when we work together to get through this stuff. Being able to share information, advice, tips, and experience is going to benefit everyone in the long term. And it's hopefully going to get everyone through these problems that we're facing right now and back to making money on Amazon or, whatever platform you're using, just making money for your business and being able to grow it again over time. So to do that, my businesses, AMZ and Highbeam, are trying to offer a few different options for sellers to try to improve. Highbeam is currently offering free access to their predictive inventory forecasting software. And you can go through this link or to highbeamanalytics.com, and you can contact us directly through there, and we'll try to get you set up with a predictive inventory forecasting to help you manage your cash more effectively during this time. And if you're looking for just more ideas on Amazon of how to sell more products or just a general Amazon strategy while you're going through this right now, you can reach out to us at AMZ Advisors. You can click this link, or you can even contact me directly at mike@amzadvisors.com. And that's more or less everything that I was going to cover. Are there any particular questions that anyone has, or something anyone would like to learn more about?
Well, I think that was really valuable. For one, I think, what I love about this, talking with so many people, is we're not all going to get all of the details, but if you can just take a few key takeaways from everybody, I think that's amazing. And I think this is one thing that I think is really powerful, is net income is not the focus. Right now, everybody's been talking about the critical importance of cash, and so a lot of profitability is important. But if you're going to make it through, you need to survive, and it's cash. I mean, a lot of people have said, even profitable businesses go out of business because of the cash flow issue. So I think that's really important to highlight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for an example, we had a client of Highbeam that had a huge issue managing their actual inventory and managing their cash. When we took them on, they had almost I think it was almost $1 million, $900,000 in inventory. And a lot of that was just obsolete, and it wasn't moving, or it's excess. And it's just built up over time from having inefficient reorder points or ordering too much inventory. And since they've started working with us, we've been able to free up $400,000 for them. So that's $400,000 back into their bank to invest in where they actually need the money, or where they need the inventory to actually generate more cash for their business and keep going.
Yeah. And I like all this forecasting. It's easy to talk about, and I know people are going to sit down and do it, and it's going to be a tricky thing, but it's something that I think a lot of people are not really doing. And it's something that it's one of those boring things that they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. A lot of people might not see the value in it right now. And another analogy that we kind of use for it is, picture it this way. If you're on a straight road driving, how much easier is it to know what's coming? It's straight, everything's fine. But when the road is winding and curving, that's when you need to pay more attention to it. So that's when you actually need to be forecasting and predicting what's coming, or anticipating what's coming is a better way to put it. So being able to create more accurate forecasting and doing it more frequently will help you adjust faster to what's changing in the market, and will actually help you get to where you want to be.
Yeah, this is a big lesson that I've learned personally too, because, I never went to university of any kind. I didn't go to business school. I just started listening to online business podcasts like Pat Flynn and all that kind of stuff. And that's how I learned how to build my business. I didn't know anything about, I was terrible in math class in high school even, let alone cash flow forecasting and all that kind of stuff. So when I started out, and this is probably the case for a lot of people listening, I made some really dumb mistakes just because I didn't know what I didn't know. Cash flow, you wake up one day, you're looking at your bank account, and that's how you're making your decisions, is the cash balance in your bank account. And then 2 weeks later, you're like, oh, geez, how did I not see this coming? Now I just paid the supplier, and, haven't got the Amazon payment and all these things. That was a big learning lesson for me. So really wanted to drive that point home.
Yeah. And Beto agrees right here. Way to go, Mike. I think this applies to all types of business, not only to e-commerce. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, managing your cash and knowing when you actually have to make payments is going to be huge during this time. But again, I mean, what we're seeing is that we think this is going to get better. Hopefully in a few months, things are going to come back. We'll hopefully see cases starting to spread slower towards the end of April, and then we'll see the demand come back. So as long as we can make it through this period with the cash we have and the inventory we have, I think a lot of businesses are going to be in a good position from 4 to 5 months from now.
Awesome. And I wanted to highlight that was a really great great offer that you gave to the audience. You're giving away free access to this software, which is amazing. So thank you for that. And also a free strategy call to the listeners, to the viewers. That's really, really amazing. So definitely take Mike up on this offer. He gave some links in the screenshot. We'll also have those here on our page, summitecommerce.co/gifts. So you can get access to all the slides from everybody's talks and all the gifts that have been provided by these speakers. This has really been great. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you guys for having me. Again, you've both done a great job organizing all this. So this is pretty cool to be taking part in it. And I've been able to learn a lot of good stuff here myself. So
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. And one more thing on cash flow, there is another speaker coming up later today. Actually, his name is Vance Lee. He's actually like pretty close to me right now. I could probably yell at him, and he would come over here. He is an expert in Kickstarter. So Kickstarter obviously is really great when you don't have the cash to launch a new product. You could be getting the crowd to fund that source. So if you want to continue growing, but you don't right now have the cash to be investing into the new product launches, that could be a really valuable talk for you guys. And I know he has a really valuable gift to be offering you guys as well. Again, this is a guy with experience doing many different multiple six-figure launches and one that was almost 7 figures on Kickstarter. So he really knows what he's talking about. So stay tuned for Vance Lee coming up later today.
All right. And next up, we have another great speaker for you. Our speaker here is also a sponsor. Here we go. Marketplace Seller Courses. So Shannon Roddy he's our speaker. He's a founder of Marketplace Seller Courses. So he's a speaker, an Amazon expert. He's consulted with lots of clients to help them launch, grow, and protect their brands on the Amazon platform. And in addition to creating online courses for brand owners, one-on-one coaching, all that stuff. And I know that Shannon is a guy who is not fooled by all the tips and tricks and hacks that come out that everybody gets everybody's attention. And he is really one of the people who really harps on the fundamentals. And the fundamentals are the things that are not as sexy and exciting all of the time, although they are pretty sexy if you ask me. But that's what's going to get you through a time like this, or just any time really, but they're especially critical now. So Shannon's going to talk about how to get more and better Amazon product reviews and seller feedback. Welcome to the show.
I believe that topic has been changed here, but I'm sure he is going to.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
No, that is the correct topic. That's the correct topic.
Right now. Look at that.
Yeah.
Good.
So after a couple of brief conversations, we decided that was going to be more prevalent and relevant to everybody. So Danny, Isaac, pleasure to be on it. Happy to be here and be a part of the summit.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. And man, you have a volcano in the background. Are you about to get brain explosions? Is that what's going on here?
It's called Oldonyo Longai, and my wife and I spent some time in East Africa, and so it was one of my favorite photos that a friend of ours took. And after a few years, I just had to put it up in my office. So I love it. I wake up every morning, walk into my office, and it's just this amazing aspect of inspiration for me on a daily basis.
I think everyone.
Well, Shannon, are you ready to erupt?
I am.
About the being the mountain during this crazy outbreak. During that resource that George mentioned in his speech, he talks a lot about just like being the mountain that is there for your employees, there for your family, there for your friends. And us as entrepreneurs, we are often that mountain for the people around us. So really channeling that mountain, I think, is really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I've been through crazy times. I mean, I was thinking about it the other day. I lost my job the week after my wife and I got back from our honeymoon, and 2 years later was laid off after the 2008 economic recession. It was just one thing after another. I've been in places where I've watched the bank account go down and didn't know how I was going to make it. And, as an entrepreneur now for, coming on 9 years, like I've been through a lot of things. And if you can survive, you can make it. If you can find a way to adapt and adjust, it's like, I'm still here and I'm still growing a business. I'm growing a better business and a stronger business. And I think at the very baseline, it just comes down to resilience. You got to surround yourself with people who you can pull strength from and insight and creativity. And I surround myself with people like Mike, who just spoke. He's part of our mastermind group. And I just surround myself with people who inspire me and can help me, because I don't know everything. Nobody knows everything in this business. And anybody who tells you they are is lying to you. We all have a lot to learn. So.
Awesome. True, man. Awesome. Well, I know you got an awesome presentation for us. We'll give the floor to you, Shannon.
Fantastic. Okay. I will go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to pull up my presentation here. And it looks like I should be able to have this up in 1 second. Okay, fantastic. So today I'm going to talk about how to get more and better Amazon product reviews and seller feedback. As Danny and Isaac mentioned, my name is Shannon, and I'm the founder of Marketplace Seller Courses. You guys are already watching a lot of this or connected on Facebook or via the Facebook page. You can connect with me at Marketplace Seller Courses or email me at shannon@marketplacesellercourses.com. I know it's a mouthful. I promise you the next time I start a business, it's going to have a shorter URL. So first off, I want to start talking about why product reviews are so important. Number one, they affect the A9 algorithm, Amazon's A9 algorithm, right? The more product reviews you have, the better product reviews you have, you're going to increase in organic rank for your products. And the other thing that it does is, whether it's organic or paid, you're also going to increase the click-through, right? Because people see product reviews in those search results. So from an algorithmic standpoint, having good product reviews and more product reviews is always going to help you beat out the competition. But even just be able to successfully launch or grow a product or product line or brand on Amazon. On the other side, we have social proof. We know that it increases conversion rate. You can have two product listings that have the exact same product features, the same titles, the same images, the same videos. But if you look at the product reviews and you just don't see the social proof, people aren't going to buy your product. So one of the most recent updates that Amazon has made is they have changed the term from reviews to ratings. So if you'll see at the top, it says 179 ratings. It used to say, just only a couple months ago, it used to say reviews. Well, now it says ratings. And Amazon is showing these reviews and ratings as an aggregate. And so on that same exact product, if you go down, it'll say showing 1 through 10 of 130 reviews. And so what does that mean? It means that out of 179, that there are 49 ratings, but 130 reviews. And so basically what Amazon's done is they've made it easier for people to leave a rating without having to write anything, right? So it just kind of lowers the level of the bar a little bit in terms of barrier to entry. And what Amazon wants is they want more ratings, because ratings help sell products. And so we've seen for people who have good sales velocity, we've seen their number of ratings increase pretty exponentially compared to just getting normal product reviews. And you can see here, this is what a customer sees when they go to rate a product or review a product. The first thing they're going to hit is the overall rating, so the star rating. And then if they want to, they can add a headline and write a review, add photos, video, that sort of thing. But they can basically stop at overall rating, and that rating will then get added to the detail page. Okay, the first aspect about getting more and better product reviews and seller feedback comes from product review emails. I just think they're so important. I believe so strongly in them. And the number one reason for that is because they provide a customer touch point. Okay, most customers, they don't even differentiate between Amazon and a seller. They just think everything's Amazon. Like we'll have customers reach out and say, "Hey, I got the crayon box that you sent me, but where are my shoes?" Right? They don't have no concept that they ordered two different products from two different sellers. They just think of it all as Amazon. So send an automated email to a customer with information about your product, about your brand, saying, "Hey, if you've got any questions, feel free to reach out to us," or asking for a product review. That creates a customer touch point that they can refer back to. And we found doing just research from 100 responses that we got from customers when we had sent them an email, 50% of those, 50% were customers who had a problem. And what that means is we were able to resolve that problem directly with the customer, and instead of them just going and leaving negative seller feedback or negative product reviews. So that customer touch point is really, really important. And it does help increase positive seller feedback and product reviews, while at the same time decreasing negative seller feedback and product reviews, because again, you've given them a place to reach back out to you if they've got questions or have any issues. So Feedback 5 is one of my favorite tools that we use by Ecom Engine. And what I always tell people is, you want to start with value. You don't want to start asking them for something. Hey, please, you just bought my product. You just gave me money. Now give me a review. You actually want to start by saying, hey, thank you so much for buying our product. Here's how I can help you. And so if you can start with value, that's going to be really, really important and go a long way to building some rapport to make them want to reciprocate and give a product review. So if you've got assembly instructions, use instructions, how-to videos, any of those things, those are really important to put in the email itself. If you're a food brand, you can include a recipe. In some cases, you can just include a little message from the brand owner, the company owner, just a way of saying, hey, thank you so much for buying our product, and just give instead of asking or taking. The second thing that you can do is videos. So a video is typically going to be obviously hosted on Amazon. So you have the ability to add videos to your listings on Amazon if you have brand registry. If you don't, you can add related video shorts. I can talk about that offline. But the idea is that if you've got a video on Amazon that shows a customer how to use the product, you can actually do like what we did here in this example for ClickBelts, a screenshot of the video with a play button and a link to that video on Amazon. As far as we've seen, that's completely in line with Amazon TOS. And what we're saying is, hey, your belt just arrived. Watch this 30-second video, and we're going to show you how to use it. The other thing that you can do is if you've got a really cool GIF, you can make a GIF video that you can add to your Feedback 5 email and actually show maybe an unboxing or demonstrate a use or feature or benefit of your product right in the email that will just play the second a customer opens it. So really cool and sort of innovative ways to offer value to customers before you ask them for anything. Okay, now the first thing that you have to think about when it comes to feedback emails is increasing the open rate. And so if people don't open the email, it doesn't matter what the email says. You can spend 50 hours crafting the perfect email, but if they don't open it, it doesn't matter. And this was the first conversation I had with Feedback 5. Said we got to make it really clear what the open rate is. And within a week, they changed the user interface to show very clearly what the open rate was. And there's really only 3 things that affect the open rate. It is the day of the week, the time of the day, and the subject line. And so you can see here some examples of subject lines that have worked really well for us. Your recent order, did you receive your product? How's your product working for you? Maybe a call to action or invitation. And find out what days of the week, your audience in particular is most likely to open their email. So you can actually, using Feedback 5, select the days of the week. Maybe it's Monday through Friday. Maybe you get better open rates on the weekend, as well as the time of day, depending on if it's, somebody who's working, if it's like, moms, that kind of thing. You're going to get different data based on who your audience is. And the last thing is subject line. Play around with the subject line. It sounds a little millennial maybe, but Feedback 5 has the ability to use emojis in the subject line. Well, guess what? Emojis help increase the open rate. And we typically find that most of our emails from most of our clients get between a 24 and a 28% open rate. And that's really, really good in the arena of email marketing. Okay, the other thing that you can do is you can A/B test. So again, all those things that we talked about, you only want to A/B test one thing at a time, but maybe you're like, okay, I've got a good subject line. Let's test it on different days of the week, or let's test it at different times of day. What you can do is you can basically copy your campaign and split by orders. So you can say, hey, send this campaign for orders ending in numbers 0 through 4. And then the second campaign would send for orders ending in 5 through 9. And you can then just see really easily there, what's the open rate? Just, run it for a month, run it for 6 weeks, something like that. Usually within sending, I would say maybe 300 or 400 emails, you should have a pretty good idea if it's statistical, significant data. But make sure you A/B test and see what's going to make the biggest impact. And then switch to that subject line. And maybe once you have that, you can A/B test, something else. So the whole idea is to get them to open the email. Now that they've opened the email, you want to get them to read the email and engage. So how do you get them to engage? Tip number one, use a branded logo, okay? Again, Amazon customers just think of it as Amazon. So if you can add your logo, and you can see we've used Pure Country Weavers, and we've customized this email to add like green bold throughout the email that it matches their logo colors. You know, it creates a customized branded experience. And in this case, you know, Feedback 5 has some great templates. We recommend really customizing those and making them your own. You want to speak in your voice. You want to add your own unique sort of tone and flavor of how you communicate as a brand owner with your customers. Excuse me. In this case, Pure Country Weavers went with humor. And so they have this really funny email. If you're taking a look at it now, you know, the lead weaver gently brought the loom into production while violinist played in the background. It's talking about how they made the blanket for them. And people love this email so much. We actually get product reviews that say, the blanket was awesome, but I loved the email. It was so funny. I shared it on social media, right? How many people say that about your feedback emails? Like somebody shared it on social media because they loved it, or they left a product review to share, not just about the product, but about the email that we sent. So be creative, engage, use it as an opportunity to create that customer engagement. Okay, this has been a really big deal, probably going back from November, December of last year, maybe a little bit before, is Amazon started temporarily restricting sellers for buyer-seller messaging. And in some cases, they weren't very clear why they were doing it. They're like, hey, we're restricting you for 30 days because of 50 reasons, for example, you know, not really being clear about what those reasons were. In some cases, you know, they were looking at it and saying, you know, we're restricting you indefinitely, and hey, that's you're just kind of stuck. So what they did at the same time was they had this request a review button. And so if you go into an order, you're going to see this request a review button. Well, request a review does not go through buyer-seller messaging. And what's really neat is that Feedback 5 became the first integrated tool to integrate directly with Amazon to automate that request review. So if for any reason you did get temporarily restricted or even suspended from buyer-seller messaging, communicating with customers or asking for a product review, you can sign up for their tool and automatically request review. And you can see the example on the right. This is what it looks like. It will send that email to customers. You can't customize it or do anything. And the reason is because it's completely in line with Amazon terms of service, right? Because Amazon wrote it. So there's a couple rules that you can set up to send or when you send it. But this is a really good benefit. In fact, I had a client this morning got restricted, you know, from before I had worked with her. And I said, let's get Feedback 5 set up so you could start asking for product reviews from those customers, even though you're temporarily restricted from sending emails. Okay, the other cool thing that you can do is use product inserts and scannable QR codes. I've actually got a free mini course on this. That'll be in the links, where you can also download the webinar. But product inserts are really an incredible opportunity. For one thing, it's 100% open rate, right? So with Feedback 5 emails, even if you're getting 28%, like that's pretty good. But with the product insert, it's 100% open rate and no opt-out rate. So for those of you who are familiar with Amazon customers can choose to opt out of messaging. Probably somewhere around 30% of people opt out of those messages, so they never receive them. And the goal is make it really visually engaging. Find a way to engage your customer so then it just kind of like toss it aside, or, you know, maybe like a warranty or sort of assembly instructions that aren't really interesting. Make it exciting, make it engaging, and give them sort of a reason, a call to action. What's cool about these QR codes is nobody uses QR codes for the most part because nobody has a QR code reader, right? You have to download a special QR code reader on your phone. Nobody has those. Well, the cool thing is Amazon has a scannable QR code reader in the Amazon app. So I can literally open my Amazon app, hit that camera icon, and scan this QR code. And you can send people to a product review page. You can send them to a video on Amazon that shows them how to use it, contact us, seller feedback, pretty much any link within Amazon. Again, within Amazon TOS, you can create a scannable QR code for that and include that on your insert. So here's kind of where I see the future going. Is number one, 30% of Amazon customers shop with the app. I'm actually shocked it's not more. I think it's going to keep going up every single year. 50% of Prime members shop on mobile. And last holiday season, over 70% of Amazon shoppers placed mobile orders during holidays. So again, we're going to see more and more people using their phones, more and more people using the app. And the more people that use the app, the more accessible it is for you to use scannable QR codes. And this is an example from World Seasonings, right? So if you have a scannable QR code that goes to the product review page, boom, I can scan that with my phone. It takes me right to the product review page. And here we can see it's really easy to add a photo or video to that review, which just creates more customer engagement. Okay, removing negative reviews and feedback. So really challenging, and we're going to get into all the policy and terms of service and stuff to make sure everybody's safe. But if somebody leaves negative seller feedback or negative product reviews, here's how you can request removal. Seller feedback, I'll just start with this one. If somebody leaves negative seller feedback, Amazon encourages you to solve the problem. And once you've resolved it, you can ask them to remove their negative feedback. Okay, this is seller feedback only. So again, customer leaves negative seller feedback. Maybe they received the product late. Maybe they received the wrong product. You can resolve the issue and then say, hey, we've resolved this issue. Can you remove your negative seller feedback? If the product was fulfilled by Amazon, in some cases, Amazon will take credit for it. Basically, they'll accept the responsibility. But it's actually become more and more difficult. We've noticed this probably in the last 3 or 4 months to get that negative seller feedback removed, even if it was fulfilled by Amazon. So Amazon's like, yeah, we may have fulfilled this, but we're not necessarily taking responsibility for the fact that the product wasn't, they didn't receive it as described, for example, or other issues that might be more the seller's fault. So you can request that the customer remove that, or in some cases you can request that Amazon remove it if customer, for example, leaves a product review and seller feedback. That would be one thing. In terms of removing product reviews, negative product reviews, really the only reasons or ways I've seen Amazon do this is if it reveals personally identifying information. So for example, they use a phone number or an email or somebody's actual name, Amazon will typically remove it. In some cases, vulgarity, which yes, people do that when they get really angry and write a really angry review. In some cases, I've really had to fight with Amazon to get those removed, even though it's clearly outside of their terms of service to allow a customer to do that. So those are ways that you can ask Amazon to remove a negative product review. In some cases, for the rest of those cases, you can't ask a customer to remove a negative product review, but you can respond to that customer review and just make it personalized, never boilerplate, but like, hey, I'm so sorry you had a problem with the product. Please reach out to us. We'd love to make you 100% satisfied. We'll provide a free replacement or a quick refund. And that just lets other customers know if they come across that comment or product review, know that they can trust you as a brand, as a company. So I think that those are the main points. I know Amazon sort of hides some of those responses to comments and product reviews, which is really unfortunate. I'm hoping they open it back up. But this is the best way to respond to negative seller feedback or product reviews while staying in line with Amazon TOS. Okay, now these are some Amazon email best practices, and I'm going to call these soft violations, okay? They're not explicitly against Amazon TOS, but Amazon has also been restricting sellers for violating these. So like I said, even though it's not a violation per se, Amazon's still restricting people. So it's like, okay, this is a soft violation. We need to pay attention to that. First is no more than 1 email per order. And that means like an automated feedback 5 email. If a customer emails you, you can email back, the customer can respond, you can respond back. That's not a problem. I mean, 1 sort of unsolicited email per order. The second thing is no PDF attachments unless it's required to complete the order. Okay, so maybe it's a customized product and you actually need them to fill out something. You send a PDF attachment, that's okay. But really recommend not doing that unless it's absolutely necessary. The other one is don't include any links, even links to other products on Amazon. Don't include links to your storefront. Like I said, the one exception to this is you can send a link or include a link to a video as long as it's on Amazon. Don't send them to Vimeo or YouTube or anything else like that. And that's going to help customers, again, use the product better, understand how to have a better experience without violating Amazon terms of service by trying to redirect them off the Amazon's website. Another one is no marketing or promotions. And again, that might sound like malicious if you're trying to obviously get them to your website. That's a big no-no. But even sort of including coupon codes to purchase the product again on Amazon. I've talked to Amazon employees, and they're like, yeah, that's kind of like, it's not like we don't really frown on it, but we don't really promote it like that it's okay either. So just be wary of that one. And then the last one, obviously, don't use important in the subject line unless it really is important. If a customer's opted out and maybe you have a product recall or something that you need to get in touch with them. Okay, so Amazon review and rating policies. These are the big no-nos. Don't pay for or incentivize product reviews. Obviously, there's lots of services out there that are like, hey, we're going to look at your Amazon account and look at your competitors and see how many reviews you need a month, and then we'll determine how much you pay us, okay? Big red flag, don't do it. Don't review or rate your competitors' products. Also a big no-no. Don't redirect negative reviewers. And so I mentioned earlier in that email where maybe 50% of the emails who responded to us, had an issue. That was just because we had put ourselves out there and said, hey, if you have any questions or issues, let us know. It doesn't mean you say, hey, if you had a great experience, leave a product review. If you had a terrible experience, then, contact us. You can't do that. That's redirecting. Don't ask friends or family for reviews, and don't give free products away in exchange for reviews. That wraps it up. I've got a couple more minutes. I want to go over real quick what I do. We've got Amazon courses as well as on-demand Amazon coaching, specifically geared towards brand owners, private label manufacturer. If you have your own product, you've got intellectual property to guard that product, then we're going to be an ideal fit. And again, you can find all that at marketplacesellercourses.com. But I do want to mention I've got a free download for you guys. And this is the Amazon Communication and Feedback FAQs. I cannot tell you how much time it took to put this together, but basically covering customer communication, product reviews, seller feedback. It has little snippets of all of Amazon's policies. And in some cases, they seem completely contradictory, but they're all over the place in like 15 different pages. And you can get little snippets and links to those to help you stay in line with Amazon policies. So that's a free download for you guys. Make sure you grab that before you go. Again, my contact information is here if you guys have any questions. But Danny or Isaac, that's it from my end. And just want to jump back out and say, if there's any questions, follow-up that we have, happy to answer those and go on from there.
Awesome. That was so great. And I could tell by watching this, what we talked about, the fundamentals being important, because I was listening to this and I have heard some people saying, well, this is great. I don't sell on Amazon. I sell through other channels. I may have a Shopify website. And like everything that you said, almost, not quite, everything you said can apply to other businesses as well. And this is really where we think of e-commerce as, I don't have an Amazon business. I have a business, and Amazon is one of my sales channels. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to point out, I love that email. It reminds me of the emails that CD Baby used to send out. I don't know if anybody has ever bought anything from CD Baby.
I remember it. Yeah.
Back when we used to buy CDs, you would either get, it was either an email or maybe it was even a product insert. I can't remember which, but it said something like, we had a team of bagpipers, playing as we walked down, and the CD was placed on a pillow and there was a cheer when we put it into the box, that sort of thing.
Amateurs borrow, professionals steal.
Yeah. Like how many years ago was that? I don't remember. 15, 20 years ago. And that's the only message I've ever received from a company that I remember. 20 years later. We've got a question, Roman. Sorry, not just not an active Amazon seller. Might be a dumb question. Do you guys print a card who packed with your product before shipping, either by your FBA with a link to a free gift or added value to capture their data, be able to start a conversational relationship with them? Good question.
So the short answer is no. And think about it this way. Any insert that you put into Amazon, if you send that product into FBA, Amazon's opening it. Okay. They're checking. So don't think like you're sneaking it in a box and it like Amazon's not going to know. They're going to open it up and they're going to know. And in some cases, you might even want to reach out to Amazon ahead of time and say, here's my insert. Can I get approval for this? Is this okay? Is this in line with the Amazon policy? The goal is, you really don't want to try to redirect people. People try to do it with fake warranties and stuff. Oh, sign up on our website to get your warranty. And there's really no warranty. They're just trying to get them on their email list. Don't do that. Keep Amazon customers on Amazon and focus on building your off Amazon business off Amazon. And that's really the best advice. If you use something like Landing Cube and you get people to come to you first and give you their email or Facebook first and then send them to Amazon, then you can retarget them and message them all you want. But leave Amazon customers within the Amazon ecosphere and just encourage repeat purchases through other means and retargeting.
Okay, so he says, okay, because when you wrote a book and publish it on Kindle. We can when you wrote a book and publish it on Kindle. Okay.
Yeah, and that's a good point. We primarily deal with consumer packaged goods products. So that's a little different always. Okay, so
Victoria says, wow, this talk is awesome. Thanks, Shannon. I'm using automated emails and see great results. Include if something goes wrong, customers come to me first rather than leave negative review. I put in the title, it is about your ... purchase. The open rate is 30%. One email only though, unless there are issues.
Awesome. Great tip, Victoria. Thanks for that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate your time. And that's, you want to talk again, mention one more time where people can reach you and that you had a free mini course. Go over that just one more time.
Yeah. So you can visit us at marketplacesellercourses.com. And the three links I have that will be available on your website, the gifts, is a free 30-day trial for Feedback 5 if you're not signed up already. The second one is a link to our free mini course, and that's for scannable QR code inserts. It's going to show you how to generate the QR codes. It's going to go all through the policy, what you can and can't do on those inserts from Amazon's thing, as well as some best practices for even finding those links. And then the last one is an Amazon communication and feedback FAQ PDF. It's just like your little short guide to make sure that you know that all the Amazon policies, what you can and can't do. There's tons of misinformation out there. This is accurate. This is up to date. It's reliable, solid information.
Awesome. And we've got a few more minutes if we have any more questions about this. I did have a question. So my e-commerce background is not Amazon. I have only failed on Amazon.
You didn't take the course.
Yeah. So I was wondering, thinking about these inserts, that is one thing that I've always wondered. And I was thinking about that when I was doing work on Amazon but I buy stuff all the time. Like anything around me that I pick up, like here's my iPad, this printer that's next to me, anything that I buy has an insert and it has a place where you can go to the website. So I'm wondering, like, what's the deal? Why can't I include this? Because I buy some of this stuff on Amazon. It has it.
Right.
And so what about Amazon specific sellers is different than any other product?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So again, if you're a brand owner, if you're the manufacturer of the product, you can absolutely include inserts that link back to your website. Sony, if you buy Sony headphones, they're going to have an insert in there. I always look at it as what's Amazon's goal and what's your intent. Amazon's goal is to keep people from manipulating the platform and use Amazon as a lead generation to get customers to your specific Shopify website. Okay, that's Amazon's goal. If your intent is to find ways to subvert that and get around that, that's a problem. And so we look at it from that standpoint of, if your goal is, if you really do legitimately have a warranty, then by all means include it. But we see people all the time, they don't really have a warranty. They've never had anybody try to get the warranty. They're getting these emails and then they're retargeting them and trying to get them to go back to their storefront. So I think a lot of it comes down to intent and whether or not you're the actual brand owner or manufacturer of the product. Private labels, again, sort of somewhere in the middle. If you prominent private labels on Amazon, Anker, I mean, these guys are killing it, and they've got registered trademarks, and they've got brand equity and brand awareness that they've built up around Amazon. So I think looking at it from that standpoint is just really important. Is you have to look at Amazon's goal and your intent. It's fine to send inserts, and again, if you're not sure, submit it to Amazon and get approval, and that way you're like in the clear. But make sure that you're not then trying to like take those emails, people who sign up for a warranty, and say, hey, come buy on our website, we'll give you 20% off, that kind of thing. I think of it from a standpoint of sales velocity. If you want a #1 bestseller or a high ranking product, you want to keep as much traffic going back to Amazon and driving more traffic to Amazon to get exposure to Amazon's 300 million customers. Why would you try to take people away from that? So again, look at Amazon as a channel, as you said, but it does do over 50% of all e-commerce. So if you guys are doing e-commerce and you're not on Amazon and you've got a product, a CPG packaged good, now's a good time to look at it, because Amazon's, I was looking at the SEMrush stats, Amazon's monthly traffic has gone up between 5 to 7 million visits per month the last 3 months, as we are surrounded by the coronavirus. Wow. And it's marginal for Amazon, but like more and more people are buying on Amazon, and they're going to get hooked, and they're not going to stop. Once this thing dies down, they are not going to stop. Amazon is looking to hire 100,000 people. They're not slowing down. Yeah. It's a perfect time as people are staying at home. They've got some free time. They're trying to figure out what they can do to build and grow their business. Figure out Amazon. As you said, even the fundamentals, if you can increase your conversion rate by 2%, if you can get 5 more product reviews for every 100 products you sell, all those things add up and become part of the flywheel that determine your ultimate success.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Last night, one of our speakers, Ben, mentioned people buying coffee. There was some example he used of some coffee brand reaching out to their customers, and I don't think they were selling on Amazon, but just the idea of coffee that reminded me, like, holy crap, I did run out of coffee. Oh no, what am I gonna do?
My wife's coffee subscription just came in from Amazon the other day, and it's 12 boxes. Because you can't, you just buy it in a multi-pack. But the way I look at it, the Amazon flywheel is optimize, launch, analyze. And you've got to spend time optimizing your listings. You've got to spend time building great copy, great images, adding great video. You've got to launch successfully by driving traffic. And then you got to have the tools to be able to analyze those results and see where you can find room for improvement.
Yeah. Well, I did actually, for the first time, I've never bought coffee on Amazon. Last night I did. There you go. What are the chances I'm going to keep going with that?
Yeah. And I got one question coming in from someone on my Facebook. One of the comments is QR codes. Do you have a good resource for just creating a QR code? I know a lot of people, like, the technical aspects of it are a little bit confusing to them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually covered. Can I share it in a live comment? Is that the best way to do that?
Yeah, if you share it in the actual live comment stream, then people will be able to click that. It's probably the best way.
Okay, let's see if I can. I've got live comments. I shared it. Yeah, I just shared this. Awesome. Thank you. It's msclinks.com/inserts. And Danny or Isaac can share that with you guys. If you go to that, it's a free 15-minute course. And we actually have a QR code generator, because I had so much trouble finding a good one. So I looked at all of them, and basically we'll walk you through how to find the product review link for your product, how to find the seller feedback link or the contact us link, and how to add that as a QR code and how to customize it and print it out. All of that's in the free course. So check it out. I think it's honestly going to be in the future of within the next 3 years, it's going to be one of the most significant ways that people get product reviews and seller feedback on Amazon.
Yeah, and just so people have a good idea of what to expect, do you have a kind of average conversion rate for a QR code specifically? If every single customer is getting that product insert with a QR code, what kind of conversion rate can they expect from that?
That's a really good question. And the challenging thing is there's not a perfect way to know. Typically with a QR code, if you're driving traffic to your website, for example, you can use what's called a QR code redirect. So it says, okay, send it to this website that'll track a click and then send it to my website. Well, you can't do that with Amazon. The QR code scanner on Amazon's app won't scan it to that redirect website first. So you got to go straight to Amazon. There's no way to track sort of clicks or open rate, if you will. But we know that, again, anything that you can do to proactively reach out to your customers. I mean, I look at, as Isaac mentioned, I remember the product inserts that I've gotten that were memorable, that were well-designed, that were really bright and had information on it. And it's almost like cool and fun to be like, wow, I can do this on my phone. And you open up your phone and you watch the video or, leave seller feedback or a product review. We did it for a company that sells tattoo skincare products. And so we're like, hey, check out the product, leave a review and share your ink. And so people would then yeah, it's a cool, fun way to share my tattoo and leave a product review in the meantime. And the app makes it so easy to do that. So there's not hard data on it. But we know, again, any proactive customer service touch point creates customer engagement, builds brand awareness, and helps to build trust for repeat buyers.
Awesome. Well, that's certainly a super valuable resource. Thank you so much for sharing everything that you have with us today. I know that was, honestly, when it comes down to dollar value for people's businesses, that was probably one of the more valuable speeches that we've had over the course of the day. So thank you very much for that. Definitely reach out to Shannon if you guys want to learn more about what he does. And we'll put any of these resources that he mentioned over at summitecommerce.co/gifts, as all the presentations, the replays of all the speakers and all of the gifts our sponsors and speakers have been given to you guys. Some really valuable ones. So
thanks so much for having me, guys. Yeah, appreciate being on.
Thank you, Shannon.
Awesome. Really great to have you on. And we have lined up our next speaker. And this is an interesting one too, because a lot of people do not use cold email at all. And Ryan Peck is a really in-depth expert on cold email specifically. So he is founder of Cold Email Kings. So he just dives into this stuff all day long and has really figured this stuff out. And he's done some really interesting partnerships. He's actually partnered with Amazon on a campaign before, which not many people can put that on their resume. So his speech today is called How to Secretly Get Top Influencers to Send Their Audience to Your Site. So if that is not a good hook, I don't know what is. It's a secret, but it's not going to be a secret anymore because he's about to share it just with us live on the stream. So welcome, Ryan. How's it going, man?
Good, Danny. How you doing, man? It's been a while.
It's been a minute. Yeah, I had you on the podcast, maybe 2 years ago or something like that. So it's good to reconnect again.
It's been a long time. So glad to be here. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Well, I know you got a super valuable presentation lined up here. I'm going to add your screen to the broadcast and let's get right into it.
All right. Can you see it okay?
There we go. Oh, man. Yes. Superman, secret top influencers. This is going to be good. It's all you, Ryan.
All right. Yes, sir. So I know we're short on time, so I'll just dive into it and we'll just jump into it and interrupt me for short on time or if you have questions. But this is a different approach, especially for those e-com business owners. I know it's a little different, but if you just listen, these strategies will work in any niche, any business. So pay attention. Yes. And it is how to secretly get top influencers to send their audience to your site using a different, unique approach. So why influencers? I know people are probably thinking, okay, well, why can't I just do paid traffic? Why can't I just do, pay-per-click or something? Why take the route and trying to learn a whole new thing of going the influencer route? Well, because in 2017, this is by HubSpot. HubSpot's a huge marketing company and they do their analytics and stuff. And they said 92% of marketers who actually use influencer marketing found it to be effective. That's an extremely high number. Now, if you were to do that, I were to guess, if you were to do that same survey for pay-per-click, for paid advertising, it wouldn't be 92% of marketers who did paid advertising found it to be extremely effective. It'd be extremely lower than that. I would even guess probably maybe below even 50%. But this is 92% of marketers who actually took this route, who try and get influencers to promote their product, found it to be extremely effective. And you look at the bottom two of the bottom section. In fact, marketers have seen such success from influencer marketing that almost 40% of them plan to increase their budget for that in 2018 and beyond. So not just our 92% of marketers found it to be effective, but almost half of them are going to actually increase their budget to keep doing it. Why? Because it actually works. And it's a strategy that really no one is tapping into. And I've been doing this strategy for maybe the last 6 months or so, and the last year, and it works amazing. So I'm going to show you exactly how I do it on here. It's a very simple step process, but I'm going to show you exactly what I do. And the 3 reasons why you want to do influencer marketing, I showed you the stats that people who do it like it. But the 3 biggest reasons is because these people have a massive audience. Yeah, Facebook has a massive audience, but Facebook is also expensive. You know, pay-per-click, Google has a massive audience, but that's expensive, you know. But these influencers, they do their work for you. They've gathered an audience already, and it's massive depending on who you go after. Number 2 is it can be free traffic forever, like literally forever. Like once they post something about you, it's on there and it's not going away. I have people still coming to my funnel right now from over a year and a half ago when I did this, about a year ago actually, when I did the same strategy. I still, a year later, have people going into my funnel from the strategy I did a year ago. And they position you as an authority. So when you have an influencer who's telling their audience, people who follow them, respect them, love them, subscribe to them, and they're promoting you to their audience, I mean, those people are going to go to your site, go their traffic to your site, they're going to see your products, and they're going to look at you and your products automatically in a different light versus as if someone came across your website by accident, or someone did clicked on your site, you know, through a paid campaign. You know, that's a cold audience. But by the time they actually get to your site, they're more of a warm, if not hot audience, because the influencers had sent them there. So this is just an example. You know, Kim Kardashian, we all know who that is. You see the orange arrow. This is her Twitter, 64.5 million followers. This right here is Kylie Jenner, you know, her sister. If you look at the orange arrow, 168 million followers. This is Mark Cuban. If you look at the orange arrow, almost 8 million followers. Now, these are just random influencers that I was kind of just getting screenshots for, so you can see the following. But it doesn't even have to be that large. It doesn't have to be 8 million or 150 million. If you just had an influencer who only had 50,000 or even 100,000 or 200,000, that can be massive traffic, free traffic, and really warm to hot traffic going to your site forever. I mean, it's never going to stop. And the best thing is it's free. It really is. It's free, and no one's really doing this strategy that I'm showing you guys today. One successful pitch, just one, to an influencer can skyrocket your sales. You don't have to do this every single week. I mean, you can, but it's not something you have to like keep doing and doing and doing. And like, it's like, what am I going to do? Like, it doesn't have to be overwhelming. One successful pitch can literally change your business overnight. Like when I pitched Amazon, even though that's a little different than this, when I pitched Amazon, my business changed overnight when they said yes. One successful pitch to an influencer can literally change your business overnight. It'll not only give you more credibility for your site, it'll set you apart from your competitors, but like I said, it can be massive, targeted, highly warm and hot traffic to your site that's ongoing forever. So there's basically 2 ways to get these influencers to promote you. I mean, it's not always easy, especially if you're going for, depending on what level you're going for. I mean, you can just do a Google search on your niche and find influencers your niche. But I mean, there's different levels. I mean, there's the huge ones, like I showed you, like Kim Kardashian, Cuban, they're massive. And there's lower ones too, but you can go after any of them. But it doesn't really change how this process works. The process is there's 2 ways to get them to promote you. One is you pay them for a shout out, which is what 99% of marketers who, when I showed you the statistics earlier, that 92% of the people who did this liked it, and about 40% were going to increase their budget to do even more. That's because they're paying influencers to give them a shout out. Now, I'm not giving this presentation to tell you to go pay an influencer to give you a shout out. That's not really, that's not any secret or any value in that. But the value I'm going to show you is the secret way that I've been doing and I'm currently doing. I'm going to show you some people who I'm working with right now, influencers who are currently, who I'm currently working with to do this, who I'm doing this with right now. And the secret way is this. It's really simple. It's my secret sauce to do this is I pitch them through an email. Simple as that. Step number 1 is I send them an email. They get the email if I can get them to open it, if I can get them to respond and actually like it. there's more on that. But step number one is I send them an email, and I don't do it through Messenger because they're flooded with with Facebook Messenger and Instagram Messenger, and I've tried it in the past, but email's a bit different. They probably have people that are probably getting thousands or hundreds, if not thousands, of messages a day through their Messenger, like on Instagram, and they're probably not going to check it. But email is a little different, where people aren't going to add their email and email them personally to a personal email account. They're doing that, and that's the way you can stand out from the crowd and not doing the same thing that everyone else is doing, and not have your message drowned, with everyone else who's trying to message them. So set yourself apart, get yourself noticed by doing it through email. It is a cold email, but you have to do it the right way. And I'm going to go and then, so once you do that, your whole pitch, your whole thing is going to be centered around you doing an article on them. What I mean by that, I mean, there's some all these influencers, they like to be noticed. They like to feel good. It's their persona. It's their resume. More sites that they can have their name on. It's their resume. That's their business. It's all about, these influencers, it's all about building their lifestyle, building their business, getting their name on different sites, growing their audience. So if you approach them and say, hey, I want to do an article on you and promote it to this audience, that's a different angle than just coming and saying, hey, I want you to promote a product. Now, how this is going to work out, it's going to end up being a win-win situation, because you do an article on them, hypothetically, okay? They're going to take, once it's done, they're going to take this article, they're going to promote this article to their audience and say, hey guys, guess what? Ryan just did an article on me on the platform Pursuit, and this is what it's called. Check it out. And if they have 8 million followers and they're posting it they don't just post it to one social media account. They post it to all of their social media accounts. They post it to their Instagram, their Twitter, their Facebook, to their email list, anything they have with an audience. They're blasting this article out to their audience. It's free exposure for you. Like I said, they have a massive audience. It's highly targeted traffic. It's massive traffic. It's free traffic. And the article they put on their social media accounts and their email list that they blast out on your behalf, that's going to stay there forever. So you're going to have people who are going to stumble across that article a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now. They're going to click on the article and they're going to see that you wrote the article, and they're going to click on your site, and it's going to redirect them to your site. It's as simple as that. So you're not actually pitching them to sell you, for them to promote your product. You're not actually pitching them for them to give you a shout out to their audience, but essentially that's what's going to happen if you follow this process. It's a win-win for both parties. Now, number 3, I said they promote the article or show for their audience. Now, show, it also works for podcasts and or shows. So I've actually tried this same strategy for a radio show host. Now, this radio show host, she has up to 4 million listeners per episode inside the United States. And that's my target market, mostly is in the US. It's worldwide, but so for me, that was perfect. And then per episode, up to 4 million listeners is massive. So I pitched her. Now I did my take was a little different. I didn't say I'll do an article on you, but I know that she's an influencer. She's a doctor, massive audience. And I know that she's looking for people with unique skill sets or a unique business to get on her show. So I pitched her. She replied back. I pitched her through an email, step 1. And step 2 is I pitched her on regarding her show. Step 3, she had me on her show. And oh my gosh, I had a huge influx of tons of people going to my site after the show was actually aired. It was aired like a month later or something like that. So that's the strategy. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Send them an email. Depending on who they are, if they have a radio show or if they have a podcast, pitch them to get on it. If they don't, which a lot of them don't, then pitch them to do an article, write the article. You can even go to Fiverr or go to Fiverr or Upwork and pay someone to write the article for you. Pay $30, get an article written for you. Just tell the person what you want the article to be about, and then there you go, and you're done. So it costs you $30, and then you send the influencer your article, which is step 3. They're going to blast it out. It's free traffic, massive traffic, and it's a strategy that really no one's doing. And this is actually a win-win for both parties. The influencers love being noticed, and they love building their credibility. Their business, these influencers, their business revolves around their credibility. You know, they have to get their image out on multiple sites. They have to get their name everywhere and anywhere they can. So you're doing that for them in a not salesy way. So, but in reality, they're blasting you out and your product and your company, because your name and company, your website is going to be plastered right there on the articles. They're blasting that out to you doing it. And it's a win-win, because they love being noticed and building more credibility, and you want their traffic. So it literally is a win-win for both parties, but it's a secret way where you're not coming across as salesy. You're not coming across as, hey, can you promote me to your audience? Can you promote my store to your audience? It's a unique way. It's a different way. It's a secret way, if you want to call it. And if you do this, I guarantee you're going to see results. And like I said, all you need is one pitch to be successful, and that can change your store, your business, literally forever. These are people I'm currently doing this for right now as we speak. I already pitched these people, and they said, yes, let's do it. I'm currently in the middle of doing an article for them. Now, depending on how big they are, it might take a little more work, where you might have to do an interview with them. If they're a little smaller, they say they have like 50,000 people or 100,000 people, you may not have to do an interview with them. You can just say, your pitch can be, hey, I want to do an article on you. Here's the possible headline of the article. What do you say? If they're a lot bigger, you might actually have to sit down with them. You can do it virtually or on the phone. You can get on the phone with them for a 20-minute phone call, ask them a series of questions, take those questions and answers, pay someone on Fiverr, Upwork to write you an article, and then you're done. So Ed Milet, I don't know if you've heard of him or not. He has 2 million followers. He's massive. He's worth like $500 million. Top 50 wealthiest under 50. Real Kevin Harrington. He was the original shark on Shark Tank. With Mark Cuban, and the show Shark Tank with Mark Cuban. Everyone knows Shark Tank to Mark Cuban, but he was one of the original people on the show, one of the original investors on the show. He has 120,000 followers. Now, that may not seem like a lot, and now this right here is just his Instagram. This isn't including his personal email list. This is not including his Twitter, which I don't know how big those are. But I'm actually interviewed him about 3 weeks ago. I'm doing an article right now as we speak. A great interview. Is really quick. I have it recorded on my phone. I'm doing an interview. I'm typing up the article. I'm going to send it to him. He's going to blast it out to all of his people. Neil Patel. I don't know if you've heard of Neil Patel. He's recognized by Forbes as a top 20 or top 20, I believe, the top 20 marketer in the world. He's recognized by President Obama as being one of the top marketers in the world. He's massive. This is his Instagram, 123,000 followers. But like I said, this is not including his Twitter and his email list. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine how big his email list is. He's one of the world's top gurus when it comes to SEO and business and stuff. So he's massive. Grant Cardone, I just interviewed him last month, actually. He has almost 3 million followers only on his Instagram. So these strategies work. Take the lead. This is Dr. Dan Hamilton. She's the one I mentioned earlier, up to 4 million listeners on the radio. So this strategy works. So let's jump into actually how you do it, because time's running short. So first, you have to find their email. Like I said, you do not want to message them through their Instagram account. You don't want to send them a direct message in their Facebook Messenger. It's not going to work. It just isn't. You need to stand out. You need to take a different approach, a secret way that no one's doing, so you can stand out from the crowd. Emailing them is the way to do. I just showed you who I'm working with right now. This is just in the last couple months. I'd have people in the past as well. I'm going to have people on my list to do in the future. I actually did pitch Mark Cuban recently, and he said, no, thank you. But he actually responded, but I did it through email. Okay, so there's a lot of different softwares you can use, but for this presentation, here's one right here. If you haven't heard of it, it's called hunter.io. It's free. You can sign up. It's free. And basically, you just type in a company name, you hit find email address, and it'll pull up all of the public email addresses that are associated with that site. And you can look for the owner or for the actual influencer, whoever it is, and boom, there you go. You have their email right there. All right. So which platforms, like what platforms can you do to write an article? You're like, well, what do I do? Where do I write an article? How do I do that? This is new to me. So if you have access to large publications, like Entrepreneur, Forbes, Inc., great. That's fantastic. If you don't, probably the majority of you don't, that's still okay. There are platforms that are either free, not free, but platforms that are really easy to get, that are easier to get into is Medium. Anyone can post an article on Medium. It has massive traffic. Thrive Global, that was Ariana Huffington, the Huffington Post, the lady, the founder, Ariana Huffington. She ended up starting a new company called Thrive Global, which is very easy to get into. Pursuit is another one. Here's 3 platforms right here that have a massive audience to them that are really really easy to create an account and get into. So you can actually write an article and post the article. And then, or if you have a podcast, it's the same thing. If you have a podcast, you can invite them on your podcast. I've seen people do that, and it works. Okay.
Yeah, but that's been one of my main strategies for years. It really works.
The podcast, right? Yeah, and that's actually how we came in contact, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah. So yeah, it works. Danny says it right there. It works. You can build up your audience, and especially with these influencers, like I said, you think, oh, these influencers won't go on my podcast. Yes, they will. They will.
No one asks how many downloads or listeners you have. I've had people who are pretty famous people, best-selling authors. They just like answered to my email. And they're like, "Yeah, sure, I'll be on." They don't ask anything.
There you go. Yeah, like I said, it goes back to what they want. They want to get their name out on many platforms as possible. They want to build an audience as much as possible. That's their brand. Their brand is them building an audience. So when you have someone like Danny who has a podcast, and Danny says, "Hey, I want you on my podcast," that's an opportunity for them to expand their brand to a new audience, and they're most likely going to say yes. It's the same thing for an article. If you don't have a podcast, that's fine. An article, hey, I'm gonna write an article and I'm gonna blast it out, on Medium or Pursuit or Thrive Global. There's a good chance that they're gonna say yes because they want to expand their brand and audience on different platforms. It's the same thing. You're helping them by expanding their brand and their influence on different platforms, and they're helping you because once it's over, once they're on your podcast, they're gonna blast out to their audience. Or once you do an article on them, they're gonna blast out to their audience. So it's a win-win for both of you guys. I know.
Absolutely. And do you have one more slide here? And I want to have a little bit of time we got a few questions in the inbox here. But
we do.
Is this
okay.
the last slide here, the OOR method? Do you want to quickly talk about that?
I have 3 slides, but I'll speed through it really quick if there's time.
Okay, well, I want to jump over to a few questions here really quickly.
Okay.
So maybe this is in one of your last slides here, but Diane is asking, is there a template that you use?
Yes and no. The OOR method is a template. So it's open, read, respond. You want to think backwards. If you want to get someone to, the whole goal of an email is to get someone to respond, which is the last R. If you want them to get them to respond, you have to first get them to read it. If you want to get them to read it, you first have to get them to open it. So open, read, respond, but you work backwards. There's no point of sending an email if no one's going to end up opening it. It's pointless. So this worked at the high level. This is how I got Jeff Bezos to open my email and partner with them. The respond, or the open starts with a subject line. So Diana, it's better to start with a question or statement. So there's no exact template that I use. It depends on who the influencer is. If I'm going for the podcast route, that they have a radio show, or if I'm doing an article on them, it really just depends. But a question or a statement. Question can be, "Hey Danny, do you want to be featured on Thrive Global?" That's a question. A statement is, "Danny, let's get you featured on Thrive Global." That's a statement. So a question or statement. Personalize it. You heard I just used Danny. You want to put their name in the subject line, and value proposition, exactly what you're going to deliver to them, which is getting them featured on a new site. This is the template right here. You keep it short, sweet, to the point. Intro catches their attention. Second section, you state what you're doing, and the third section is your call to action. So you can do like 3 sentences. That's kind of the template. And like I said, it's going to vary depending on who you're pitching, how big they are. If I'm pitching Grant Cardone, it might be a little different. I'm pitching an influencer who has 20,000 followers versus Grant Cardone who has 3 million followers. So it really it's going to vary, but the formula is this. It's universal. The formula is the same. I go every time I do it. And then I'm speeding through this and over. Follow up. I do 4 follow-ups. So if they don't respond, it's not because that they're just not interested. It's because you caught them at the wrong time. You caught them checking their email while they're eating breakfast, or they're checking their email when they're about to get in the shower. They're checking their email while they're on their lunch break. They're checking their email while they're watching TV real quick. You caught them at the wrong time. They didn't have the time to sit down and respond to you. So you just think of it. You caught them at the wrong time, so you got to follow up with them, then follow up again. I do 4 follow-ups, so a total of 5 emails. And then the last one is spawn. You want to have a direct call to action. End in the email. You want to end with exactly what you want from them, what the next step is. If the next step is a 15-minute interview to answer some questions, then end the email with, "When can I get 15 minutes in our calendar to interview you?" Or, does this sound like a good deal does this sound like a deal? Can I please do an article to promote you to my new audience? whatever the next step is, you want to make it very clear, very concise, and non-threatening. So I just sped through that, Danny. I could have taken more time. I'm trying to be respectful of the time we have here.
Oh man, that was super, super valuable. There are going to be replays and slides, guys. I know this was kind of breezed through right there. And especially with the things like the templates, you're probably going to want to just take a look at those slides there. So we put all those resources over at the website, summitecommerce.co/gifts, and all of the replays, the speaker slides and presentations. And speaking of gifts, do you have anywhere to direct people? Do you have any like templates for them or anything that people would find valuable, the listeners?
Yeah, you're breaking in and out there, but I heard the last part about something for the listeners. I have a free pitch gift. You can get that at rhpec.com. And Dana, for you answering your question, this is perfect. Go to rhpec.com, and right there's a free. This is the gift right here. It's a 10-page PDF, and it goes in a lot more detail. And it even gives you examples. I have examples in there of different headlines and stuff, and which headlines work for different pitches. How I pitched Jeff Bezos, how I pitched Grant Cardone, how I pitched Neil Patel, how I pitched a Fortune 10 executive. So it goes in and really shows you details on how to pitch them, and it breaks it down on open. It's an open read respond. It breaks it down a lot more than I did right now, because this is it was very kind of quick. But rhpec.com, it's a free download, it's a free resource. Go ahead, download it and enjoy it. And yeah, I hope people find value in this. But all this is pointless if you don't take action on it. So anyone who's listening, give it a shot. You have nothing to lose. It's massive traffic targeted, and it's free. So why not give it a shot?
Yeah, Ryan. Well, really appreciate you giving that away. Really valuable.
Just now, as you were talking there, I signed up. I got your download there. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. That. All right. Boom. Yeah. I hope it's great. We love it.
Yeah.
Coming in there. Thanks, Ryan. Awesome. And let's just take a moment to thank our sponsors for this show here. So we have Summit E-Commerce Business Advisors, Turnkey, Perpetua, ZonGuru, Marketplace Seller Courses, Seller.tools, Data Automation, Enreach, BIG Tribe, really cool events here in Bali, Ecom Optimizer, the FBA Broker, Kenji ROI. We got AMZ Advisors, India Sourcing Trip, TFG, and Empire Flippers. And our next guest from a really interesting company. I've known this guy I think I met him like 4 years ago at one of Ryan Daniel Moran's events at CapCon. His name is Mike Seguer, and his talk is going to be about sponsored brands ads, how to create and thrive. He is actually one of the founders of PPC Entourage, just the software and Amazon pay-per-click service. And he has been in this game for a long time. He's really figured things out when it comes to Amazon pay-per-click, especially. And before we get started too, I just want you to talk a little bit, Mike, about Days of Nuggets. It's a really interesting initiative that you got going on for charity. So maybe let's just start things out there. Welcome, Mike. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you see me?
Can see you.
Awesome. Yeah, I am switching computers because my video was not working on my other computer. So what's up, everyone? Yeah, founder of Days of Nuggets, which was the most inspiring project I've ever had the pleasure of being a part of. And basically, we raised almost $50,000 to help children who are being trafficked against their will. So the Amazon community stepped up as a group, and it was fantastic because we got, I think, like 80 influencers to come together and do the 12 Days of Nuggets, which, guys, we're going to do again in November. And I absolutely can't wait because it's going to be more epic than ever. Our mission is to raise over $1 million, which saves 400 kids. Now, if you guys can see my screen, I'm actually trying to pull up the presentation. I had to switch computers. So, Danny, why don't you ask me one more question about Days of Nuggets, and I'll pull up my presentation.
Okay. Yeah, Days of Nuggets was really interesting. I had the pleasure of participating and just speaking on a listing optimization panel there. And it's just a collection of a lot of really valuable pieces of content, kind of similar to this summit here, where Mike just brought together like 80 Amazon influencers in the space to contribute a piece of free content for Amazon sellers, just all for a good cause, all for charity. And I think a lot of people probably don't know that it's such a big problem. Child sex trafficking in the United States, I think the number, the last one that I heard was there is currently 2 million children this in the United, in like Southeast Asia or countries. But I was really surprised to hear that that's not the case.
So the U.S. are the biggest consumers of it, and it drives the entire thing. So actually, it's all over the place. It's a big, major problem. And the major thing that we accomplish with the Days of Nuggets is awareness. And we want to bring awareness to this problem to sellers across the globe. We feel like stage 1 is awareness. Stage 2 will raise that money. And then hopefully in my lifetime, Danny, I want this problem to be a thing of the past. That's my mission in life, other than helping sellers with their business, is to bring massive awareness to help these kids out. And cool, Mike, showed up in perfect timing.
Boom, there we go. So without further ado, I know you got a really valuable presentation, advanced strategies to master sponsored brands ads. Let's do this. I know you put a lot of time into this stuff, so let's give the floor to you, Mike.
All right, guys, let's dive in. So we're going to talk about something that I think is really valuable to get ready for right now. If your business is, if your sales are down right now, I know this is thriving, all about thriving through whatever we're going through right now. This is a perfect time to get yourself set up with some really amazing ads, especially sponsored brand ads. I believe sponsored brand ads are the opportunity right now. There's lots of junk up there. I'm going to show you some of that junk right now. And also video ads are a really good opportunity right now. So first off, if you are struggling with your PPC right now, I came up with the 5 critical optimization strategies that are working really well to get rid of wasted ad spend. I made a video. It's 12 minutes long. It is on this website, get.ppcentourage.com/quarantine. So if that's the case that you're in right now, where you want to save money in ad spend for all of your PPC, these are the 5 tips that I would recommend. But let's get into sponsored brand ads, which I believe is still an amazing opportunity, because check out this junk at the top of Amazon right here. Type in car seat protector, and this is what shows up. And there's a lot of junk up there on Amazon, guys. So this is where you can shine, and your brand can do way better than this. And I'm going to share with you guys how you can use these advanced strategies to go ahead and do that. So once again, my name is Mike Zagari. If you don't know me, this is me a couple months ago at the PPC Congress. What we're going to cover today is we're going to do a deep dive into each ad variable, allowing you to craft the perfect sponsored brand ad. So the good thing about sponsored brand ads, the good thing and the bad thing, is that it's going to require more effort from you. That's going to be more time, more effort, but the more effort you put into it, the more you're going to do better than your competition, who is probably not going to put in the same time and effort that you are. So we're going to dive into some of the variables that allow you to create the perfect ad. Next, I'm going to help you find some of the best keywords and using them properly so that you can target the right audience. Based on the type of ad that you create, you want to make sure that you find the right keywords so that you're not wasting money on sponsored brand ads. And then finally, I don't think we're going to have time for this, but I'll give you a link in case you guys want to see the presentation, how to properly structure your sponsored brand ads for the best results, because there is a way to set them up properly based on the goal of your sponsored brand ad. So for those of you who don't know what we're referring to, this is a sponsored brand ad. It's at the very top of Amazon. There's also other locations. Amazon describes sponsored brand ads as a showcase or collection of your product's brand logo, a custom headline using keywords to target shoppers searching for items like yours. Here's another location, another placement where your sponsored brand ad could be. And there's also a location at the very bottom over here. Here's what it looks like on mobile. And you can see that this is really cool because there are up to 6 places to click. So unlike normal sponsored product ads, there's 6 different places that somebody could potentially click on desktop, which is a lot of real estate at the very top of Amazon. And also, like I said, there's a lot of junk up here as well, because it takes creative. You have to know how to make headlines. You have to know how to pair that to really good images. You have to know how to choose the right products, the right keywords, the right match types, and the right destination to send all your traffic. So there is some skill involved, which I'm going to share with you guys how to take advantage of. So when do I start making these ads? First, you have brand registry. That's super important. If you don't have that, go ahead and set that up. You have a solid foundation of sponsored product ads. We recommend setting up your sponsored product ads first, because those are lower in the funnel. You'll probably get better results in ACOS with sponsored product ads as compared to sponsored brand ads. So start with a good foundation there. You have a branding budget. So a lot of people leverage the power of sponsored brand ads for branding. They have a certain budget they want to just use to get the word out there. And this would be a great use of that branding budget. Next, ideally, you have a well-optimized storefront. So if you can drive traffic from your sponsored brand ads to a storefront that's really well optimized, that's really well done, and I'll share with you some examples, then you are probably doing better than your competition. And also, this is a big opportunity now. Amazon is focusing in on sponsored brand ads. They've made a lot of improvements. In fact, I got an email from them yesterday which I will share with you guys today, that shows you like one little tweak that they've made. They're also making a lot of tweaks on the API side of things. So there's a lot of software improvements that are coming out to help you do better with sponsored brand ads. All right, guys, so let's get started. Now, the first ad variable, we're going to do a deep dive and help you create the perfect ad. This is the main image. Let's talk about the main image. So you have options when you make your main image, when you make your ad, to have a different main image. The first option is a brand logo. So here we have an example of McCormick Seasonings, who's using a brand logo. This is a well-known brand. This is a really well-designed ad because people know what McCormick is. And this is a good use of the brand logo. This is another example of a good use of the brand logo. People know the Goldfish brand. It pops out. It kind of jumps out at you. As soon as I see that, I know what I'm buying and it's familiar to me. However, there are lots of examples where sellers are not really leveraging this and they're not really using this properly. For example, in this example, by BK Products Pets. This is a brand that I've never heard of. In this example, I would use this space totally differently because this logo, first off, it's not attractive. Secondly, it's not a household name. Third, if I can't, without testing it, I can't really say for sure, but I can almost guarantee if you put like a product image up there or a lifestyle image, it would test better than this ugly orange logo. So just keep that in mind, guys. This is one option to put your brand logo. The second option is a product image. So you can select one of your products and you can put your product image up there. And this is really cool, guys, because now you can have four different product images at the very top of Amazon. And I mean, this is great because you're seeing the same product over and over and over again 4 different times. In fact, this is an ad. It's relevant to Google, but we're going to use the article that I found for Google. It's likely that it's relevant for Amazon as well. Basically, what this article is saying is that people are more likely to click on your organic listings if they see you at the top of the page first in the advertising section. So think about that. People on Google are more likely to click on your organic listing where you don't have to pay for that. And there's lots of studies that show it. Now, if you translate that over to Amazon, if you have a sponsored brand ads, they're seeing your ad, they're seeing your product 4 different times with that image that I just showed you. They are more likely, according to this article, to click on your organic listing. So this is pretty powerful. If you leverage that, you can potentially get some more clicks organically, according to the research out there. So also, this is a good example of a main product image. This one I like because it really sticks out. It's very big. It fills the entire screen. It captures my attention. I would totally click on this if I was looking for this product. So I like this one very much as well. The next is a lifestyle image. So a lifestyle image, as you can see here, the woman with her dog, and this kind of portrays the lifestyle of what the product can bring to the consumer. And one example of a lifestyle image is product usage, which essentially guides their imagination and shows the benefits shoppers will receive from purchasing the product. And guys, I know I'm going through this really quickly, but here's an example where this really attractive woman is using the product. She's using Sturdy Clothes Rack, and you can see the product in action. You can see her using it in her home. Her home is nice and neat. It's a great way. It shows the product in use. So this is an example of a really good lifestyle image. The next is a context image, which essentially shows the image as part of a social situation. Without the product that you're selling, the social situation would not exist. Here's an example with a camping tent. Without this beautiful camping tent, this scene would not exist. It paints a picture in the customer's mind of something that they could potentially see themselves and their friends or their family with enjoying. So here's an example of an image, a lifestyle image. Now, a way to get some good ideas of these is to go to your social media, go to Instagram, and type in hashtag your main keyword and start to scroll down and get some ideas of what people are clicking and liking and sharing and all that kind of stuff. This could give you some ideas when you go to make your own photos. Once again, just to get the wheels turning. Another quick tip, definitely go ahead and giftify your image. This works really well in the holiday season. Just put a bow on it and it works really, really well. Super easy to do as well. All right, guys, one other thing that came out recently, it's called custom images. Custom images is basically brand new. It's in beta. Here's an example of a mobile ad without custom images and a mobile ad with custom images. You can see like it's a much wider image and it fills the space really well. So go ahead and test these out and play around with them, because you can see if this works better than the one with your ad without custom images. So this is the email that Amazon just sent me 2 days ago. And essentially now what they're allowing you to do is they're allowing you to put in taller images. So they found a 13% increase with a taller mobile ad as compared to the regular mobile ad. So here's what it looks like. Here's the original mobile ad on the left. And now Amazon is increasing the size or the height of the actual image, and they're putting the actual headline at the top of the image over here. So check out the difference. They found a 13% increase. So what you have to do is go ahead and create new ads and then set it up this way, and you'll see it when you go to set up your ads. This could potentially get you a higher click-through rate percentage, which is really good. Okay, guys, this next section is all about headline. Super important part. We're going to go over this in detail. We got about 10 minutes left, but I want to definitely get through this part because it's pretty important. Now, the previous speaker spoke about Neil Patel. This is one of his articles, The 4 U's of Crafting a Good Headline. You can go to neilpatel.com to find this article. First U, make the headline unique. So check this out. Enjoy shaved ice by the pool with your little ones. That one is unique. It's different. Your competition is probably not doing a headline like this. It's different. When you read that out, you think about the actual scene with your kids enjoying a snow cone, and it just paints a picture in your mind. So it's totally different. It's totally unique. Don't just copy and paste your competition's headline. That is just not a good idea. Make sure you put some thought into it. Next, ultra specific. And what do we mean by ultra specific? If you know that somebody is searching for a specific search term, make sure that search term is in your actual headline. So as you can see, I typed in snow shovel, and snow shovel is inside of this headline at the very bottom. So it's specific to the actual headline and the search term that people are searching for. Next, create a sense of urgency, a reason why somebody would want to buy this now. This is kind of a funny one, buy blowers now. So it's kind of like a weird sense of urgency, but why not go ahead and create a sense of urgency in your headline to, like end of season sale or something like that to make sure that people know that there's some kind of urgency to purchasing this product right now. Next, make it useful. I found this one really interesting. Turn screen time into fun learning time. Now, especially now with quarantine, kids are probably on their screen a lot. Why not turn that screen time into fun learning time? So this is a way to turn a concern into a possible benefit that can make parents feel better about their kids being on screen time. So this is a really useful way to craft a headline. So another really good tip is to use customer reviews for copy because they're unique, ultra specific, and useful. That checks off 3 U's of the 4 that we just mentioned. One way I like to do this is by going into Helium 10 and then looking at the review downloader and then looking at the phrases that come up the most. And then what you could easily do is craft a headline based on those phrases. So like in it didn't take me long at all. I basically looked at this and then made this headline really fast. Buy the super fast charging car charger. That works great. Now, it's not the best, but the point is I use the words and the phrases from the review downloader to make a really quick headline that is definitely ultra specific and unique. Definitely unique. Okay, guys, tip number 2 is the search term report. Definitely leverage the power of the search term report to craft your headlines because that will help you craft unique and, more importantly, ultra specific headlines. So check this out. These are some of the search terms that showed up inside of the search term report. You can see that lots of them have multiple orders, 175 orders, 33 orders, 69 orders. What I want to do is I want to get those search terms and I want to copy them and then use what I call the copy, rinse, and repeat strategy. The copy, rinse, and repeat strategy is so simple and easy to do. Essentially, what you're doing is you're going over to sponsored brand ads that are already working and you're going to copy them and then you're going to modify them and put in some of the new search term so that your ads are very specific to that new search term. You're going to take these search terms that you found, you're going to copy your ads, and create a headline that is very specific to that search term. So we call that the copy, rinse, and repeat strategy, because we take that search term, we put it in the headline, and then we also target that search term as an exact match. Now we have an exact connection to, we already have an ad that works pretty well based on our results. And now we're using the search term that we know works really well, and we're making that headline very specific and unique to connect with that keyword that we're targeting. So the copy, rinse, and repeat strategy. Other types of headlines, there's a bunch of them: trust, curiosity, news, call to action. I have a gift for you guys here. If you go to get.ppcentourage.com/headlines, we have a headline creator. Now, I don't recommend just going in and copying this like word for word, but use this as a template based on what you're trying to do in your sponsored brand ads and come up with some really killer headlines. Grab your best search terms from your search term report, bring them over here, add a call to action. And it's very simple to do. Copy that and put it into your sponsored brand ads and craft some really good stuff, guys. It goes down the list. There's even holiday headlines you can put in there for the holiday season and also for like the Prime Day and all that kind of stuff as well. All right, guys. So Danny, when we're running out of time, just let me know, because this presentation could go on forever, and whatever I don't finish, people can get the slides.
So now is the time, guys. If you have questions for Mike on any of this stuff when it comes to headline ads, anything Mike is talking about, then drop that in the comments here, and we'll get to that in a second. But I know you got some really valuable slides left for us here, so let's continue.
Awesome. Yeah. So the next variable is ad creative, which is basically the product group. So the products that you're going to show in your ad is the next variable. Here we have an option for what we call brand awareness. In a brand awareness selection, you're basically selecting all the different types of products in that actual brand. It's a general broad group of products for that brand. For example, we're looking at McCormick seasoning. We have garlic powder, black pepper, and red pepper. It's kind of the entire gamut of products in the McCormick seasoning brand. So that's more of a brand awareness play, and it goes with the brand logo and a general brand headline: Shop Classic McCormick Seasonings. So a brand awareness play here. Then we have a product line play. Check this out, guys. We have the McCormick Grill Mates, where here it's very specific to all the products for that product line. We have the logo in that product line. We have the main headline for that product line. It has Grill Mates in it, and it has 3 products in that product line. So we call that a product line ad. And then finally, we have the highly targeted ad. This is like if you're selling grill mats, you want to have all of your grill mats in there. It is highly targeted to the keyword that we're going after. In this example, we're going after the grill mats keyword. The image is grill mats, and all of the products are grill mats. I'm sure this seller is going after grill mats as the actual keyword that they're targeting, and it is a highly targeted campaign. Now, a quick tip for this is to put your best foot forward. You want to choose the products that have the highest amount of reviews, the highest click-through rate percentage, which is super important because you want people to actually click, and also the highest conversion percentage. So definitely, like, don't choose your off variations. Choose the ones that are going to be, put your best foot forward, basically. All right, Danny, we are almost out of time, but I'm going to go through this traffic slide. So where do you want to send all of this traffic? So inside of the advertising console, you have 3 options. You can send traffic to the Amazon store, you can send traffic to a list page, or a custom URL. I have not sent traffic to a custom URL, so I'm not going to use that as an option. But here's an example of a product list page. It's basically the products that you've selected in your ads going down the page. And you can see it's very, very native to shoppers. It's going to be very familiar to shoppers. So if you don't have a storefront, you can send traffic to a page that looks just like this. It's the easiest way to get started. But which seems to have the best conversions based on testing are actual Amazon storefronts. Here's an example of a storefront that's set up really well by Natrol. And the design is really well. What I love is they have everything broken down into categories based on the product line. They have sleep support, mood and stress, gummies, brain health. Everything is neat and organized. So if they were doing a brand play, they could send traffic directly to this page. So they would have multiple products from their brand and send traffic to this page so people can pick and choose where they want to go next. If they were doing a product line page, a product line brand ad, they would send their traffic to an actual product line page. For example, here we have beauty and anti-aging. So I would do all of my products for beauty and anti-aging in the actual ad and drive traffic specifically to this landing page that's specific to the product line for beauty and anti-aging. So it's pretty simple.
Isaac actually uses that melatonin. Apparently, you chose a good brand there.
Oh, that's being used, huh? Yeah, they do well on Amazon. It's good stuff.
That is good stuff. It knocks me right out. I used it last night.
Yeah, you had to, right, to be up at 4:30 in the morning. I saw.
Well, I'm here in the U.S., but this gets me so excited I can't go to sleep. So I'm going to bed at like 2 a.m.
Oh boy, nice.
Yeah,
I use it on the plane.
Yeah, one thing I really want to touch on with these storefronts too is that you can basically, if you do a good job, make it like a landing page on your own website, right? And Brandon Buckner, he is a collaborator of the Actualized Freedom podcast on a number of times. One of the most popular episodes ever created was about his strategies of running Google ads directly to Amazon storefront pages and then getting the benefits of being a lot more trackable if you're sending external traffic over there as well. And it's a lot more control over what page they land on, right? I think that's part of what you're touching on here, Mike.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's multiple benefits to setting up a good landing page. And there's also lots of good examples out there, Danny. Like I put some examples here, but go out there and do your research and find out some really good examples that you want to model after. These 4 look really good. And also I think Natural is pretty good. But like you said, there's a lot of things you could do with the storefront and you could really design it really well. One thing I want to point out though, that on this product line page, it's very native to the shopper because it's not like they're coming here and seeing a video or seeing a huge image above the fold. They're seeing something that is seeing something that they're used to seeing, which is the Amazon Prime badge and an actual product. So I just want to say, like when you're creating your sponsored brand ads, make sure that they keep the shopping experience in your mind when you're creating that, and don't have like a video that's up there that I think is going to not convert as well as having something that's native to the shopper like this Prime badge. And we are out of time.
Awesome. Well, we got a quick question here from one of the viewers. This is from Beto, I think Alberto, and we discussed this before, and then Beto is short for Alberto, and then BTO, however you pronounce that, is short for Beto even. So he's just all into all the shortenings. I'm very new to this. I still don't understand why sometimes looking for a specific product, something totally out of context shows up. So he was searching for a quilt, and then trash bags were on top of the search. Is that just like really poor targeting on the part of the trash bags people?
Yeah, it's poor targeting, and also maybe the search term that you targeted or that you typed in is really long tail. So there's just like a poor connection. Like there's not people aren't targeting or going after any of their ads. So Amazon might fill that space with something that's not as relevant to what you're shopping for. Or people are just creating some really bad sponsored brand ads. Like I showed you before, there's a lot of really bad sponsored brand ads. You don't see it as much with sponsored product ads because it's much more refined, but I do see some junk up there with sponsored brand ads.
Yeah. And so if someone was putting up their own products, how do they know that this is not happening to them? Is there a quick check that they could do to see like, hey, I'm selling some quilts and I'm showing up on trash bags or vice versa or something like that? Like what is a quick and easy way for them to see if that's happening to them?
Well, you want to dive into the search term report with sponsored brand ads. There is a search term report now. The key, Danny, though, is to make sure that you start with a relevant keywords to begin with. And also another key to this is we're finding that broad match for sponsored brand ads is too broad. So I wouldn't go with broad match. I would do at the very least what's called a broad modified. But if that's too confusing, I would just start with phrase match. Start with relevant keywords in phrase match and then find what's working and then go to exact match. I think where people get into trouble is if they use broad match with irrelevant keywords, and then it gets to be quite a mess. But if you follow like a structured strategy with the reason behind your ad, like is it a highly targeted ad or is it a brand play where you maybe want to go a little and get a bigger, broader reach? That makes a big that's a big reason why you might want to go a little bit broader in your keywords. So if that's the case, then you might want to choose keywords that are broad. So it's very much determined by what type of ad you're creating. Is it a highly targeted ad? Is it like a broad brand play? And also, if it's a highly targeted ad, use highly targeted keywords and highly targeted match types.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense, Mike. And if people want to reach out to you online, where's the best place for them to do so?
Sure. You can email me, Mike at ppcentourage.com. Also, I am on Facebook at the Entourage Seller Community. And if you guys want the actual blueprint, I rush through this in just no time whatsoever, but go to get.ppcentourage.com/SB and you'll see the entire blueprint that I just put together.
Super, super valuable. And I know that Mike just ripped through this one too, so you guys can find the replay or his slides or any of the resources he mentioned. We'll put that all in one single resource for you guys, summitecommerce.co/gifts. And thank you so much for your time, Mike.
Thanks, Danny. I appreciate you. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Cheers. Awesome. And Isaac, do you want to take a moment to
follow up? Oh, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Just pronounced as Beto.
Thanks for the answer.
I am terrible at Spanish and all that stuff. I took a few classes once and I stopped doing it and didn't practice. So apologize for my terrible pronunciation of your name. Butchering.
We're all good, Beto. Thanks for being here. All right. Let's talk about our sponsors. So this, of course, is a free event to you. We're grateful to have our sponsors with us. And this, as you know, we've been saying these sponsors, we're not getting paid for this, of course. We're here to provide value for you, because we know that everybody is looking for answers right now. And Danny and I, with our network of people, we're able to bring these people to you. And these sponsors are helping bring people to you to speak. They're also helping to bring people to be impacted. So we want to thank our sponsors. So we've got Ecom Optimizer, Empire Flippers. We've talked quite a bit about them. Greg was on the show, on the summit, talked about dominating the boom after the recession, if we go into one. Team FG, you heard Mandy yesterday. Perpetua, we had Gloria this morning or this afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. Marketplace Seller Courses, that was Shannon Roddy just a few minutes ago. India Sourcing Trip, of course. Kenji ROI, that is Danny's company. Data Automation, we've got somebody speaking from Data Automation coming up, I don't know, today or tomorrow. AMZ Advisors, you just heard Mike beg a couple hours ago. In that blank spot there will be at some point Summit E-commerce Advisors. That's my company. It's bookkeeping for e-commerce companies. We've got Turnkey Management. Somebody from there is speaking tomorrow. Zon Guru, you heard John yesterday, and he went through what products and what sellers are doing well. And guess what? People who launch products are the ones who are doing well. He's got all the data to show. Even today, people who are launching products are doing well. Seller.tools, amazing set of tools and a suite of tools over there. Big Tribe is another great sponsor. InReach. We haven't talked much about InReach yet. Chris Freiberger is the founder of InReach. I've had him on the podcast. Actually, that episode went live today. I didn't make an announcement for it because I didn't want to take attention away from this amazing summit that we've got going on here. But yeah, he is going to be on. He is on the podcast right now. If you want to check out Next Level E-commerce wherever you get your podcasts. So InReach, basically what they do is they connect Amazon sellers with Amazon service providers. And why is that important? That's because there's so much need out there. As we've demonstrated here, the market for selling things through Amazon is enormous. And so there's a lot of service providers out there, and he helps you find the ones that you need. We've got the FBA broker. Oh, that was one of my favorite talks this morning. He started us off, Corin. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors. And I believe we've got our next speaker here, Will Christensen.
Yeah, here is the man himself. They are also one of those sponsors. So that is Data Automation. That is his company there. I had him on my podcast talking a lot about different automations that Amazon sellers can use in their business to really hit that point where they can grow and scale in their business. So thank you, Data Automation, for being a sponsor of this event. And he's going to talk a lot more about that kind of things. He's a master of creating systems. If you have task overload right now, he's going to let us know how to stay focused with crisis-proof project management. And this man is a very deep thinker when it comes to not only systematizing things in your business, but choosing what things are actually important to systematize in your business. So let's welcome to the live stream, Will Christensen. How you doing, man?
How's it going, everybody?
Very, very good. Awesome. You got a sword in the background over there. What's the story with that thing?
You know, I'm glad you asked. The sword is actually... Okay, so if you're going to hire a cook, you had better hire a fat one, right? Like one of those cooks that actually eats their food, because the skinny cooks, I mean, not to offend anybody, right? But so if you're going to hire a tech guy, he had better be a true nerd. And if he can't prove that he's a true nerd, well, then you might want to go look somewhere else. So that is it's on the other side. It's a replica from Lord of the Rings. My gamer tag and everything's associated with that sword. So I put it in the background because it's a fun conversation starter, and it proves I'm a true nerd. So that's what I'm.
And it'll keep you safe from coronavirus too. I heard that swords are one of the most effective ways for fighting off the coronavirus. Is that true?
You know, I haven't seen that one yet in the news. Don't know that that's corroborated yet, but you know, we'll go with it.
Awesome, Will. Well, I know that you have some really value-packed stuff for us here, so let's get straight into the content. What do you got for us here?
Yeah, so you know, we talked a little bit about some of the different strategies that we could use to really bolster or take a look at where we could go with full-blown, you know, jam-packed project management. And I'm here to tell you that I've used hundreds of different systems out there for project management. And what I want to show you is, you know, we're going to attack a situation, right? So I'm going to ask Danny, you know, what's the most common, or we'll throw it out to the audience, get some live comments from you guys. Tell me about some of the crises you're facing right now. And I've got a couple that my clients have faced as well. And we're going to live attack how I would build a project management system. And I'm even going to sneak in some automation. I can't not do that, right? Data automation. I'm here to help these sellers really see where that goes. So we're going to live attack this, and I'm going to show you some of the tips and tricks and ways that I would go about building out that crisis management board. You know, I've had sellers come to me and say, hey, you know what? You know, they just turned off my seller fulfilled Prime. You know, they just suspended me. So that's a decent example of, okay, now what? You know, and how do you huddle the team together and create? And maybe you're a small enough team that you've really just been communicating via Messenger, and now it's like, okay, no, hold on, we've got to get something together where we're actually keeping track of this stuff and putting it where it's going. So we're going to do that live. So that's, I guess, one of the questions here that I'm asking for is, can you give me some ideas of some crises? And if nobody's got a great one that will take on, we're going to dive into that one that I mentioned to you before, where, you know, hey, my seller fulfilled
let us
Prime
know in
just
the
got turned
comments
off.
right now, guys. Like one thing that you are currently struggling with in your business, or maybe one of your friends is going through a crazy situation. Let us know a little bit about the details in those comments, and we'll go through that live. And while we're waiting for that, I think that one that you mentioned with the seller fulfilled Prime is one that a lot of people are facing right now. Like the vast majority of Amazon sellers are dealing with that. So I think that's a good one to start with.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, if you come up and you have a crisis that you're like, okay, well, how do I get organized about this, or where do I go? What I'm going to do live today, right now, I've pulled up one of my favorite project management systems, and there are a lot of them out there, and we have tried a lot of them. And this is the one that we kind of landed on, and I'm going to tell you why we landed on it and what I did to test this and work with my team to kind of look at that. So let me share my screen here. Okay, so as you can see here, this is obviously a Trello board, and Trello is a really, really powerful tool. Honestly, one of those tools that if you haven't looked at it yet, I highly recommend digging in and kind of seeing what that looks like. Trello is totally based off of a Kanban system. So, okay, managing third-party fulfillment centers, that's a good one. That's actually a really good one, and we're gonna dig in here. I've got some other ideas on where we can go with that as well. So for the Trello board here, we're just going to call this, and Trello boards can be named on the individual project, or they can be named for the entire company. So you can kind of see in the background there, I've got a couple of different Trello boards that are going on for my company. And this is how we manage all of our development team, all of our project management across the entire team of developers that are spread across the country. So no big deal that we are, what I would call a distributed team. We can handle that. So let's actually do this one based off of what we were talking about before. Let's do this one based off of this SFP turned off, right? So we're going to go in here, and you can see that they've got all sorts of different options here. And this specifically is showing me that I've reached the maximum number of boards in my team. No big deal. I can actually do unlimited boards, and I can do a private or a public board. I'm going to do a private board in this situation. And they've got all sorts of templates. Let's look at the templates for just a second, and you can kind of get an idea for some of the different things that they've got in here. So, product management, project management, obviously they're going to have some ideas. We're going to start from scratch, but I wanted to show you that you don't have to start from scratch. Not necessarily, right? They've got all sorts of different options for different project management boards that have been published by individuals at Trello, as well as just inside the system. So let's go back here, and we're going to actually just pump it in there. We're going to create our own. So they kicked me back over. I'm going to hit create board here. I'm going to go back to that private board. And the cool part about a private board inside Trello is I can immediately share that with anybody that I'm coming across, right? So as we get in here, so let's say SFP turned off, okay? And a lot of times I'm tempted to go through and make this so that it's client specific or product line specific. A Trello board, think of it like a container with a whole bunch of sublists inside that container, okay? So we're going to put that not on a team, hit that board, and it's going to come up and it's going to give us a beautiful background, and it looks really simple. And at this point, most of you are thinking, well, okay, that's cool. I can create a spreadsheet with a bunch of lists, but what's the point? Trello has some really powerful things about it. This Trello board is actually instantaneously on my mobile device, okay? So, with the click of a button, it's on my mobile device. I'm able to kind of get in there. And when you interact with it on that mobile device, it feels like paper. So most of the time, a lot of people are getting out sticky notes. They're putting them up on the side of the wall, that kind of thing. And that's valuable. You can get there. But it's difficult because, you walk out of the room, you take a picture, you're going to lose some of that traction and kind of see where that goes. So, SFP being turned off, we could do this in categories. So we're like, okay, urgent now, right? All right. So what is urgent right now? What are we tackling? What are we getting in, and where are we going with this? Okay. What could be done tomorrow? Right. And so you can see it's going to give me the ability to just spit out a whole bunch of lists, right? And then at that point, we can start creating cards, and those cards can be assigned out to individual people. So let's say that one of the cards is contact Amazon. Okay. Now, if you're on a team with multiple people and you're trying to understand where that goes, you need to be sure that you know who you can assign that card to. So very quickly, very easily, I can invite anyone with as simple as a link. I can copy this link, and anybody who has a Trello account can join this board. So if I were to go out and paste this into the live stream right now, you guys could all join and we could collaborate together on this board. It's literally that fast. It's essentially having a Google document, but that can be categorized and put into all of these separate places. So
and that's one of the big advantages of Trello, is that you can have all of those guest users for free without having to pay for a bunch of million users. That's a problem for a lot of Amazon sellers, is you have so many different contractors from like Fiverr, Upwork working on a thing. And a lot of these other task management softwares are going to charge you out at $15 to $30 per user just to have those people in your board. But Trello, as long as you don't have the same accounts across multiple boards, you do not need to pay for those external users. So really good for that.
We actually use it all the time for managing exactly that. Anybody we've found on Fiverr or Upwork or any, FreeUp, we go in and we actually will create a board. And I'm going to show you what we would do in this situation. If I'm in this mode, I'm going to want to know, okay, what is my team currently working on? Okay. So doing, and then I call this one. I often will add this column. A lot of people don't. This is built on a system called Kanban. And Kanban is a phrase where we're talking about the flow of everything that's going back and forth. So my second one here, I'm actually going to call this one review. And then my last one here, I'm going to call this one done. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get these tasks to flow down here to the right. So you can see I pick it up and I can move it all the way across to the right. And at any given time, I can open it up and I can actually assign it out to a specific individual. So if I have more than one individual or more than one freelancer, really easy to see who's in here. Just like in a ticket system, I can easily come in here and say, hey, Will, how's that coming? Did Amazon respond, right? So, we can go in here and quickly get an idea of what's going on. When I hit that save button, that's actually going to send that individual an email. So, or a browser notification that's just going to pop up and handle kind of that situation for what's there. So really powerful in terms of making that go where we want it to, and allowing us to get there. So Meester Task, if Meester Task is what I remember, just saw the comment there. Meester Task, I'll actually hit the home page here for everybody just to show some people what we're talking about. So task management is one of those things that comes around a lot. So you can see Meester Task actually just based on what I'm seeing here on the front page, inbox open, in progress, done. So they've kind of pushed you down that road, and it looks like they do have a mobile app. They are using the Kanban system. So it sounds like it does have some similarities. One of the things that I love about Trello is, again, that it is free for as many users as I want to put in there, and it's really going to push it through for what we're looking at. So I just love some of those capabilities to push it where it's going and get it to that next phrase or next step. So, urgent now, we got to contact Amazon. We need to figure out why. Why did we get shut down from SFP? Where did we get a notification? Is it just that everything dropped out the bottom? What is it that's happening around there? And then we can start to divvy out those different tasks. So one of the things that I've discovered as I get in here is I can give some priority based on what, I can pick up and move these lists into their different categories. So if I have this urgent now and it's sitting right here, I can actually drop this in here. So for a lot of people, that's not a huge deal in terms of how that goes. Silence my phone here. It's going off like crazy because I think I'm actually in the live stream on my phone as well. So as we're looking at where to go with this, one of the things you have to ask yourself when you're building a project management, a bulletproof project management system, is you've got to figure out, okay, if this is bulletproof, if I'm going to take this on and I'm going to go where I need to go, what is the actual next action? What is the thing that we are trying to do next? Okay, so this is one of my absolute favorite books. There's a book called Getting Things Done by David Allen. I definitely recommend this book. It's a very fast read, and it talks a lot about how to break down the concept of work. What are you trying to do? And one of the things he says is define two different things. We define a project and we define a next action. So in my Trello board, we actually created a whole separate Trello board where we tracked projects versus next actions. So let's talk about that for a second. What is the difference between a project and a next action? And if you've got some ideas and you want to throw that in the list here, I'm totally interested in hearing what you think the difference is between a project and a next action. And then I'm going to kind of reveal a little bit of what David Allen says and what we do inside data automation to make sure that we can get that out there. So, Danny, I'm actually curious.
I think that's super important. Yeah, just like really refining.
What's the difference? What's the difference, Danny? Now that you popped out there to get a drink of water, you got to breathe sometimes. I get it. Tell me, what do you think the difference is between a project and a next action?
To me, a project is holistically, it's a group of different actions that need to get done. It's a specific result that it needs. So typically it's like, we need to get this completed or out or something like that. But a next action, there's always one thing that needs to be done next or should be done next, right? Typically, there's like a collection of actions, and there typically is an order to these actions, or at least one that's more important. So that's my definition anyways.
Yeah, so the project might be get SFP turned back on. So now I want you to realize for just a second that I just actually committed a faux pas. As you're looking at this board, what is the name of my board? The name of my board is SFP turned off. Well, that in a sense is the project. So let's say instead of SFP turned off, this is, I'm trying to think of a great seller name here, and I'm coming up totally blank. But let's call that
Bigaloo's Bungalows.
Yeah, there we go. Bigaloo's Bungalows. Thank you.
Had to make a long one for you.
Yeah, if you could go any shorter, I'd really appreciate it. But let's imagine that Bigaloo's Bungalows, you did just sentence me to saying that for the rest of this, didn't you? So as we're getting in here, you can see Bigaloo's Bungalows. Now I have a project, and let's say that I've got more things going on with let's give it a category like COVID, right? So this is our COVID crisis management board. And now I can have a project over here, and I'm like, okay, well, I got to get SFP turned on. But you know what? I also really need to hire a CPC expert, right? Now, why is hire a CPC expert considered a project and not a next action?
So yeah, I'd love to hear you guys in the comments, but me personally, to me, that's a result. There's probably a series of things that need to happen to hire a CPC expert. You need to post on Upwork. You need to go actually find someone. You need to do interviews, right? It's a whole series of different actions.
Wait, you mean you can't just in one fell swoop sit down and in 1 hour make that happen?
Well, whoever solves that problem is going to be a multimillionaire pretty quick.
Yeah, right. If you can solve that problem in 1 hour, them responding, you responding. I mean, Fiverr's kind of trying to do that, right? Where they've got the on-demand feature where you're like, I need somebody to design a logo now. And like you can hit a button and the freelancer is like hooked into like, I will give it to you by this time. And honestly, I love, so when you're looking for a freelancer, and obviously that's not what we're talking about, but I love playing with the different people out there. And I've seen Fiverr people be really rapid. So if you're in a crisis, go check out what's on Fiverr, because you'd be surprised at how fast some of those guys are responding. And as long as you do a decent job of digging through reviews and querying what's there, a lot of times they can help you out in that crisis moment to dig in there. So like let's say it was like, I bet if we went and dug around inside Fiverr, we could find somebody who would design a Trello board for us and would do it within the next hour, right? So
man, and I bet there's huge demand for these kind of gigs on Fiverr right now, right? The market just got flooded with new freelancers who all of a sudden are out of a job, and flooding the market with this kind of stuff. There's probably some great deals on work to be found on Fiverr at the moment.
We were on a mastermind last week or 2 weeks ago when this thing was just beginning. And one of the guys got up and he said, I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, everything is at a discount, because he was going through Fiverr and Upwork, and he was posting, and he was like, hey, how about we do it at this rate? And everybody was like, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. So, I mean, it's a really good time to be looking to start some of those projects and you know, getting out there. Everybody's looking for an opportunity to jump in on. So let's get back to that task versus next action. Hire that CPC expert. That's a stake in the ground. We need to say, yes, this needs to happen, and there's multiple actions that happen on it. So, you know, let's talk about the checklist here. So this checklist feature is one of my favorite features inside this system, because you can think of this as like a list of actions. And so oftentimes when I get my actions here, I will actually call that next actions. And then you can even throw up another one and be like, someday, maybe. And so for those of you who have read David Allen's book, Getting Things Done, those are two key coined terms that I can't say that I coined necessarily, that he's put on there. And I can go on there and say, okay, well, what does it take to hire a CPC expert? Well, you know, I got to email FreeUp, you know, or I got to email Upwork, you know, post on Upwork, or I got to go get on Fiverr. You know, I got to go do some of those things. And once we get down here and look at these, we can start dragging them up and be like, okay, well, that is the actual next action. And I think it's important that you recognize, okay, now after I actually, you know, I got to pay someone, right? And I got to actually, you know, maybe I have an NDA that I got to get them to sign, and I got to set up an interview. So what I'm trying to point out here is you can see that this is a container for these next actions. Now, this someday maybe thing, this is just a container as well. And we're going to say, okay, well, what is the actual thing I need to do next? Oh, I need to do this. I can't pay anybody until I get an interview, and I can't interview anybody until I email FreeUp or I get something moving on this next piece of it here. I can't send an NDA to anyone until I actually get to that point, right? So really powerful in terms of, you know, getting that there. You've got a due date feature here where you can be like, hey, this project needs to be checked in on by this time. And in the getting things done world, as far as project management is concerned, that's called a tickler. Okay. So we're going to set a date out in the future, and we're going to say, I'm going to check back up on this project at this time. Well, the beautiful thing about Trello is I can go in here and say, you know what? I only want to see the things that are due now. So I can actually sort that by the date it was created or the due date. So I sort it by the due date, and it's like, oh, here are the things that are most important that you said you should check back in on. Okay. So you're able to really get around here and do this. Now, here's my favorite part about checklists. As you're going inside this checklist, you've got a feature here where I can actually convert a checklist item into a card. Okay. So I hit that button, and you'll see that it drops this out here. So now I've got email this guy on FreeUp, and I'm like, this is urgent. I'm actually moving that to doing. I'm going to do it right now. And you can put feedback about, you know, here's the job details that I posted. And then, you know, let's say that you had a freelancer who did that. They can move that into review. And then let's say that you were like, you know what, every time something moves something into review, I'd like to know about that. Like maybe I've got a designer who's doing product images, and every time someone moves it into review, I want to know, I want a notification. Well, there's a couple of different ways that you can do that. You can do this watch category right here, right? So if I hit this checkbox, it'll start notifying you. Or, and this is where we're going to sneak in some automation, you can pull open a Zapier account, and you can quickly create it so that if it's high priority, you can actually send yourself a message, okay? So let's go.
Trello actually has a really interesting built-in tool called Butler. I think it might be only available on a paid versions of Trello, but Butler has plenty of cool automations that I use similar to what you're talking about. Like if a due date comes up, it's going to move that card into my today column just automatically. So I don't have to constantly be sorting all of my cards. It'll just automatically do that based on my rule.
Yep. And I love, I mean, honestly, the automation rules and the things that are inside Butler are really, really fantastic. And like you mentioned, a lot of those are, you know, you're stuck with some of the paid, you need the paid version. Zapier, there's some of the Butler features that you can build on Zapier, and it's completely free. So
yeah, and there's some things you can't do with Butler that you can do on Zapier as well. So that's a really powerful one.
Yeah, it goes both ways. So you go here, and this is a Zapier app. So if you get into Zapier, I'll just show you what that looks like when if you're, because I obviously jumped right into the app. But once you get into Zapier, this is my screen where everything's there. If I hit this Make a Zap button right here, that's what takes me to this editor page. Okay, so you can create a free Zapier account. They'll give you 100 free tasks. So that's 100 items that moved into the review category that I'm going to be able to push around. So let's say that I go Trello here and I pull this in. These are all the different things that I can do to kind of move in there. So you can see, do you see how it says card move to a list here? So very easily I can go through, select my Trello account. And once I've got my Trello account in here, you can see that I'm going to be able to pull up. Here's all the different, you can, I looked the other day, I have 138 Trello boards. Hi, my name is Will, and I'm addicted to Trello boards.
138 Trello boards. We got a quick question from the audience here. Is Trello similar to MeisterTask? I know you tried out pretty much everything out there. What do you think about the similarity between these two?
Yep, absolutely. And that one came up just a few minutes ago, and I did a quick Google search just to show everybody what that is. And you can see just on the front page, complete, inbox, open, in progress, done. It's totally there. Let's check out to see if their pricing's anywhere near as good. And they do have some, only up to 3 projects. So that's where the wheels come off the cart for them in comparison to Trello. And obviously they've probably got some other things that are going through there that are pretty powerful. But so yeah, similar, but I'd still stick with Trello just based on what I've seen before. So as I'm coming in here, we're going to go with Bigelow's, right? And I'll just power through this real quick. If anybody's got any questions on how to do something like this, you can message me. But essentially what we're going to do here is anything that goes into the review column, I want to trigger this Zap to do something. And here's the sample card that it found. And at this point, a good project management system will remind you when you've done something that you need to do elsewise. So let's talk about Slack. I love Slack notifications. And one of the things I love most about Slack notifications is this ability to add a reminder. So if you have a project where things are moving into a specific column inside Trello, so think about handoffs. So where project management falls off is when one team member is supposed to give it to another team member and the other team member does what? They forget. They lose that next action, right? And so this for review column that we were showing you right here is a perfect example of a handoff. When it goes from doing to review, generally the person who's going to review it is not the same person who did the work. So on that handoff, things are likely to get stuck. If we create a reminder right here so that every time something moves in here, we're able to quickly go in, and I've got a couple of different accounts connected here. I'll show you what this looks like. I can quickly go in and I can pipe in, oh, hey, there is a new card in review, right? And I can even go in and go here and I can find that it'll give me, I can search this and I can pull up a link, okay? So here's the short.
Everything from the Trello card actually linking to the Trello card. Yeah, it's really powerful. I use that in a lot of my Slack things. We do unfortunately have to move on to the next speaker here, but I know that you have some good resources where you can point people to if they want to learn more about this kind of stuff. Where do you think, if listeners wanted to really dive into this kind of stuff more, where do you think is the best place for them to do that?
Yep, absolutely. There's a couple of different webinars. If you just do a quick Google search, Zapier webinars, data automation, there's a couple of great webinars out there that you can get onto. You can hit us up on our website, dataautomation.com. And we'd be happy to help kind of look at some of those different pieces. I'll be honest, closing remarks, if you stick to it and you dig in, and you're willing to coordinate with your team appropriately, you'll make it through it.
Awesome. And I know this was some dense material. There's a lot of clicking around and looking at very specific things. So if you guys want the replay or anything that Will mentioned here, any of the resources, you can find those all in one place at summitecommerce.co/gifts. And that's for all 4 days of this event. There is something like 40 speakers going across the entire 4 days. So a lot of things in that resource right there. So thank you so much for coming on, Will. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Phew. And we are keeping her going. And this is the one that I've been teasing for a little while here. This is the guy who is the Kickstarter guy. He has done several 6-figure Kickstarter launches, one that was almost 7 figures. And he really knows what he's talking about when it comes to this stuff. And he's going to talk to us today about his Kickstarter launch strategy, how to have a profitable launch, build a long-term sustainable brand. And this comes at a time when a lot of e-commerce businesses are just really short on using Kickstarter or crowdfunding in general can be a really powerful strategy to keep launching that next product and not put your entire business on hold. So I think this is really timely. So I want to welcome to the live stream, Vance Lee. How you doing, man?
Doing amazing, man. Thank you so much for having me. This is awesome.
Heck yeah, man. So I know a lot of people in the Amazon FBA space where I'm familiar, they know about Kickstarter. They always have questions about it, but they're hesitant to get into it because it's a whole different beast than selling on Amazon, right? There's completely different triggers that make this whole thing work than the whole Amazon ecosystem. So I know you got a really valuable presentation. So I'm going to give the floor over to you, man.
Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate it, man. Super pumped for today. Really, really excited about where we're going to go with this today because I think there's a lot of value here, and this is a topic that I'm super passionate about. So hopefully that you guys can get something from this that's going to be actionable. And my goal is really to walk away from today's presentation with something that some really cool ideas that you can start thinking about how you can implement for your next product launch. So like Danny said, I think this is a really, really good time right now with the way that things are going in the economy and the changing landscape in e-commerce. We know there's never been a question about building a long-term sustainable brand. We talk about Apple, we talk about all these amazing case studies of companies that built brands and how that's had such a positive impact on the long-term sustainability of their business. So Facebook ads costs are going up, acquisition costs are going up. So it's never been more important to be able to establish a sustainable brand. And we know this leads to things like being able to charge more, more customer loyalty, increased lifetime value of a customer, and really just the overall sustainability. So lots to cover today. I'll do my best to kind of break it down. But really the idea is I'm going to walk you through 2 main parts. Understanding Kickstarter and why this model is going to be an appealing one for you to consider taking a look at. And the second one is the 5-step process of the 6-figure Kickstarter launch blueprint. And I'm going to have a Q&A at the end. So again, I apologize if I'm going to go through this a little bit faster than usual, but I want to respect the time and make sure that we have some time at the end to write down your questions and I'll go through the Q&A. So let's get started. So a little bit of quick background. I started e-commerce in 2015 after I decided it was a quick, I had a quick trip to Thailand and decided I really wanted to start a location independent business and have that freedom. So shut down my marketing agency in Toronto and then kind of just jumped right into e-commerce where I started exploring e-commerce, all these different channels. And eventually what's led me to is kind of really becoming successful with the launch and branding process through building crowdfunding campaigns. So let's jump right into it. So this is part 1. This is why you'll care about Kickstarter. And so for those of you that don't know, I'm sure you've heard about Kickstarter a lot, but don't know too much about the dynamics of it or how it works. Kickstarter is a crowdfunding website, and crowdfunding has been around for a long time. And it's essentially just a fancy way of saying, okay, we have this big project we need money for. Let's get a lot of people to contribute to this project so that we can bring this project to life. And this has become available for e-commerce through platforms like Kickstarter and Indiegogo. And these have been really popular where there's really large communities around supporting new product launches and be able to essentially launch really cool products. So this started as a way to launch kind of really, really unique products that these creators couldn't get funding for. So, they can't go to VC, they can't get a lot of funding from the banks because it's a new product. So they went to crowdfunding to be able to say, hey, can you please support my product? If you support this and help me get the cash up front to launch this product, then once I launch it, you can have this in exchange. So that's how it started. But now it's become a little bit different. It's not only for these like crazy innovative products that take a long time to develop. They've become really more, this has become more of a platform for marketing and being a way to get your name out there and build your brand through this type of campaign. So why is this type of audience special? Because of the way that these types of websites started, these people are really pumped to support new projects. So new products, new brands, they are there. They want to be the first. And this is something that's a really common trait with people that are Kickstarter or Indiegogo type of customers. They're passionate. These guys share like crazy online. So if they support your brand, you can be sure that they're going to be supporting it through social media, talking to their friends about it, and just being the evangelist, like, because they were the first to really support the project. So there's some type of personal investment there. And last one is, despite looking at the demographics, which is really kind of interesting as well, looking at these guys are really some of the wealthiest e-commerce shoppers out there. And the reason why we know this in practicality is that these guys are willing to put down $50, a couple $100, even over $1,000 on a project that they've never seen before that might not get delivered. And yeah, there are some projects that pretty much don't get delivered, but we're not going to be those people. We're going to launch projects and then we're going to deliver them. So yeah, and the other thing that's really interesting to note about these guys is a lot of these guys are what we call super backers. Essentially, they're really involved in the communities and they back multiple projects. And it was really interesting with our first project, we realized that we were looking through some of the profiles of these customers, and some of them had backed over 20 or 30 projects. So super interesting community. We'll get back to why this is relevant in a little bit. So what do you guys want to know? Why is this favorable for us as sellers? And to understand that, it's really important to understand how the process works and how that's different from a traditional launch process like Amazon. So the way that it works is you have a limited time campaign, let's say 30 days. You put up your product and backers will place pre-orders during this period of time. So they place pre-orders, they like your product, and they essentially know that their product, they're not going to receive the product for a set number of time. Maybe it's a couple months, maybe it's a year. You set that in advance. They know when they're getting into this, so that they're placing a pre-order and that they're not going to get it right away. So after that, after the campaign closes at 30 days, Kickstarter will pay you in 15 days. And then from there, you get the cash, and then you say, okay, I'm going to place my order with my manufacturer. You get the order in the inventory, and then you fulfill. So of course, you know, this is very, very, very different than the Amazon model, where you put the cash up front, you place the 30 or 50% deposit, it gets manufactured, and then from there, you get it to your warehouse, you get it to FBA, and then you start going through your launch strategy. So there's an investment of cash there. So this is a very different model that is beneficial for a few reasons that I'm going to go into over here. So this is a better launch strategy and a really, really interesting way to kind of launch new products and new ideas because of these things that I'm going to go through individually one by one. So I'm going to start with the fact that you can have a profitable launch. This is probably the one that most people are really interested in. Like I mentioned earlier, I've gone through this before. The Amazon launch model is extremely, extremely capital intensive, and you're going to be investing in the inventory up front. You're going to be doing launch giveaways, PPC, all that stuff. And essentially your goal is to push for a successful launch. And if it's successful, then eventually you recover the cost of this investment, essentially this marketing investment up front. And why Kickstarter is different is that successful Kickstarter launches are generally very profitable. In a lot of cases, you'll find that this is our campaign that I ran for this cold brew maker called the Arctic. And this campaign was it was a crazy campaign. It turned out a lot better than I expected. It was my first one. And it ended up raising about close to $1 million and after pre-orders, after upsells. And this was about a 30% profit margin before the campaign. So by the time the campaign ended. So the other one that's related to this is to minimize risk. So instead of going through this launch process and not being very certain that you can essentially have a successful product, you go through the Kickstarter launch process because you get the pre-orders first, you get the cash in hand, and then you're able to, you have positive cash flow, and then you're able to make decisions about how much you want to order, what that strategy will look like after you have that successful launch. This one is the one that I think most people would be really excited about, which is the main topic of today's presentation, which is building a long-term sustainable brand. And we know how difficult this is to do on Amazon alone. Amazon makes it extremely difficult. But once you run a successful campaign, these backers become your fans, and now you have this really excited audience, these early adopters of your brand, that they are your product, that they're really pumped to be involved in what you guys are doing. So you can communicate directly with them through the Kickstarter channel. You get their emails. You can invite them to Facebook groups. Really, you get to have a direct line of communication with them, unlike the way that it works on Amazon. So the thing that happened with our first Kickstarter that really made a big difference, where we realized the power of this, was we had about 4,000 backers at the time. We decided, hey, let's send out a survey to these backers. And we sent out the survey as a Google form survey, really amateurly done. But we sent it out to them, and we're so surprised that within less than 7 days, we had about over 2,400 responses to this survey. And I mean, I know when I send out Amazon emails that my response rate for reviews or just having them engage is extremely low. So this was a really interesting way to see kind of how this community interacts. And Kevin Kelly talks about getting your first 100 true fans. Kickstarter really is a way where you can start getting access to these early adopters and having them involved in the early stages of developing a product, which makes them one of those true fans. And you start to build that, and that's going to make a huge difference in the foundation of your business. Social proof. Essentially, at the end of the campaign, your project will stay there forever. So anytime anybody searches your brand, your product name, this has a, so this will usually show up at the top, or top 3, always going to be there. And I always, suppliers that I'm working with, if I'm doing PR outreach for the brand, I'll send this to everybody. So this is a really good way to generate social proof. And finally, PR buzz and credibility. This is our first campaign again, and it had over, I think, 100 press hits. Not all of them from crazy publications, but a lot of really legit ones out there. And this really begins to establish the foundation of your brand outside of a platform like Amazon with external credibility. And really, this is what it takes to start developing essentially a brand that's going to live and have its own life outside of a platform like Amazon. So, and then, sorry, I forgot to mention that this is not exclusive to your launch strategy. You can, of course, launch on Amazon, Shopify, whatever you want to do afterwards. This is just kind of a different way of your initial launch. So this is the exciting part, the strategy. But before I get to that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my journey through FBA and Amazon and e-commerce. My first product in 2015 with Amazon was a huge success. So I got a little bit confident, a little bit cocky, decided that next year I was going to launch 12 products. Spoiler alert, that was a really big mistake, and most of them eventually failed. I tried all the standard things like giveaways, aggressive PPC campaigns. I even went out of the way at that point to go through these influencer networks to get them to promote the products. But the biggest 2 issues that I came across was, 1, no reliable strategy that allowed for positive cash flow. And then 2, not really building a brand. You're getting customers, you're getting sales, but not building a brand. And that's not building an asset that allows you to have a sustainable long-term business. So eventually lost about $150,000 in 12 months, and 10 of those products failed. But along the way, learned this Kickstarter process that I'm going to share with you through raising that first successful campaign that almost raised $1 million. So here it is. Let's dig right into it. It's 5 steps, and it goes from turning your USP, creating your campaign, launching strong, and then fulfilling your orders, and then really taking the opportunity to take advantage of the traction to establish your brand. So I'm going to go through these individually one by one. Determining your USP is this kind of a fancy way of describing how you're going to hook your audience and get them excited about your product. And so if you're working on a product right now and you have a product in development, this is an opportunity for you to think about how you might be able to apply these types of things in creating your product. If you already have an existing product, this is an opportunity for you to think about how you can apply these concepts to position your current product. And the thing that I want to debunk is that Amazon A lot of people think, people think Kickstarter only accepts really, really innovative and unique products, and that's simply not true. They're just looking for something that has a unique spin or something that a unique angle or a unique presentation that would be interesting to their audience. So an example that I found, an early product that I looked into when I started launching in Amazon is these cocktail shakers. Really, really commoditized product. These guys have found a way to present it and do a really good job by raising almost $470,000 on their launch. So USP is defined in 3 different ways that I would say is easy, medium, or hard. Easy almost applies to every single product. If you've never developed a complex product before, I would stick to level 1 and 2, easy and medium, and I'll explain why. But of course, level 3 is really awesome too, to create some really innovative products. So almost all products can accomplish level 1, which is essentially product positioning. Product positioning is being able to talk about your product and present your product in a different way, or emphasize a benefit in a way that it hasn't been done before. So this is a brand that I know well. They're friends of mine called Soapberry, another called Treated Tub. But they launched in the extremely, extremely competitive organic skincare niche. And here what they've done is they've emphasized a specific ingredient that they work with. And that has done well for them. They've been able to build a really, really strong brand on and off Amazon and charge over 50% more than their average competitor for I think 60 or 70% of the actual volume of the products that they sell. The next one is another good example, travel packing cubes all over Amazon. These guys have chosen to present to position the compression element of it and how easy it is to use. And they've done really successful, almost 290,000. So level 2, this one is essentially making some type of small upgrade to your product. And you might have already done this if you're developing a product that's a little bit more unique than a private label product. Chopsticks, been around for thousands of years. This is obviously a very, very common product, but these guys have made it into a titanium pair of chopsticks. And I don't know what aerospace grade means, but they've done a good job of marketing it, and they raised $270,000 by selling chopsticks, which is insane. So changing the material. Another example for level 2, which is, I come back to packing cubes again. These guys have done a little bit of all 3 of these, changed the material, made it look a little bit sexier, and their functional upgrade is really kind of bundling these things together. And they've emphasized a few unique things like a zipper, like a stronger zipper, RFID wallet, and those types of things. But really, it's kind of like figuring out a good way to present these things together and have a new function that's different than just regular packing cube that's on Amazon. Level 3, I won't go into too much, but this is essentially an advanced functional upgrade where you change the functionality of the product. And this one is essentially these collapsible cutlery set where you can change the top to be like a fork, knife, or spoon, and it fits into that little thing. But the takeaway from this section is you really, really need to nail your USP, because this is a foundation for your product, and it's the foundation of how people will talk about your product, share it, talk about it on blogs, PR, everywhere. Once you nail this, this is going to be the way you communicate the value of your product, and people are going to be also talking about it in the same way. So the next step is creating your campaign. This is going to be really easy for people that have launched products before. It's very unlike the process you already go through. One thing I'll draw your attention to is that you need to set a campaign goal for Kickstarter, which is essentially the minimum number that you need to hit for it to be successful. 10 to 30,000 is what I'd recommend for that, and the duration of the campaign 35 to 45 days. 30 to 45 days. Key brand assets you need to create are assets that you would have already created for your Amazon or Shopify launch. But I would emphasize focusing on quality and making sure you get good quality materials, because this is what people will judge you by when they first see your campaign page and your launch. And some people might not have done this before, but video is extremely important to invest in, because this is the top of the page. There's going to be that video there that people see, and then they watch that right away. So that's really what they get excited about. So you're going to want to invest in high quality video. And this is something that's going to be, you're going to be able to chop it up and put it into ads. You're going to be able to put it on, chop up certain sections and put them on YouTube. So this is an investment. You're going to need this anyways if you're building a strong brand. So make sure you invest in high quality assets. And the step 3 is to be able to, number 3 is to be able to build your launch list. And this is essentially the list that you're going to use to launch the campaign with. You're going to build this during when you're creating the campaign. You're going to be simultaneously developing a strong launch list. And I'll tell you why in a second. So this is the most important part of the campaign launch. This is where you're going to really mess around with the Kickstarter algorithm and really build traction, because this, at the end of the day, you want a successful campaign. This is what people are going to talk about. So, so the most important part of the campaign is within the first 24 to 48 hours, and that's where you're going to want all these people on the launch list that you built to be buying during that time. And what that does is it spikes the Kickstarter algorithm to pay attention to your project, and you're going to start ranking organically within the Kickstarter system. And it's going to allow you also to, if they like your project, to share it on social media, to blast it to their mailing list, and that allows you to build more traction. So can't emphasize enough, 24 or 48 hours is the most important time to focus on driving traffic to your Kickstarter page and getting those sales and conversions, because that's what Kickstarter cares about. After that, your job's not done. Continue driving ads to maintain the momentum of the campaign. Facebook ads are hands down the most effective for this. And the one tip that I would give is that you focus on interest-based targeting for Kickstarter and Indiegogo, because these people already know how the platform works. They know what crowdfunding is, so they don't need to be convinced or sold about this idea that they're not going to get the product right away. These people have the highest likelihood of converting, so that's the best way to approach ads with crowdfunding. Mentioned about this before, but it's highly recommended that you reach out to different types of PR channels and really have that opportunity to build your brand during the campaign. People are looking for cool projects to talk about, so this is kind of a win-win. You just need to be able to find them and be able to, share with them the project, and hopefully they like it and they want to pick it up. So these are some of the hits that we got on our project. Most recent project that I launched in August. It's a sensory coffee glass. It makes your coffee smell and taste better, taking the technology from wine and whiskey. So this got picked up a lot, and I think this one article from Mental Floss got us maybe like 15,000 in 15 or 20,000 in sales. So it's really, really cool medium and got a lot of exposure there. Okay, and the final one is to leverage community, because these guys are already your fans. If they bought your product already in the first 24 hours, 48 hours, the first week, you can get these people to start sharing your project, start promoting your project, and get them pumped about being involved in your community. So you can run a contest, be creative, but get them involved in helping to create the success of the project, because that gets them invested in the project. Next one. This one's really straightforward. Upsell, order, fulfill. So once you get your money from Kickstarter, you close your successful campaign, you get the money within 15 days, you can place the order with your supplier. I would recommend having a really good upsell strategy, because you can really increase your funds by 10 to 25%. So once they finish the campaign, you'll send them a survey to complete, put in their address, and this is your chance to be able to upsell them. And we've had a lot of really good experiences raising anywhere between 20 to 60,000, even some campaigns that we've worked with some friends on for 100,000 of just upsells. All right, and this next one is a really cool tip. People always ask me, Kickstarter or Indiegogo, what do you want to launch on? And my answer is both, because you can launch on Kickstarter first, and not a lot of people know that you can launch, once you're done Kickstarter, move the campaign to Indiegogo. And so this is exactly what we've done here. We raised 218,000 on Kickstarter, and then while we were still in the pre-order phase, manufacturing happening behind the scenes, we launched on Indiegogo, and we raised close to 70,000 while this was happening. So a really good opportunity to continue selling during while your product is being manufactured. And then, of course, just need to deliver on your promise to your backers so that they're happy. And the final one is really this whole process is to develop your brand. So you really want to take advantage of this opportunity to connect with your audience, give them content, send them to your Facebook group, give them surveys, really whatever it takes to build a relationship. And what we've done effectively is always get them to create user-generated content, which becomes extremely effective for things like using these assets for ads, just having good social media posts that we can reshare on Instagram, things like that. This is your opportunity to start setting the foundation for your brand and getting people to talk about the product. It becomes really cool when you combine this with the PR that you get for any cool new product that you launch. So I just want to show a few examples of entrepreneurs who are able to take advantage of this, this model to essentially create a really strong business, and all of them are a little bit different, but the commonality is that they're e-com entrepreneurs that started small, and they use this model in different ways to establish a really, really powerful brand. So the first one of my favorite companies, Peak Design, these guys are the poster boy for as effective as you can be in making use of this model. Peak Design, they started, it was this one guy. He started launching this clip for your camera, and essentially over a whole bunch of different campaigns, they became successful and established their brand as one of the leaders in the camera accessories category. So they started with these smaller accessories. They moved into bags where they started raising $4 or $5 million per campaign. They went into travel.
And I want to jump in too, actually, with one of our listeners here. This is a case study from one of our listeners, Romain, and he's been involved in a lot of different Kickstarter projects. I want to know your opinion on this one. So he's kind of lost trust in Kickstarter. He's backed 33 projects since 2012, and 3 weren't at like way more money than expected. So now he kind of lost trust in it. He's not really backing Kickstarters as much as he used to. Do you think this is a problem in the Kickstarter space right now?
There was definitely this period where I think people came in and they just had ideas and they weren't very experienced. These people were coming in without a manufacturing background. They didn't really understand logistics. I think one of the most successful Kickstarter campaigns of all time was this project called, it was a cooler, essentially. It was this like really cool cooler, had speakers, a lot of these really interesting things. They raised a crazy amount of money, and these people were not able to deliver because it was just a regular guy that just came into this and essentially just had this cool idea, and they were not able to deliver. But so there's this long period of time where there's a lot of people that are coming in not experienced. But I think what's happening with the platform now is there's a lot of people that are coming in with prior e-commerce experience, product development experience, understanding logistics and supply chain. And over the past years, I have not heard of kind of those like crazy stories where people are not able to deliver. There might be people that are delivering late, which is actually fairly common, but it's the platforms have begun to, they really begin to develop trust again with the audience. And I don't really see that challenge right now with people wanting to support these projects, because I look at some projects now that are launching and they have very similar ideas to projects that launched 3 years ago, and they're performing just as well, if not better. So I don't see it in the results of people saying, hey, I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't want to support these projects anymore. I think it just it depends, and I think there might be bad apples when it comes to launching products, but we want to be the ones that are going to be able to execute. So there's obviously things that we consider before launching, like making sure that we calculate and understand our shipping costs. That's a really big one that kind of messes with a lot of creators that don't consider logistics, because it might be the first time they're fulfilling internationally at a large scale.
Yeah, this one kind of ties into what you're saying. I think she's asking about copycats. If there's people out there who really are just like cruising Kickstarter and looking for new products to rip off and just execute on more quickly. Do you see that as a problem? Do you have any experience with this, Vance?
Yes, this is definitely a very, very common problem. And I think the thing to remember is if you're going to build a unique product and have an amazing brand that your audience connects with, this is really often the asset, because we look at Samsung and Apple. Samsung is charging much more for their products, and often the Apple phones have the specs are not as good. But the situation is, this is going to happen regardless. People in China are like scoping out Kickstarter. They're looking at, they're looking at what the top performers are. There's nothing you can do about this. Even if you launch on Amazon and you're super successful, Chinese manufacturers and Chinese suppliers now, they're browsing Amazon as well. So there's nothing we can kind of do to avoid this. It's the asset that you're going to build is building a good brand with a really, really loyal audience, because often your audience will actually come in to defend you and say, hey, these guys are copycats. And like, it becomes really interesting. So the product, of course, is an asset. The marketing assets that you generate, of course, are extremely important. But really the relationship and the brand and the relationship that you have with your audience, that is going to be a super, super important asset that's going to really help drive your business and have it sustainable and long term.
And Vance, I know that you have something really valuable to offer the audience as well, too, that you've been working on here. Do you want to just quickly talk about that before we move on to our next speaker?
Sure. Yeah. I'll do one more quick. It's okay with you. One more quick thing. This last one is, I don't want you to think that this process is you required to launch like a lot of campaigns. These are our friends, Treat a Tub. They launched one campaign, raised $40,000, 800 backers, and they went on to essentially becoming a really, really successful brand in this extremely competitive niche of organic skincare. They do about 200K a month on Amazon and 200K a month off Amazon, and they're able to do this because of the brand that they've really established with their audience. So, okay, I'll move on from there. And what we would love to offer, what I'd love to offer the audience that's attending the summit is a really interesting and cool gift that we're experimenting with. This is going to be our launch mastermind that we're launching in the next month. And I'd love to offer a free membership to the mastermind. What I do ask is a $100 refundable deposit, because I'd love to ensure that if you're going to sign up for this, you're going to show up and that it keeps the integrity of the group. There's going to be limited spots, so hit me up on DM on Facebook. My link is right there. Take a screenshot right now if you need to, and get in touch with me, and I'll send you some details.
Awesome. And yeah, maybe post in the comments as well for the people who are watching on the live stream, so they can have that link in the comments there, because that's super valuable. I mean, $100 completely refundable deposit is definitely more than enough to ask to get people to actually show up, right? It is free if you can actually commit to it. So if you can't commit to it, then don't give, then Vance is going to keep your $100, but that's perfectly reasonable to expect. Thank you very much.
What a generous gift. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Listeners, he said there's limited spots available. So if I were you, I would go right now, facebook.com/LeeVance, LeeVance, and send him the message and get in there now. That's going to disappear, and that's huge.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vance, for coming on. That was one of the more valuable talks. Which is like the only person talking on Kickstarter, and I think it couldn't be more timely when it comes to the cash flow issues so many people are facing right now in e-commerce. So thank you so much, Vance.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. This is really awesome that you're doing this, and super pumped to see how this is going to help people in e-commerce and Amazon.
Heck yes. All right, Isaac, take it away, man.
Okay. Our next guest is a very interesting guy. He's been on my podcast, Patrick Pittman. He grabbed my attention when I found out that he started his e-commerce journey in 1999, helping an Alabama pecan farm that had a roadside stand get their gift baskets online. So 1999, he's been through quite a lot. He's been through the dot-com boom and bust. He's got some war stories from all these years of experience that you can hear on my podcast. But yeah, he's really gone on to focus a lot on connection with the audience and the customer. And that's really been a central theme of this summit so far. We've had so many people here. We've got almost 50 speakers at this point. And so many of them have talked about connection. And that's what everybody's craving right now. And so Patrick is going to talk to us about team building. So he's learned these lessons the hard way. And so he's here to share the lessons with you. So he's going to be talking about how to keep your team going in dispiriting times, emotional vitamins, and leadership. I love the attitude that he brings. And so please welcome Patrick Pittman.
Well, thank you, Isaac. I'm glad to be here. And I'm happy to talk about things that may be challenging in a time when we have a lot of uncertainty in our business. And I think if you have a team, if you have people who work for you, who depend on you, this is a conversation I think you'll want to be a part of, because it has to do with how we as leaders respond in times when there's anxiety among our team. How do we keep going? We probably need the best from the team that we have right now. We need all hands on deck. So I'm happy to talk about what I've learned, and we can talk about that here tonight.
Absolutely. And your team is really your most valuable asset. They're the ones who are out there making it all happen, hopefully, if you've structured your business right. And so when all this chaos, it feels like chaos. We're all staying home. People are living in fear. How do you keep them going and motivated and showing up every day? So take it away, Patrick.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going to share my screen and we'll look at a few things here together. All right. All right. So we'll go and share here. And first off, this is my company, eBusiness Coach. And yet, actually, Isaac, it was 1996 was the first e-commerce business I started working for. I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse.
That's amazing.
I started this company in 1999. It's been through different evolutions over the years, and in the crash in 2001 was when I started this and was able to going in an e-commerce software product. So my background includes developing e-commerce software, content management systems, and we kind of lived through the dot-com crash and came out of that. This e-commerce software business carried on through the 2008 and had customers going out of business at that time, actually challenged. We've evolved the business over the years, but I've definitely been through ups and downs in the economy. I think what we're looking for today is a reference point from the past of how do we make sense of what's happening. And I don't know that I have one to share as far as anything like this significance, but the principles of how to lead a team and how to care for the emotional resilience of people who work with you has not changed. There are some key principles. I want to talk about some of the things that I've learned over the years and where that comes from. So let's look at that. I'm going to start talking about leading a team with a story. And this is because some of the things that I've learned about how to care for the people who work for me, and also the people that I train in the business that we are serving as our clients. We basically help develop customer-facing teams for e-commerce companies. So marketing teams, customer service, hiring of them, the training, building up the capabilities within an e-commerce company to really be able to grow. So I encounter a lot of people in terms of how to keep them motivated and how to involve them in the work ahead of us. I've unfortunately been a part of, in the last 2 weeks or so, I've probably been a part of 5 or 6 conversations where people have been laid off. And of course, that's its own challenge, but there's also a real consequence for those who are not let go, who are not laid off, and feel anxious. They can feel afraid that they're next. They can feel angry. These are natural reactions when we have uncertainty. The kind of e-commerce businesses that I've been a part of and working in even the last week, their visibility on Amazon, for example, sales being 10, 20% of what they were 2-3 weeks ago, in part just because the delivery times are changing. Those consequences cascade throughout the whole, back to the factory, the warehouse, and the size of teams is changing, people being laid off or uncertain. So let's talk about what it means to be able to hold on to a couple key ideas as you go forward. There's really 2 different responses that you'll see among the people who work for you. Well, there may be more than 2, but I'm going to speak to 2 in particular. I think they're common and they're important. And I'm going to give special attention to one particular kind of response. It's something that can be a real challenge for managers, for people when, as a leader or a manager, already feeling under stress. And when this particular response happens among people who work for you, it can bring almost the first gut reaction can be the absolute wrong one. So I want to talk about that one in particular. And I'm going to begin with a story that has nothing to do with e-commerce. Because part of what I've learned over the years has come from being a parent. And so I want to tell you a story about one of my daughters. I have 4 children, and this is one who was an ace on the soccer field. And over time took the name of the general, which basically meant, I think the coach always had the sense that when she was on the field, he just could relax a little bit. She had it under control. And so there was a real competence, there was a high level of performance. And I want to use this analogy of what it means to play on a soccer team. I think if you have kids, maybe you can relate to this story because the performance is what we're really looking for. What I'm going to talk about here tonight about how to get the performance of your team, because you need them now more than ever, right? You may be repositioning your product line, you may be repositioning your marketing, doubling down on your efforts. You need people who are not going to freeze or have the other response, which I'll get to in a few minutes. So, a young girl who had a real sense of confidence and leadership on the field she was directing and moving forward in a way that helped push her up to the next level of soccer. And part of what was going on there was a person who was, I'm going to use the word at rest. And when we think about the development of the brain, and this is going back to some things in the development of how the brain grows in a younger person, a brain can either grow or it can defend itself. It can be bracing for what is to come. And so a brain that's at rest is one that's capable of taking in input, capable of sort of, you may think about, you've heard the phrase of being in the zone or at flow state. That's a brain that's at rest. Another quality in a body, when it's got all together, is to be in an attached relationship. The word attached, but I'm using that in the context of is saying that there is a secure relationship that that person is involved in. And for you as a leader or manager in a company, this is the people who work with you, right? You have your own family at home and maybe you have your children, to get that you're attached to them securely, all the better. But at work, it's just as important. So here we have someone who's performing very well in a soccer context, at rest, attached securely, not fearful of the rift in the relationship. And that makes her ready. It makes her ready to take the next challenge. And that is the situation in which she found herself. We moved to Austin, Texas about 8 or 9 years ago. And my daughter came from a wonderfully supportive soccer program into a new big city. And new school, new team, and she was not attached to which she didn't have the trust. And another quality came out is that the team themselves didn't trust the new coach. And so there was people on that team who you might consider the analogy of being employees, who would try to step forward and sort of become the boss or become the alpha in the relationships, and interrupt the coach's capacity to be a leader. My daughter came in, made the varsity team in high school as a freshman, and suddenly found herself defended, not at rest, unattached, insecure, who was going to be critical of her very next move. And it reminds me of a conversation that I was a part of earlier today. This is today where we're working with a company that has an employee that was hired a month, 2 months ago, and we checked in on the work. His hours were cut back last week to a fraction of what they were. And we reviewed the things he was supposed to be working on the last week, and several of them he just was unable to really explain how or why he didn't do them. And what we found was he just, in many respects, felt frozen. There's a response that he gave in that situation where he became very, very solicitous of tell me what to do. I really want to do it the right way. That's one way of responding when we feel overwhelmed. And when we're talking about where some of these ideas come from, I'm using some references from what we call attachment science. These are things that has to do with how the brain and the people in your team are in relationship to one another. And this has really been informed by neuroscience as we come to really even study the brain physically and be able to image it and understand what parts are the right. We're talking about the brain that's ready, the person on your team who's ready to do the work, is able to operate up here in the prefrontal cortex. the front part, the most complex processing. But they say the employee on the team earlier today was back in the sort of the brainstem, the far early sort of limbic, I'm down to fight or flight or freeze. And there's some words I could go more into if we have more time. A very big word is interpersonal neurobiology, if you want to learn more about how some of these dynamics play out among people. But with the environment that we have right now, this employee was frozen and couldn't perform when we lost a week of important work. And he was afraid to even tell us until he was going to put on the spot in today's meeting. So, that's one way to respond to that situation. Is a little different than the situation I'll explain in a moment. Having that kind of thing is first and foremost, are you able yourself to put the anxious state of mind at rest? And these are the two types I'm going to talk about today: the anxious frame of mind and sort of the alpha frame of mind. And the anxious one is the one that's more in a frozen state. So as a leader, you've got 3 ways that you can address, and I'm going to, that first one being one of the triggers for those who can feel anxious or frozen on your team is the sense that they need to take care of you. And in a meeting that I was in the other day with a team, the owner of the company up and wouldn't really look. It was a Zoom meeting. We're sharing the screen. We're all looking at each other across team remote, and his eyes were down. Just, he was like, the book cap was on, and I don't want to turn too far down. You can't hear my microphone, but you just couldn't see his face. Most importantly, you couldn't see his eyes. So collecting people, if they're working at home, if they're distributed, they're not, you can't see them and walk into the office and smile. Put yourself in situations where you can see their eyes and you can convey to them just through your eyes the sense that you've got this, that you need their help and that you've got this. And the eye contact could not be more important at a time when everyone's working remotely. So to do that, for you to walk in and get in front of a Zoom camera, shall we say, you're going to have to find ways to take care of yourself in a way that the team doesn't feel an obligation or a urgency to reach out and comfort or support or encourage you. And that's something that I'm not going to get into for this particular conversation, how that might be done. That's a conversation. But the response that's particularly challenging, that is particularly challenging when you're leading a team, is the response that is more of an alpha response. Not the anxious, frozen person, but the person who's, rather than not doing the work the last week, they did 5 or 6 other things that maybe you didn't want them to do. They chose to do other things than the 1, 2, or 3 things that you specifically directed them. There's a lot of energy. There's a desire to interact the things that you're asking. The meetings may feel like you. They're asking questions.
Hey, Patrick, I'm sorry to jump in here. You're getting a bit of lag. I wonder if you could turn your video off, and maybe we could hear you a little more smoothly.
Sure. How would I turn my
not
video
your screen camera, but if you push the stop cam button, there you go. You can still use your yeah, there you go. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
So let me take a drink.
Sorry. I'm wondering, we couldn't hear you then either. If you push the stop cam button, is that what you did?
I should have.
Sorry. Oh, that's right. You're presenting the screen. It's hard to do at the same time.
Let's see if it works.
So if you go up to StreamYard there and hit the stop cam down at the bottom. There we go. I think, yep, we can still hear you. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Continue. I think that'll be better.
Okay. And you can see my screen again now, leading a team in dispiriting times?
Yep, we're all good.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead. I think I lost my slide place, but I think that I think what's important in the time we have left is when you have people who are responding in what a more of an alpha situation where they take the leadership position. They're kind of like the teammates on my daughter's soccer team who wouldn't take the direction of the coach and we're always countermanding and criticizing and stepping forward and interrupting the directions. That's one of the worst responses for managers. And one of the ways that you can respond in that situation, aside from being able to take care of yourself and that your own energy, your own eye contact set a tone of confidence and positivity, but the other thing you can do is you can create a channel for that river, so to speak, that flow of emotions or the anxiety, their desire to kind of take charge. How do you find yourself able to give them maybe a special project where you open up more creativity on their part and you don't necessarily try and micromanage them as much? One of the ways you can do is, okay, here's the 2 or 3 things that I really need you to be doing. And then here's space, this 1/3, 1/4, 1/5 of your time over here, where all that anxiety, all that desire to be in charge can really be unleashed. And so that's one of the techniques and particular example I'm talking about today. We have someone who's involved in the sales and order fulfillment process, but the business has largely shut down in the last week or two. So all that energy, all the desire to fix the problem has been bottled up to express itself. And one of the things that we were able to work through today was, turns out this person whom we hired has a background in SEO, in blog posts, in content marketing that goes back to many years. He wasn't hired for that position, but we can now open up a channel where that energy can be unleashed for going back through old articles and unleashing sort of his energy and taking some of that bossiness and the contradictoriness, giving it a place to flow. So what we're really talking about here is an idea called co-regulation. The body and the brain and your team, these people are looking for your brain and your energy to orient around. And the technical term would be co-regulation. The brain in relationship with others is able to come to rest and able to put people in a place of moving towards performance that is important for you. So I encourage you to think about how if your team is remote and they're all spread at home and we're all scattered across in this environment, find ways to collect them with the eyes, get in front of a camera, bring yourself to the beginning of that meeting or that check-in period, having already taken care of yourself, having been in a place where you can bring the leadership that they will then have a felt sense of, and not either, and let go of some of that anxiety, that sort of alpha bossiness that contradicts what you're doing and tries to interrupt and go off on their own direction. So co-regulation is such an important concept. I encourage you to read more about it. I'm going to post notes and resources on this topic at this address, ebusinesscoach.com/thrive, where I'll give the slides here and some of the more resources. If you're interested in these ideas, we just had a few minutes to kind of introduce them, but I'll have some more things there as resources for you. And with that, I think it's the top of the hour. I think my time is up. I can pause here.
All right. Yeah, that was great. That makes me think we right now is a special time when we're all getting kind of sucked into the things that we're getting sucked into. And some of the speakers have been talking about sort of like this, it's time to spend a little more time than you normally would checking in with your team. Like you said, making that eye contact. That is interesting. I didn't think about the two. I guess it comes to the fight or flight. There's the freezing, and then there's the, like you said, the alpha just going off and doing their own thing. We've got a comment here from Victoria. This is so true and timely in the current environment. Thank you, Patrick. All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. If you want to follow up, what was that? You said ebusinesscoach.com/thrive to learn some more about that. Let's take a moment here. Thank you so much, Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. We can talk a little bit more technical difficulties with the next speaker. So we want to maybe elaborate on maybe some of the things that we can do while we're having these meetings to sort of allow this energy to release somewhere else, or maybe do you have maybe some other thoughts on that topic?
Well, I think that in the ideas that I've talked about tonight, there is this one underlying concept, and that is that how we find ourselves is not disconnected from the other people with whom we're in relationship. In fact, we are so dependent on the other people with whom we are in relationship that I think we take that, we underestimate it, and we take it for granted. And I say this being someone who's been married for nearly 24 years. And you can imagine the relationship you have with your spouse, how much the way in which you respond in subtle but important ways has a huge bearing on that dynamic between the spouse in a very close relationship with that. So maybe we're conscious of it in those circumstances, but the same dynamic is at play among the people in your business. And I think we don't recognize that as much as we ought to, or we just take it for granted because we say, oh, I'm going to the work mode. I'm going into like, just get it done mode.
Yeah.
But in fact, these are people who are as emotional as you are, right? If you think you're scared as an owner in this context or a business leader, how scared would you be if you're not in control? Like I had the levers of control at my hands as a leader of my company. And so the anxiety of being at the mercy of someone else, as the leader, you express yourself your ways are so impactful. So I think that just the main idea I would encourage is, and this is an idea you can research more on if you look online, the idea of co-regulation, is that the performance, the brain is much more interdependent than we ever, makes all the difference in how we do that, how we use our eyes, the energy we bring to it. And these are things that we can't overlook when we're trying to work and respond in a business crisis environment where we need everyone on deck. We need everyone moving in the right direction.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about co-regulation? Some basic summary, what we can start thinking about as far as that goes?
Sure. I think that the basic, I mean, before I would say any more about that, I think if there was any other thing I would add, people can go and look up what co-regulation means. And another phrase is that interpersonal neurobiology. There's a guy named Stan Tatkin. These are some resources I can make available on ebusinesscoach.com/thrive. But I think that most importantly is as a team leader, find opportunities where you can see their face and you can walk away from this, I think, because there's so much that we can do by email, particularly when we're feeling busy. We'll fire off the emails, or if we use a project management system for our team, we can give them tasks, push things around. Make the time and make the time before you put yourself in a camera. It's not necessary to have makeup on or do your hair. You don't necessarily have to. It's not the professional appearance. It's the energetic quality that you bring, the ways in which your eyes and the way that you're looking expresses a sense that. And that's not to say that all is going to be good news to talk about either. I wrote on my blog the other day about the challenges with layoffs. And it's not all good news, right? But the way in which we express ourselves, the way we bring the presence, so to speak, and how that's communicated through the eye contact, while we're all scattered to different parts at home, working from home or different places, is I think the most important thing that you would take from this.
Yeah, and I think just being really honest with your employees about the situation is really important too. It's hard conversation to have with an employee that you are going to have to fire someone or lay someone off or reduce their hours or something like that. But people can tell when they're being BS'd, right? Like if you're just saying it's sunshine and rainbows, and then you have really good prospects for the business's future, but you're also then firing people and laying off other people, people are going to see right through that, and they're going to respect you a lot more if you tell them like, hey, you know what? there's some tough times right now in the business, and we got to scale things back for a little bit. But, you know, in the future, I think e-commerce is going to be going up. But for right now, we're going through tough times, and we need to do some things, right? I think that just gains a lot of trust from your team when you do something like that.
Certainly, I think, and I wrote about this very subject of the trust is the most important part, because with that trust, then you can rebuild anything, right? Those people who may have been let go, or the momentum you seem to have lost in traffic or sales, whatever, when you have still hold on to that trust, you can rebuild anything.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I know personally there has been a few employees that I've had to let go one employee, and have had to reduce hours of another employee. But in Canada, they have a really good program where 10% of your payroll taxes, you can just immediately stop paying that until the rest of this Corona thing has gone over. So really good program by the Canadian government. They're also implementing, I think it's until August 31st, you don't have to pay any taxes. So any taxes you're doing, don't bother paying those until September. And then also they're putting in a bunch of business loans. So if you're a Canadian, you have a Canadian business, definitely check that out. And I know Americans and, you know, Australian government, a whole bunch of places are doing really similar things. And Facebook is giving away, I believe, $100 million in free ads. I believe right now it's only, you can just sign up to hear more about this, but go look up the landing page. It's like business.facebook.com/ I mean, if you just Google search for like Facebook 100 million giveaway, then definitely worth signing up for and get your hands on some of that free Facebook ads traffic. Maybe you get $500, a few $1,000, definitely worth it.
We've got a question here from Victoria, and it's one that I think you brought up, take care of yourself. So she says, what can you do for yourself if you feel you are detached? Job, business, etc. What is the best way to turn it around? Look in the mirror for the eye contact. Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that question, Victoria. Yeah. And I think rather than look in the mirror, perhaps there are other people in your life who can also be someone you can sort of regulate off of and find them, tap into the courage that they have. When I hear you saying that you're feeling detached, I think that it's. I'm gonna interpret that and use an example. I told a story in my talk about a person who felt frozen, who showed up at today's meeting not having a lot to show of what they've done the last week. But what they did do was they went and did the most, I want to say, I'll use an analogy. They went into the kitchen and they reorganized the spice rack. This was not important. Didn't matter. Like, we didn't need the spice rack reorganized in the kitchen. They did the equivalent of that over the last week because they couldn't deal with more challenging things, the more significant. They just sort of stepped back in detachment and did the simplest possible thing they could do in a moment of kind of frozenness. And so if that's what's happening when you say detached, if you find yourself like going and organizing the audio files on your computer or clearing up disk space, you're grasping for something. I think those are the times when you want to reach out to other people and try and tap in, to use that word co-regulation again, move in relationship with other people who can help you kind of get stuck, frozen, not detached, and get back into the more meaningful and impactful work that will make all the difference right now in your business.
Awesome. And it's funny that you say that, Victoria, because I just finished reading a book by, I think his name is Naval Ravikant. He's one of those famous Silicon Valley investor guys, but he wrote a book called Love Yourself Like Your Life Depends on It. And one of the things that he talks about is staring into the mirror and just over and over again saying, I love myself, staring into your own eyes. And it sounds really crazy, but if you actually read the book, he makes a really good case for like how that can just like make you a happier person if you do that practice. So you got some self-isolation and some time by yourself, maybe not a bad idea to actually look in the mirror for your own eye contact and just go over things. But we finally have figured out our technical difficulties with the next speaker here. Thank you so much for coming on, Patrick, and holding the torch, bring this one on long overtime.
Thank you. All right, Isaac, thanks for the invitation to get here. And Danny, glad to meet you.
Thank you for being here.
Awesome. And our next speaker today is someone that if you've been on Facebook and Facebook groups at all, you've definitely seen this guy around. His name is Joe Reichfeld, and he's very well known for putting together super, super long comments really insightful replies to people, because he has some of the most experience in the e-commerce game out of anyone I've ever come across. He's been doing this for I think over 20 years now, and he's been in the game since before Amazon was really part of the game, back when eBay was actually a big company and a big player, right? And so he just understands this on a much higher level than a lot of people know. So his speech is about 50 plus external sources of traffic that build sales without rebates or coupons. And actually, Ecom Optimizer is also sponsoring this event. So Ecom Optimizer is Joe's resource for putting together all of these different trainings for e-commerce and services and things like that. So definitely check out Ecom Optimizer. And if what he's saying really resonates with you, you can reach out to them about this kind of stuff. But without further ado, we have got Joe Reichfeld. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Very, very good.
Can you hear me?
Figured out our technical difficulties, and we got you going good.
Good.
We can hear you, man. You're live.
Right on. Wasn't sure about that for a minute. There we go. Okay.
Awesome. I'll pass it over to you. This is a hot topic when it comes to external traffic. Everyone wants to know what is the hottest, latest, and most effective external traffic strategy for getting Amazon sales. So I'll let you take the floor.
Okay. So what we have in the download, which you should have, if not, I'll send it to you here in just a minute, is actually more than 50 different traffic sources. There's probably closer to 80 in there. A lot of Amazon sellers seem to think that, Amazon's the only source of traffic, when in reality it's not. And when you're on Amazon selling, you're fighting with everybody else for this set traffic that's coming from Amazon. It's a closed loop. Amazon, it's not driving traffic from off of Amazon. So when you're battling against these other sellers with the same amount of traffic, you're not putting yourself in a position to get it substantially ahead of them, because it's just this one core group of traffic. So when you drive your own traffic from off of Amazon, from off of the site, you put yourself ahead of your competitors. And when you build that, and then you have the Amazon traffic on top of it, there's a gap between you and them with the amount of traffic that you have. So once you're able to rank, and you do rank, it puts you far ahead of them, and it makes the gap for some other sellers unobtainable. And we have a lot of luck with that. So what we do is we focus on the internet and Amazon as a channel. Amazon is a sales channel. It's not the sales channel. So when you do that, you market the internet as a whole, and not towards any one specific channel. But by doing that, we're looking at Reddit, Pinterest, content creation, all kinds of different things. So what I did was I put together a guide of many of the different traffic resources that we use. I have a database of 246 different traffic sources that I've built since 1999. Every time we find and build a different traffic source, we add it to this database. And it's part of our game plan. So when we have a new client, we sit and it's part of the game plan that we develop. We're going to go here for traffic. We're going to go there for traffic. Your goal as a marketer, as a seller, is to find your audience. You have to know who your audience is, and then you have to find them. Once you find them, locate where they congregate, then you target that specific place. Everybody thinks Amazon is the best place to market everything, and it's not. Teens, if your product is for teens, they don't hang out on Amazon. They hang out on Snapchat. They congregate in other places. So if you're running PPC on Amazon for product for teenagers, you're not going to get anywhere. Honestly, it just doesn't work, because they don't hang out there. But there's other resources and sites that you can use to target them. For example, Snapchat or WhatsApp. You can market on both of those to them and get through to them. The list also has different paid marketing channels, different ad sources and different networks that you can use to build traffic. And one of them happens to focus on teens and games and gaming systems. So, Amazon PPC, Google PPC, even Bing are not just the only games in town. There's different content networks. There's a lot of different companies out there. There's advertising.com. There's adstore.com. There's you can advertise on Pinterest. There's just lots of different places for you to target your audience. Amazon is the end of the road. The people that go to Amazon, they're there to purchase. They're not there seeking additional information. They just go there to purchase. So, for example, somebody that's you sell supplements, okay? So when people go to Amazon, they're ready to buy the supplement. Well, you hear all of this stuff about how all product searches are done on Amazon. Well, to be honest, that's bullshit. Because before they get to Amazon, they're researching this product. Sometimes they don't even know they have a problem, and they're reading about it. They're looking at different sites. They're getting reviews and comparisons, and realizing that, hey, there's this product.
Looks like
we lost Joe. He broke the internet. Oh, no. His marketing is too genius, and he just blew up the entire internet. That happens to Joe. I mean, when you're as good at e-commerce marketing for the last 25 years as he is, crazy stuff happens.
I think he's messaging here. I'm going to quick reply.
Yeah, I hope his feelings aren't hurt and he thinks that we just booted him off.
We're live.
But yeah, to be honest, guys, Joe is one of the guys that I actually read everything that he posts in Facebook. He's constantly posting he's like a member of all the different Amazon seller Facebook groups, and he's just writing like blog post comment replies to everything. And he has such valuable insight into that. And I talked to him kind of why he does that. He just does that as a break from his normal work. It's not like he's in there trying to pump out content and build this massive following and everything like that. He legitimately just enjoys spending a lot of time within Facebook groups and helping people out and putting out all of his valuable knowledge, because that's his hobby basically. So really good guy to follow if you don't already have Joe as a friend on Facebook, right? Joe is a classic, right? You guys have seen him all around the Facebook groups, and I definitely trust whatever he says basically. Really interesting episode on Pinterest marketing he did on the Actualize Freedom podcast. That's my podcast, all about selling on Amazon. I had him on probably about a year ago when Pinterest marketing was just brand new, but a lot of Amazon sellers now are getting a lot more interested in Pinterest marketing. So if you're interested in that, I think Joe's going to touch on that a little bit here, but definitely check out Joe's episode of the Actualize Freedom podcast. I think like 20 episodes ago, but we got you back.
Yeah,
we got him. We didn't kick you off, I promise.
No, my computer did. It's thinking for itself. I don't normally use Firefox, and I have it automated to do marketing stuff. So it just started up doing its thing.
You got some like crazy programs running that will just like kickstart all these crazy marketing automations?
Pretty much, yep. On Firefox, yeah, that's the only thing I use it for. And Chrome, for some reason, hasn't been working. So, of course,
it sounds about right.
Yeah, right. In Murphy's Law. Definitely.
Awesome. Well, I will let you get back to it.
Okay. So just talking about traffic and utilizing the different methods of traffic. So, your job is not to sit around and wait for Amazon to send you traffic. And that's what I see as a giant killer for Amazon sellers. Content is really, it's the way to drive traffic. I came to e-commerce 20 years ago from a hotel and fine dining restaurant background. And in that business, you build a community around your small clientele, and you get to know them really well. And, you know each other's names and all this other stuff. So when I came to e-commerce, I kind of brought that whole thought process with me. So in 1999, I got to know my clients really, really well. I still have them on my mailing list and can email them and sell to them like that. And I mean, it's been a while. They watched my kids grow up, because my kids were my shipping department when they were little. But developing community, providing them with content that they want to read. People don't want to read ads. They want to read something interesting. So when you just run ads, you're lowering your chances of success. Content promoting content is 96% cheaper than promoting products. So if you promote a piece of content, whether you have a website or not, you can put content on Medium. There's lots of different sites you can put content on. You can put content on Quora. When you promote your content and your content is product aware, you're growing awareness of your brand and you're growing your audience. So now you're taking your potential audience and you're taking people that are not only ready to buy, but also people that are at the beginning of the buyer's journey. And you're influencing them with who you are as a company. So for instance, Pinterest, I have a free course on Pinterest, to use Pinterest for your company on my website, and it's free. And we help people get on Pinterest. So on Pinterest, a lot of people come to me and they have just their Amazon listing. They want to drive everybody to Amazon. Well, Pinterest is a visual planning website. Visual planning website. Planning. What does that mean? That means they're not ready to buy. They're not ready to buy when they first see your pin. So a lot of times you get people on Pinterest, they're not going to click and they see it says Amazon, and they go elsewhere. It's a diversion for them. So you need a mix of content and product pins on Pinterest, because while they might see your Amazon link, they might also see your other pins that don't go to Amazon, that are about the greater issue that your product is a part of. So for example, you sell supplements, build a community around keto or join a community around keto. If you're not going to build one, you don't want to have a website, fine, join communities like that. And don't go in there and just hard sell, go in there and participate, communicate, help people out, offer advice. That's what driving traffic is all about. It's getting your name out there. It's called the web for a reason. You need to build a web with all these places here, all the sticky information that draws people into the center, which is where your products are. And you want to do that by utilizing Pinterest, by utilizing Reddit, by utilizing guest posting, all kinds of different things. The more places you can get your name out there, the better. So what I did is I put together a list of probably 70 to 80 different traffic sources for you to use. And there's not all the normal crap in there of just, hey, here's 55 different social networks. They're not in there. I don't even think I included that part, so I didn't get to that. But there's a lot of different things in there. Reddit has a new thing called Reddit TV. You can broadcast on Reddit. Now I think it's only Thursdays, but it's free. You can get on there. You can broadcast. There's a million different ways to drive traffic. You have to think out of the box. Partner up with another website, or partner up with another seller who sells an item that might be a shoulder item for yours. So when I say shoulder, I mean it's not your direct competitor, but it's a product that might complement yours. So it's in a shoulder niche. Partner up with different people, especially right now with what's going on right now. It's better for sellers to come together and work together towards, their common goals. There's a lot going on right now. Life as we know it is changing. Sellers, what I see a lot of in a lot of these groups is we all look to other people for greatness. We want to see what other people are doing, and then we try and copy them and repeat it. And what I see is just see a lot of sellers that have the ability to do what they need to do. They don't realize it and they don't take it. Instead, they just go to the same old of rebates and freebies or whatever. But some of these sellers that are doing this, they don't need that. They're good enough marketers to do the job and make the sale without it, but they don't believe that. So what I think, a lot of people need to think about right now is looking within, and getting that greatness within. I personally don't think China is a good place to source from, especially now. But think about it. Look around you at all the other sellers that you know. Where does everybody source from? Where does everybody get their products from? The same manufacturers, the same products, the same country. It's a recipe for disaster, because like putting all your eggs in Amazon and not diversifying off of Amazon, where has that left people? The same thing happens with China. You need to diversify. So personally, I know that everybody watching this podcast and webinar can source where they live within an hour of where they live and guaranteed find products that are underrepresented on the internet that they can either drop ship as a test or work something out with the manufacturer to be able to sell. I know that because I've done it a million times. If tomorrow, if I decided I needed to source a new product, I'd hop in my car, drive 30 minutes to downtown Scottsdale where I live, have a beer somewhere, and within an hour or two, I'd have 5 to 10 products that I could sell on Amazon. And I'd probably start by drop shipping them to test the market and then go from there. Where I live, in Old Town, downtown, there's just a lot of shops. There's a lot of small manufacturer artist type people. I know how to sell that stuff. So that's where I would go. But I can guarantee you there's stuff in your area. Think to yourself, when tourists come to where you live, why do they go there? What's one thing in your area that a tourist has to see or get because they can't get it where they live? It's a great place to start. Last time I was in Florida, I was looking at alligator and stuff because where I live here in Arizona, we can't get alligator. Alligator's really good, in my opinion. I was looking at sourcing stuff like that. I started in e-commerce with custom furniture, but I quickly moved into Native American art and Native American Southwestern art and furniture and stuff because people dig that stuff. Everybody that comes here has to have something from the Southwest, or some Indian thing. And I started carrying it, and I did $1 million drop shipping Native American jewelry in 12 months. And they were making more than they were selling it on the side of the road, and I was making really good money on it too. There's all kinds of opportunities out there, and it's up to you to pull it out. I know that there's all these courses and all this one size fits all stuff out there. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. Trust me. I've been around the block a few times with this. I've been through 2 major recessions in e-commerce. I've been in business since the 1980s in one way, shape, or form. I've seen it really, really bad. Not worldwide bad like this, but I remember standing in an empty hotel during the first Gulf War, empty, near the Grand Canyon, and we didn't have any guests, but we had trains going by with tanks on them, bringing them to the coast to ship off to the war. There's, it's going to end. We're going to move on, but as businesses, we know it's going to change. It's already changing. But look at the groups. Think about this. There's 3 million third-party Amazon sellers. What are 3 million third-party Amazon sellers thinking? They're all thinking, I'm going to source essential items. I'm going to source, things people use all the time. Everybody's thinking along the same lines. Alibaba's probably freaking out right now because of all the traffic it's getting from people that are looking at the same products. You need to find a way to differentiate yourself. And the first step is getting away from that same freaking website and same product that everybody else is carrying. You have no chance of being unique when 50 other people are buying from the same manufacturer from the same product. And that's not to mention all the Amazon, inviting Chinese manufacturers and all that crap. I mean, that's another big problem. But how do you avoid that? How do you protect yourself from that competition from your Chinese manufacturer? Don't source in China. I was, when I first got in e-commerce, everything said Hecko in Mexico. Everything came from Mexico and Central America. The drug wars drove that to Asia. The tariff and now this are driving a lot of it back. I'd get on that, and it's all a Google search away. Nothing's further than a Google search. And if you don't find it the first time, keep searching because you will find it. Google indexes everything. Everything you don't want them to index to, they index. It's just a matter of being able to find it. So one of the things that we do, we focus on Pinterest because I have this Pinterest workshop that's been really popular. 4,500 students have taken it and gone through it and have utilized it, and it works out. But Pinterest is big. Pinterest is the #1 source of buyer intent traffic on the internet and has been since 2018. if you're not on Pinterest, you're not getting any of those sales. Pinterest has more worldwide members than Amazon has worldwide members now. Pinterest is bigger than Snapchat. Pinterest is the third largest social media site in the US. And at the rate it's going to be the Facebook of e-commerce within 2 years. Pinterest is an e-commerce search engine. People go there to plan things, weddings, events, what they're going to wear. Can you plan anything without spending money? I can't. And that's basically what people are there doing. They're looking around, they're looking at stuff. So if you're not on Pinterest, you have no chance of getting those sales. 93% of Pinterest users have bought something that they've seen on Pinterest. 80-something% use Pinterest specifically to plan purchases. It's a great place to get traffic from. It's not a tomorrow traffic place. It's a long game. You got to work it, but it's well worth the effort, particularly because if you don't, in a year or two, you're going to be regretting it because everybody else will have. I just today, I was working on somebody's stuff and, just a common category, and there's nobody else on there. There's nobody on Pinterest that's competing with them. And when there's, being first in the game pays off.
Yeah, well, two of my friends here in Bali have really been able to crush it on Pinterest. They're a couple actually, and one of them, he sold his business that was essentially just a network of Pinterest accounts, like repinning and posting pins and all this kind of stuff, and he was able to drive thousands of clicks from these accounts. Like, just had created a monster basically, and his girlfriend uses a lot of the same strategies, and she's charging like $5,000 for consultations with companies to get their Pinterest strategy sorted out. So if that doesn't tell you how valuable Pinterest can possibly be, then maybe now you're interested in it. And Joe really understands this stuff. So if people want to learn more about Pinterest in particular, I know that you have some good resources for that. I think there was like one of your lead magnets, one of your big cheat sheet downloads for Pinterest. Do you still have that around?
Yeah, I have all kinds of stuff floating around.
You got all kinds of stuff floating around.
Yeah.
Okay. And so would that be on ecommerceoptimizer.com? Would that be the place to find that one?
Yep. Ecommerceoptimizer.com. Okay. That's where they can go to take the free Pinterest workshop, which is filled with resources that will teach them basically how to do everything they need to do on Pinterest. For those that are too busy to take the workshop, that want to, have to pay somebody to launch their profile for them, we do that as well. We don't handle ads on Pinterest and stuff, but we can teach you. That's not a problem.
Awesome. And the other resource you had as well, and the Pinterest one, we'll put that link and everything like that at summitecommerce.co/gifts. So one resource slides, all of the replays, and all of the sponsor and speaker gifts. So definitely check that out. And as Ecommerce Optimizer is a sponsor, they're giving away that really valuable gift of 50 plus traffic sources. Was that the one, Joe?
Yeah, I think it's like up to 70 or 80, but yeah.
70 or 80. Oh my goodness. There's probably someone there I've never even heard of before. So I'm definitely going to check that out. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Joe. Even with the technical difficulties, I know everyone's going to see you in all the Amazon seller Facebook groups, commenting away with your blog posts worth comments, as always.
Thanks, Danny. Take it easy.
Joe. All right.
Okay.
We're almost at the very end here, but we got one more for you guys, don't we?
Yeah. So this is fun. So we're here. This was going to be the end of the whole summit, but like we've been talking about, because of the incredible outreach, the incredible response that we've gotten from you, the sponsors, the speakers, we've added another day. So
yeah, we got almost another entire day. So make sure you guys go into the Facebook group right now and press the get reminder button on the day 4 broadcast. That's within the group. And the more people that press that button, the more people that press the like button, add a comment in there, taking one of your friends, that just gives us more juice for the algorithm. So this allows us to bring more sponsors to you guys, more gifts. It just gains more momentum the more you guys engage with that. So that's within the Facebook group. Just go in there right now and press the get reminder button on the day 4 broadcast so you don't miss it.
Yeah, and make sure you share. You know, if you're getting value here, Joe was just talking about some, you know, these things that most people aren't thinking about. And if that's valuable to you, if that gave you some insight, you know, you've got friends who need this insight too. So make sure you share with them. All right. So now this is really exciting because our next speaker is actually my partner at Summit Ecommerce Advisors. So I'm a co-founder of this. Jason, my partner, who is coming up to speak, is my co-founder. And so for those of you who don't know, Summit Ecommerce Advisors, this is my company that does bookkeeping for e-commerce companies. This is a major need. Of course, you heard we had a talk on that earlier. We do that as well. We do financial services, CFO level, virtual CFO level stuff as well. I'll let Jason talk about some of that, but that's not necessarily what he's going to talk about. So let me tell you about Jason. So Jason is he's a cool cat. That's the way to describe him. Maybe not. I don't know. But he's been around the block. He's been through a lot. Oh, there we go. Nice. Yeah. So Jason he's been in all kinds of things. He's got a very eclectic background. He's been in entrepreneurship for many, many years. He's got like 20 plus years of freelance and consulting, bookkeeping and accounting service. Plus he's done digital marketing. He lived in China. He speaks fluent Mandarin. So he's got a very rich background and he's had a lot of experience. So he's going to talk about from surviving to thriving, tips from 2 recessions. How are we going to make it through this if we do go into recession? A lot of people say we are already in recession, and I think that's a fair statement. So how do you survive? How do you thrive? Everybody, welcome Jason Snyder.
Thanks for that cool cat intro there, Isaac.
Thought you might appreciate
from a business partner, right? Yeah. So. I want to talk a little bit about, on a higher level, at a macro level. We've got a lot of tips on tactics of how to work with your store, different things you can do depending on the business operation that you have going, whether on Amazon or drop shipping, a lot of good information. But I want to zoom out a little bit and go into what things to look for as a business owner as we go through this upcoming recession, most likely, and or business crisis. So I'm going to, share the screen, and there we go.
All right, there we go. Take it away, Jason.
Here we go. It always takes it off when you share it. Okay, so I've been through 2 major recessions in my time in small business and entrepreneurship. First was 2001 after 9/11. And then 2008 with the financial crisis. And actually at that time I was working as a sales manager for a Chinese factory and experienced both ends as entrepreneur and what recessions and go through and how the business cycle is impacted. And the graphic that I'm sharing here, the slide that I have here, is we're just going to talk about this in my little presentation here. First you experience the shock. You have the, what's going on? Why is this happening? A lot of business owners tend to freeze up, get startled. They're not sure what's going to happen next. And that leads to a lot to inaction. And that obviously is detrimental to your business. We've heard some other speakers talk about, hey, be active, add more product lines, get out in front of it. Do what you can as a business owner to try to drive more opportunities for your business. The second is the desperation stage. You got over the inaction, the shock. You start looking around what you're going to do next. You maybe make some bad decisions. And one you hear a lot about is people taking on extra debt, but without a purpose. They just take it on because they think they need cash, but they haven't done any analysis to understand if that's the best situation for their business. They hear other people doing it, and so they follow along thinking that's going to be a good course of business for themselves. The third is the evaluation stage. After you survived this part and you got this far along, this is the time. This is where you want to be right now. You want to be looking at the numbers of your business, where things are at, and make decisions based on that information, that data that you have. And the fourth is the deliberate action. This is action steps that you're taking for your business based on the evaluation you just made with those sets of data. And the fifth is the surge and burst. Once all this pent-up demand gets let loose, as people's fear relaxes and there's some clarity and things coming down the pike. We don't know when that's going to be. It could be a few weeks, a few months, a year or two. We don't know at this point, but at some point that's going to happen, and we want to be prepped and ready for when that time comes along. So I'm going to dive into a little bit more of these each steps as we go along. So, as I was saying, the shock, being startled, freezing up. This is a lot of people are at this stage and/or stage 2 at some point, and there's a lot of things that things that you can recognize in yourself and other business owners as they're going through this. Denial, burying their head in the sand, not making any decisions, and just holding up and not sure what's going to happen next. And while that's understandable, that can be a killer for your business. Inaction, not continuing business in a purposeful manner is going to kill, in most cases, going to kill your business. And they're not doing anything to serve their customers, not doing anything with their customers in mind. They're more basically frozen up. They don't know what to do next. Inaction will kill your business, and we want to avoid freezing and freezing up and not making good decisions. The second stage, desperation. This is where a lot of businesses, they get to this point and they start making some bad decisions at this point, because that shock, that emotion that you have there, you're following what other people are talking about, but you haven't made a clear decision for your business because you don't have the data, or you haven't gone to the evaluation stage. And I've seen this before, where a lot of businesses will make big and major decisions that will negatively affect their business. And things like taking on a lot of extra debt, drawing down credit card lines without a clear purpose. Like I said, you want to make decisions like that with an evaluation of your data of your business. And we'll get to that in a little bit. Some of your decisions will be reactionary. Actually, most of your decisions at this point are going to be reactionary if you haven't gone through and done some evaluation with your business. Taking on a high amount of debt. There's a lot of programs coming down the pike depending on where your business is set up. I know in the U.S. there's several programs that are laws have been passed, but we're not clear exactly how they're going to play out. But we don't want to take on extra debt just because you think that you need it. You want to make it from a decision based on the evaluations that you've done with the real right data. You want to take actions with the data in mind. You want to go through and research and do your evaluation. So we want to get you to stage 3. This is the stage where we want to get you to in your business, at this point. So you've got the shock and desperation. That's the stage we're at right now. We want to get you as quickly as possible to the evaluation stage. Understand your data, comb through things, understand where you're at. It's going to take a couple weeks, and 2 to 4 weeks in most cases. I know e-commerce businesses, the cycle of information moves faster. You have access to more data in many cases. So that cycle might be shortened up a bit in many of your businesses, but make decisions with clear, concise, logical, cold hard fact data. It's if a lot of entrepreneurs go on their gut instinct and how that's gotten them good in the past, but now a lot of decisions are reactionary, emotional, gut instinct, but without any real data to make a good decision with. So what we want to look for is, let's look at the data to see if it validates what your gut instinct says. You may hear, oh, take on more debt, increase your cash, but what's the consequence? What's the long-term impact of that? Is that something that's going to fulfill a current business purpose, and is it going to make a strong negative effect on your business in the future? Because what we're trying to do is get to that point again of deliberate action and be prepared for the surge and burst of new business as we come out of this cycle. A lot of entrepreneurs have trusted and worked from their gut instinct in the past, and while that served them well in those instances, my experience tells me in these moments it's not the best thing to follow. And while it may help you come up with ideas and things to move forward with, it's at this point you want to have some cold hard data, work from logic, have that back up your gut instinct if you really want to go that direction. Let the data guide you. And one other part that I know is really valuable at this point is having an outside person, a consultant, somebody you trust, that is not emotionally tied to your business, who isn't tied emotionally to anything that you have going on in your business. You want that other set of eyes that is dispassionately looking at your business, looking at those numbers and giving you feedback of what you should do next. And so next step would be the deliberate action. You've done your research, looked at your data, you've seen the trends, you've done your evaluation. Now you're ready to go to the next step, which is deliberate action. And this is important in that you're looking to do the most important thing that you can get done to move your business forward. And this is done in a condensed time period. So instead of a quarterly, annual planning process, you're looking for what's the next thing for next week, this weekend, tomorrow, the next hour. You're looking for the one thing that you need to work on. Brian Tracy talks about the frog, eating that frog first. Well, in this case, it's about what's that next step? What's the thing that's going to move your business forward? That's, again, based on that evaluation you did at step 3. You've had your research, you've got your data, you understand that, you've maybe had some instinctual, emotional decisions that have been backed up by the data, but now's the time to put that into action. But we're looking for short-term, quick things that you can implement. And one of the terms I like here is daylight compartments, a term by Dale Carnegie. He talks about doing this in a really shortened cycle. You compartmentalize. You're trying to make small incremental things to move towards that decision you've made based on that evaluation. And again, this is another part where you can have that outside person, consultant, advisor be involved in that process to guide you or be an accountability partner, depending on how you want to approach that. And I really want to stress this again: have somebody outside to be a sounding board, a third party, again, consultant, advisor. There's many different ways that can be approached in your business or in your situation, but have somebody who's dispassionately, not emotionally tied to your business. You'll find it helps bring clarity into your decisions and also knowing what you need to focus on going forward. Because what we're trying to do is lay the groundwork for being prepared for stage 5, which is that burst and surge of energy. At this point, you're making small decisions. You're not taking on extra expenses, hiring more personnel, unless it's serving your business at this point. We do want to be ready for that stage 5. We want to lay the groundwork for that, but we're not looking to add any more additional financial burden to the business, again, unless it's serving the business in a positive manner. And when I say lay the groundwork, what that means is marshal or be prepared to add those resources when that stage 5 comes along. It could be as simple as planning for your supply chain. If you get a surge of activity and your supplier isn't able to handle it, who's supplier number 2? And are they checked out? Do you have your supply chain in place? Have Have you done QC? All these different steps, depending on what type of business you have. Go through as much of that process as you can, again, without setting up an additional financial burden. And I actually read a story earlier today about how 3M had planned for the current shortage with masks of, because they saw over several past decades of different events, H1N1, Ebola, SARS, that they had big spikes in demand, but they were unable to fill it because of factory limitations. And so essentially what they did is they built additional factory space or production lines that were ready and available, and they prepped with their suppliers, and they all went through the process together to be ready for this. And now I read earlier that they're going to be planned to do over 1 billion masks this year and be ready to be producing 2 billion a year within 12 months, from my understanding. So they've gone through a similar process. They're prepared. You can do the same thing in your business. Again, depending on the scope and things, do those things now to be prepared for that, be ready for that stage 5. So that's pretty much what I want to talk about. Again, it's a high level macro approach, looking at things. You've got a lot of good detail the last couple of days. I know there will be more tomorrow of Amazon, even maybe some discussion about drop shipping and things, but I wanted to zoom back out a little bit and provide a more macro perspective of what you can do internally to understand where you're at in your business if you're going through at this shock or desperation phase, and then how you can be prepared and start preparing for one, survival, and then thriving once we're through this this recession and event crisis here. So, any questions there?
All right. We are ready for your questions. So go ahead. So if you, here we go. We're just going to go ahead and chat here, and we'll take your questions as they come. So yeah, Jason, so let's talk a little bit about everybody wants to get to this stage 5, of course. Right. And we've had quite a few talks about people at this evaluation stage, where we're looking at, actually a lot of it comes down to bookkeeping, not just bookkeeping, but using the information that you have, your financial data. So right. I'm wondering if you can talk about how we have had some talks about how we can use this financial data. One thing that nobody has talked about yet, and I think it's really important, I've been commenting when I've heard people say, oh, we're doing great right now. Like maybe I'm selling home gym equipment, or maybe I'm selling something. I've been telling people, that's awesome, but please make sure you're putting away some cash. Do you want to address this right. thing? Because this is a critical spot right now. I don't know what percentage of you are really up and going through hyper selling right now versus those of you who are lower. But if you are experiencing big sales right now, please be careful. And Jason, you want to address that?
Right. Yeah, it's an important thing, because if it's, there's a lot of upheaval, a lot of change going on right now, and some of it's big part of it is on the negative side, but there's other businesses that are almost in a mini boom, if you will, that have had to take on unprecedented demand and be prepared for it. And inventory businesses, like most e-commerce businesses are, inventory is a big part of your capital structure, where it takes a lot of capital resources. And if you're selling through a lot of inventory, you're putting more cash into inventory, and that can suck you dry really quickly. And so it's definitely something you want to be paying attention to. Again, looking at your numbers, seeing what the trends are, and if the trend, start doing forecasts, looking forward of, if your inventory turn rate is going to be X percentage, and you're going to need to understand how much capital you're going to need to put into your inventory cycle to maintain and keep your customers satisfied. So definitely, yeah, you want to understand where you're at, and that's again part of what we do in our business, is help our customers understand that. But whether it's your own advisor, yourself. Something is super important. Otherwise, that can crush you really quickly. It can suck you dry. Cash flow is the most important thing. Profit is, got to be prepared for those things.
Yeah, and I was thinking, because if you are, let's just say, I don't want to keep saying home gym. I wish there was another example that was on the top of my head. Hey, in the comments, give me an example of something that's really hot right now that's selling like crazy, that is not masks or hand sanitizer or toilet paper or something like that. Give me one thing. So I know there's a delay and people have to type, so I'll just continue. But what we've been hearing is, in order to make it through, toilet paper. I said not toilet paper. Something else. Oh, here we go. Coffee. Okay. Roman coming through. Puzzles. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting one. Who said this? I'm looking over at my other screen. Angie. Puzzles. Oh, art items. There we go. My daughter, my mom came over with a huge basket of stuff for my daughter to do while she had spring break last week, but the week before she was on, school at home, and now she's at school at home. So we're getting them coming in. Yes, office. Yes, monitors. Yes. Yeah. So here's the thing. Hopefully this will last forever, but we all know it's not going to, right? I've been in that moment where sales are just through the roof. Everybody knows now. I've talked about my salon furniture business, and there were times when sales would just be through the roof. Of course, we didn't. I don't own that business now. I haven't been through this. I haven't been through something equivalent, but sales go through the roof, but they don't last. And I know it's so easy when you're in it to get so excited, like a kid, and I've been there where you're jumping up and down. Give me a thumbs up or comment if you've ever jumped up and down because of a fantastic sales week or month or day or something like that. Type in the comments. Have you done this? Yes or no, or maybe describe it. So I've been there. And when you're there, it feels like that's just going to continue. You think, this is it. I remember the first month that I made more than $10,000 profit. And I thought, this is what I've been waiting for forever. But you know what? That didn't last. And so this is not exactly the same thing, but we all know people who are moving from their office to their home. There's going to be a time at which they have all of the puzzles, and they have all of the art items, and they have all of their office paper, and they have their monitors. They're not buying them in record numbers anymore. And then neither are the offices. So, I mean, I'm not an economist. I don't have any training in this, but it's logical. Eventually, that's going to come back around. Home gym's the same thing, maybe, unless nobody ever goes back to the gym. There's going to be a time at which everybody has all the stuff they need. And so you're going to have to prepare for a dip. And when you have a dip, everybody's been saying you need to have cash. What's going to get you through a dip is cash. If you're out of cash and you're not making sales, remember, we've had so many unbelievable speakers today. I wish I remembered her name. Oh, it was Brittany Brown from Ledger Gurus. She had the emojis. There was the double frowny face, and then there was the medium frown, and then there was a slight smile, and then a happy face. Your balance sheet and your income. When you don't have the cash and you don't have the sales, that combination is killer. So, this is my message. While you are killing it, put that money away so when it goes down, it doesn't come back and kill you. That was kind of nice, right? Maybe I can think of some better wording for that and put that in quotes. Maybe that'll be a meme. But yeah, put some money away. Put it in a separate bank account that you cannot touch. Take 10% of your revenue, or right now, maybe it's great. Maybe take 25% and put it in an account, a do not touch emergency fund, so that when that eventually does turn around and you're hurting, make sure you have that.
Right.
That's sort of my message. If I were going to give a talk, that's what I guess I just did.
Yep. So
anything to elaborate on that, Jason?
No, you're straight on. That you want to have a system, a plan in place of when the times are good, that you're preparing for times like this. It's going to come. There's business cycles. Things are going to happen, and you want to prepare your business to the best of your ability to do so. And one of the strongest ways to do it, one of the best ways to do that, is to have a cash management system in place that puts away money, capital, so when these times come, you won't have to be begging. Because the government did step up in a big way in some cases, but a lot of people are going to be left out in the lurch, and not everybody's going to be able to access those programs. And you don't want to depend on policymakers to sustain your business when these types of events happen. So definitely have some program plan in place during the strong times. So when the lean times come, you'll be not have to be depend on anybody else, a lender or a government agency.
Yeah. And one of the talks that I thought maybe we might want to give, but during this session is this sort of cash management system. But at the moment, it's kind of too late to put money aside. So it's not hyper relevant. But those of you who are just skyrocketing, it's not too late to put money aside.
Right.
So, Jason, we've got a really great offer to give. So we've had a lot of really amazing gifts from our sponsors, and of course, we're hosts, so we're of course sponsoring, and we're gonna do the best we can to exceed expectations here with what we're giving our audience. And first of all, we really appreciate you guys here. I know this is really late here on the West Coast. Jason and I are in Portland. I'm cooped up in my home office. He's cooped up in his home office. It's 9 o'clock. It's getting midnight on the East Coast. So if you're still with us, we really appreciate you. And we want to reward you. We want to give something for you for being here. So Jason, you want to tell people what we have?
Sure. Yeah. So we want to offer a cash strategy session to, like we talked about in my talk, take you from shock and desperation to evaluation. We want to get you to that point as soon as possible. So we're offering a free half-hour session with myself and Isaac to get you to that point. We'll be that advisor, that outside consultant that will look dispassionately, non-emotionally at your business and give you our best advice of how to proceed forward from now. So, and I think you're going to put that link in our in the gifts section there.
Yeah. So just head there. Honestly, guys, this is really fun. Danny's put together the landing page there, summitecommerce.co/gifts. This thing has come together so fast that not all of them have got put in there yet, but there is you sign up with your email, and then we'll email you as soon as this thing is over. We can breathe. Okay, now let's put all the links and everything in that we need, and we'll send it to you. So make sure you're there, or if you want, you can just message me. I'm in the Facebook group. You know me by now. I'm there. Jason is also there. So just message us. You can go to summitecommerce.co/gift. We'll have some information there later on, or you can just message, reach out. So if you are in this in this mode where you don't know what to do, you've had something, either the bottom's fallen out and you're like, I'm falling, I don't know what to do. How do I manage this? As far as the cash management strategy, we'll walk you through some of that. If you're in this skyrocketing time, or maybe you're doing fine right now, maybe nothing has changed, that's great too. We want to help you we want to help you get to a sustainable place, so that when a low comes, it may not come right now, it may not come in this event, but someday, somehow, there will be a dip for you. I promise it's going to happen. So we want to help you get to a place where you can weather that dip. Okay?
Right.
So, all right, guys, this is the last talk for today. Jason, anything else to add before we sort of close it out here?
No, just happy to chat with anybody. And I'm, like I said, I'm in the Facebook group and willing to help anybody out who wants to chat.
Okay, awesome. I want to thank you guys so much. I'm not sure who you are, who said toilet paper, but that was good. Roman, you rock, dude. You've been so solid this whole time. Victoria, you rock. I've been really honored to be able to present this information to you, to host these incredible guests, and for them to be able to, to facilitate this interaction. It's been a real, true honor for me, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Roman, thanks. Jason, thank you, Jason. Yes.
Thanks, Roman.
Victoria, thank you. I appreciate you so much. And we're not going away. This was going to be our last day. We've got a whole other day starting tomorrow. Same thing. It's going to go, I think tomorrow we've got, it's going to be the same length as our first day. It's 5 hours. Thank you. By the way, I don't know if you're the same person who's been commenting all these things. But if there's a link in the description of this video, or you can just go to www.streamyard.com/Facebook and allow them to show your name so we can see who you are. Yes. Anyway, I'm so grateful and honored to have you guys here. I do want to shout out. Yay. Yes, we do have another day, a whole nother day. And tomorrow we've got, oh my gosh, you guys, we're bringing it hard tomorrow. Let me just talk. So Rob Tabraka, this guy's going to talk about this finance stuff. He's going to help you walk through this stuff. I think that's actually why Jason didn't talk about that tonight, because we don't want to repeat what he's going to say. Alex Avanth, man, he and his firm. Oh, great. Too much going on, guys. I can't keep all the names straight. Alpha Rock Capital, that's it. They've been buying up so many Amazon-based businesses. I have been wanting to talk to these guys, get these guys on the podcast for so long, but they are so busy. They don't even answer. They go, no, can't do it. Or they'll schedule and go, sorry, man, can't do it. He's going to talk about some really awesome stuff. Mike Jackness, I've been wanting to talk to this guy for a long time. He's a big name in the industry. Mad Singers, John Warren, Amy Weiss, Will Mitchell. Oh my gosh, list goes on. It's going. So tomorrow is going to rock. Oh, Roman, thanks, brother. StreamYard.com/Facebook. That'll let us see your name when you comment. Lastly, I want to say I started this day out mentioning, even though tomorrow really is the end of this series, guys, at least this way. But this has been so touching for me personally, like honestly, and I hope, it seems like you guys have had a great impact. This has had an impact on you guys, and I don't want that to stop now. Now is the time where we need each other more than ever. So This Facebook group was just started just for this event, and now we've got like almost 900 people in there. How crazy is that? And that just goes to show the tremendous need right now. And I don't want to like, I'm not going to go hype over numbers, but I just appreciate you so much. And so we're not going to let this end. We're going to keep this. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep this connection going. We need each other. And so I'm rambling now. It's late. I'm sorry, guys. So what I'd like you to do is either comment here and tell me what you would like to see more of. You know, we're not going to do these marathon days. We're not going to keep doing these, but we can do things like once. We can do daily things, weekly things, twice a week, something like that. We can have interviews. We can go deeper into material. I don't know what. You tell me what you want, and we'll make it happen. Okay? So put it in the comments. I started another thread in the group with a poll. You can vote. So that would be great. Roman, there we go, buddy. By the way, I want to give another huge shout out to Roman. Roman has just come through in a big way. He's helped us put this thing together. He's the one that helped us get all this technology set up. We've listing optimization. Okay, great. Thank you. Danny had a really great presentation about that. Did you see that? Or you want to go deeper into that? We can do whatever you guys need. And if I don't know it, I'm not the expert in listing optimization, but we can get the ones who are. Danny's pretty good on that too. Roman, let's go back to Roman. Let me just give a little love to my man here. He's helped us set this thing up, and I'm so appreciative to him. He's like, we have sort of just gone out and made this happen. He also has gone out and made Dipper. I'll be honest, I don't even understand what that means. Thanks, Victoria. Roman, I'm going to give some more love to Roman. He's now started a business helping people get their events online. So everybody's had their events closed down. Their yoga classes are no longer happening. So summits aren't happening. People need help putting their events online. So here we go. That's what I was looking for, because I couldn't remember. My brain is fried, dude. This is the second marathon 7-hour straight streaming session. I've just lost it. Youreventonline.co. Check it out. Oh, here we go. He's helping out. Help a brother out who's searching for words. Our mission is to help experts who scheduled a workshop or face-to-face training to easily switch to an online version instead of canceling it. You're welcome, buddy. Thank you. It's the least I could do. Like this wouldn't happen so smoothly without for Roman. So big shout, big love, big thanks. And with that, make sure you go check out tomorrow's video. It's already there waiting for you. Click the Get Reminders button so you don't miss it tomorrow. And share this with your friends. That's it for us. Goodbye for Jason. Goodbye for Isaac. Jason, you want to say goodbye? There we go. You get the Jason way. Yep. All right, folks. Have a great day, evening, whatever time it is, and we will see you back here tomorrow.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.